Good morning, everybody. Hello, Sunny, everyone. Hello, Sunny, all my friends. So, let's start our morning Dhamma discourse for today. So, you've been talking about thoughts. We're trying to notice this nature of thought, this illusional nature of this fake reality. There is a very small moment in us every experience. It's so brief that almost nobody sees it, nobody notices it. Not because it's hidden, but because it disappears so quickly. It's a moment before thought. A sound touches the ear, a color from eyes, sensations, touch from skin, smell, taste from other senses. So instant, there's only one content, then immediately thought appears. Thought begins its work. Now the content is not a content, it becomes a thing, something. My name, a person, an object, a thing, the color becomes tree, a chair, a book, a door. Sensations become my feelings, my thing, object, something that isn't actual sense of content. So this transformation, this construction of this thought, this whole interpretation is so fast that we never notice this construction. We only see the final outcome, final interpretation, not the process behind it. We only see the thought, not even as a thought, but as an object, thing, real, solid. And that's also not got created or not appear in mind, but something that is existing, already existing out there in that physical, in that three-dimensional space. That's how we see the world, this finished thought. So not just only one thought. Each and every thought is seen in that way. So now we see a finished, solid, continuous, physical, outside world. Not inside, not mind created, but really existing outside world. That's how we feel. That's how we believe it. And that's what we are used to. But for a child, a baby in a pot, he never feeling the same. He doesn't know there is this outside world with a lot of options because he's not used to see the world in that way, in that perception, in that perspective. And he's not used to. But the day we first learn about the thought to this moment, we have learned and we have used to see the world in that way. Eventually it came naturally. And that's why now, without even thinking twice, we already feel the world is there. Objects are there. This is how this should be done. This is how that should be done. Because we are so used to it. It became habit. So now this habit has become so good. So we are so used to these habits to the point now they appear, they happen automatically, naturally, that we can't even figure out. These are all happening because of we have done it for a long time. We have used it, we have practiced in this way for a long time. Not that we know everything since the day we born. We learn everything, each and everything, little by little, throughout these years. So all are just habits, and we are so used to. We are mastered. Even the walking, even the sitting, even the eating, nothing. No matter how normal, usual, or naturally it happens now. All are as a result of a habit. A child doesn't know how to walk, how to sit, how to do anything. So whatever thing we know, we feel natural like now is none other than a habit, a thing we are used to do. We did as a habit, and now we have gotten to a point we are so good at it that it happens naturally. It feels like it happens naturally, like the reality itself. Like not just those things, but even the thought process is also happens as in child didn't have thoughts. We learn about those, and then we start to create thoughts. We start to believe those exist outside, and slowly we got used to see the world, perceive the world in that way. So now we are so used to find immediately when a new thought appears, we already know the process. Already it happens naturally. We immediately assign everything to outside. We have done it wrong, but since we are so used to it, so it comes naturally, automatically. That's what has happened. But since childhood, if we know nothing exists out there, it's all inside mind, then we will get used in that way. And we would see the illusion the way we see right now. So it's always bunch of habits. Now we're so used to those habits. So that's how thoughts became the reality, the illusion of reality. So let's go back to the root of this illusion. Let us investigate how an entire world is quietly born from a single moment of contact. So, as we know, physical contact is very simple. I promise vision, and promise sound, nose, smell, tongue, taste, skin, touch, texture. So these are the only thing the sense of contact, our sense of faculties can give us. Eyes can only give us vision, just bunch of colors. Ears can only give us sound, just a sound wave, nothing else. That's the mind, like eyes give vision, like ears give sound. Mind is a mental object, and it get help from those simple tiny fragments of sense of context to create this, to power this. So now eyes are color, ears sound, nose smell, tongue taste, taste, only smell, only colors, and body touch, mind, mental object. That's all. None of the sensor contacts or sensor faculties says, this is my friend, this is my enemy, this is beautiful, this is terrible, this is mother, this is father, this is it, nothing, just the color, just the sun, just the smell, just the taste, just a touch. No matter where we are, sense contact can give only those things. Whether we are in this earth or another country or in space, no matter where, only these can be given by the sense of abilities, nothing else. So this whole story, this whole mental landscapes, objects are done, created by the mind, by the thoughts. And it's not limited to one thing. It can differ, depend on the person. So it's different from person to person. Thoughts come later. Thoughts are better. Thoughts are not the truth, but an interpretation, a creation based on sense content. So it can be different from person to person. That's why same sense content, but different stories, different interpretations from different people. Because interpretation is not something solid. Interpretation is different from person to person. Because it's not something existing. It's something that gets created, that gets constructed. So it depends on the person. That's why they are different. It's not the solid truth, but us humans treat each and every thought as this is the exact reality. This is the solid truth. This is what exactly happened. We treat thoughts as the truth, as the reality itself. Not simple reality, but strong. This is the exact reality. They don't even want to think twice. To that level, those interpretations has become strong, solid. But those are created. Those are appeared. And the thing is, since thoughts are created in our mind, we can create any thought, hundreds of thoughts, because there's no limit, because the thought itself is an illusion. But taking these illusions as realities, the wrong, wrong perception. Now, a simple sense of contact has turned into some mental object, and that mental object has become the reality. Now, the thing is, we see this interpretation as this is what actually happens, this is the reality. And because we never see this process of this thought being created, this fake illusion nature of thought, we believe this thought is real and it appeared all by itself and as the truth. Just imagine someone weaving a cloth. One thread alone is not the cloth. Thousands of threads plus one another. Only then does the pattern appear. Thought works in a similar. One sound, one thought, one body sensation, one word. When all these transmit, then suddenly there is this whole reality. One sound doesn't break the mother. So the thought means a thought doesn't have just only one sound. It has every sense of contact, vision, sound, smell, taste, touch, everything. Now suddenly the thought of mother appears. A mother God created, not just mother. Each and everything, tree, chair, book, walls, friends, time, job, problems, situations, future, all that we thought oh, God created in this way. But the thing is, we only see the cloud. We never notice the threats. And because of that, we believe this kind of cloud is pretty much like it appeared on its own. But without it, there is no cloud. Likewise, without those sense of alignment, there is no such thing as a thought. Try to see every thought is a combination of sense of concepts. But the thing is, it has become strong to the point we feel like it exists independently, and we are using our senses to observe an object that exists out there independently. That's how we feel it, but it's another wrong perception, wrong. And we feel it's wrong because we are so used to see the world in that way. That's how now it feels strongly, naturally, automatically. But no matter how strong it feels, nothing is out there. It's always our mind creates this illusion. It creates thought and it put it out there and blindly believe it is just out there. That's what happens. No matter how strong it is, it's always this illusion. Even thought has nothing as a thought. Thought itself is a creation of sense of contact. This newborn child didn't have thought at one point. When they start to learn, they start to create thoughts. Mind didn't create thoughts automatically. It used sensor contacts, vision, and sound to create thoughts. So without sensor contact, there's no thought. Thoughts are not even real. Thoughts are a creation itself, a creation that feels reality. But the thought itself is not real. So let's see how we observe the world. Let's take an example. You see a thing, or so it seems. But what actually happened? Eyes got colors, and we put this second pattern this thing. And then immediately it resonates with the familiar associations, and suddenly a thought appeared. And that thought has not just the vision, not just the shape or color, but the sound, the smell, taste, texture, everything. No, not just simply sound, feel, but a mental object of appearance. And because this happens almost instantly, we can see the process. So we don't see the process, we see the tree, we get the tree. So because of that, because we can't see the process, we will immediately assign it to outside. And that's why we feel trees out there, and not just once. Throughout our entire lifetime, we used to put thought to outside. We used to believe in that perception. We always used to see in that perspective. The peer thought immediately assign it to outside. Mentally, yeah. So now it naturally feels so. Every object, every thought is out there. That's why we feel the thing is out there. It's not easy to break it because we saw the world in this way. We are so used to see the world in this way now. It happens so fast, instantly. That's why immediately we feel the world is there. Tree is out there. Chair is out there. Mother, father, each and everything out there. Because the speed, it aids this illusion. So we can't figure out this thought is a creation in the mind. Because it happens so fast. So we believe we saw a tree immediately. Another night believe, but we never saw a tree. Tree was always on the mind, not even existing, but God created when some conditions were met. But what actually happened was much softer and simple sense of contact. That's it. That's what happens. If it ends there, that's very simple. But it never ends there. Immediately story begins to form. Mental objects, mental landscape, and one thought after another. The whole story and illusion is created. And the thing is, we believe they exist outside. And also we treat every thought as reality itself. Even though we create thoughts in the mind, we treat them as reality. And because of that, we feel sad, we feel happy, we feel angry, we feel greedy, we get clingy, and then with those follows the suffering. This finished thought hides the whole process that produces it. Not that it hides it, but because of this thing that fate, it gets hidden. Like we can't see it because of it's too fast, but it's always there. No matter how strong, no matter how real the thought is, this process is happening each and every time. So now imagine all scenarios, all stories, all situations, no matter how strong they feel, no matter how real they feel, or get created just like this, not existing outside. Nothing exists outside, or it's created in the mind. Not that even something existing or existing thought comes to mind. It gets created right now, right at this moment. Let's take our situation. Something sad happened, and now immediately when we remember of that situation, we still get sad or happy feel excited or anything. But the thing is, we didn't see what gives us sense or happiness right at this moment is because it's not because the past situation, it's because the thought that appears right now. The past situation is long gone. That thought long gone because those thoughts, there's no storage in the mind. The thoughts always appear and disappear. So what really happens is something similar to that thought gets created. And it's not the same thought, but something similar to that. If you try to observe a situation, you would notice that. Do you remember exact thing people said? Exact situation, exact pictures, exact everything, or just an idea of this happened. Something like this. So it's the power of this thought that creates this illusion of experience. We don't even get the exact situation, but this thought has a power that gives that feeling of a situation. That's why we feel sad. That's why we feel happy. But this thought, it's new. It's just what created. It's not something existing. It's not the past situation. It's something similar to that. We mistaken it as the previous thought, previous situation itself. But it's just what created right now. And this one also doesn't stay. It disappears. So the power, the value these thoughts have is broken. It might not be actual but the power of this thought, power of this self. If it's something that is self, is I felt something like this. We don't even remember the situation, but still feel sad. Yes, it's not the situation. It's the power of that triggers us. There's no thought here. The power of it gives us a feeling of that feels an experience of that situation, but we never experience it. Just a mirror that makes us feel sad. Just an illusion that comes as reality and makes us feel sad. Each and every situation, no matter how strong, how real, how similar it feels like to the previous ones, they are not the previous ones itself. They are new thoughts just appearing like them, but identical to previous thoughts. But people couldn't feel it, so they think they're thinking about the same situation. They're seeing the same person. With that, they feel there is this solid thing, solid world, continuous world, same situations. And because of that, people suffer. People suffer because of their own mind's creation. So the mind creates them and believes they are real, and it suffers. So now the mind has trapped in its own creation. We are suffering for our own creation, not something that exists out there. And we blind away, this is the exact thing. And because of that suffering comes, if a situation appears and we know the truth, this is not even this exact past situation. This is the thought that appears similar to it, but gives us a feeling of that serious situation. Isn't that this truth liberate us from this suffering, from this illusion? That's why we have to see this process, how this illusion appears, how everything that feels real is part of this illusion, not the truth, but an illusion, a mirage. Basically, a mirage. Mirage always appears, but there is nothing there. When the conditions are met, it appears, but there is nothing there. If you go closer, there's nothing there. There's nothing else, even a mirage there. It's just the conditions are met and something appears, and not something appearance happening. There's nothing there. Even the mirage itself is alive. Appearance happening because the conditions are met. they don't stay, they disappear at the same time. So each and everything that feels real are just like mirages. They appear like the mirage, but at the same time, there's nothing there. No, imagine this whole world, this three-dimensional space, each and everything that feels real, that appears are mirages. Yeah, we think they are real, we think they are solid, we think they exist. We can think whatever we want, but those are not real legit. They are just stories, illusions, not the reality. We can think anything we want, but it doesn't mean they are the reality. The thoughts, no matter how strong they feel, how solid they feel, they have this illusion of nature, that illusion of reality. No matter how strong, how complicated anything is, remember, all are just thoughts, just appearing like this, as a part of illusion. And we feel strong or solid, real, because we got so used to this. It's not the first time thoughts appear. It's not the first time we could see this thought world, this outside world. We got so used to it, we did this throughout our entire life. So that's why it feels real, natural, but it's happens as a result of this habit. not the reality, but as a result of the habit. Just simple thought is enough to create an entire universe. With a simple sense of contact gives us a thought, and this thought can trigger more thoughts, not just one thought, but an entire world with characters, time, meaning, emotions, but none of them are real. All are just creations of the mind, thought, not the reality. Anything more. It's hard to see the thought as thoughts because we're so used to it. Immediately when a thought appears, we treat them as the reality. Not that someone does it, it automatically follows in that way. It automatically happens in that way. Once you see through this reality again and again, what happens here, this automatically happens because it starts to loosen it. We cannot do it ourselves. The only thing we can do is to see, experience ourselves this illumination of everything, this thought, this mind, oh, this solid feeling is happening here. So each and every thought is illusion, not real. No matter what, if it's a thought, it's not real because each and every thought is created by the illusion like this. So thoughts are not something real. Thoughts are a creation. So if it's a thought, no exception. Each and every thought is not real. We can use thoughts for communication to interact with them, but we don't have to take them as the reality. We can use them as a tool. So when you see through this illusion, this process, all thoughts get created. With that comes this liberation from this illusion. Nowhere else but in our own mind. Nobody does it. It happens automatically. Even the power, the value is given to this world. Even thoughts becoming feeling like reality. That also someone didn't do it. It happened over the time. It naturally happened. This power, it got increased gradually over the time. Nobody did it. So like the same way, when you see through this illusion, when you slowly start to understand the illusional nature of everything, everything, you will slowly start to understand there's nothing here. If it's a thought, it's an emotion. So basically, Nothing is real. All are just thoughts. Anything is a thought. No matter how strong, how real it was. If it's thought, then there's nothing. Because thought itself is not real. We know thoughts are not something existing. Thoughts are something that got created. So when you see this truth again and again, with that deep understanding, from this escape from this illusion, from this deep reality, nothing changes. Everything happens as usual. Sense of contact, sense of faculties, work as usual. But the one thing is the value, the power we have for those, the thought that appear as reality. Those days is not going to be there. We cannot force it, it happens automatically with the time. So rest, patience. We'll end the one from a discourse for today.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansi at his feet, Tirvansarnayan and Mahansa, as usual, and as we always do. We are gratefully remembering about the support and the guidance you are providing all of us as people who are following these Buddothpado teachings. And may our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. And may our friends, Dhamma friends who are helping with the technology to give this message throughout the world, be blessed by Triple Gem. So my colleague Dhamma just finished her session, and as you know, this is a continuation of the same series, Buddothpado PeoTV English series, and a group of Dhamma friends are conducting this, taking over from one to the other. And this message is being uh, uh, spreaded throughout the world to whoever who is keen to find out what is this truth is, what is this, what are these facts explained in Buddhothpada teaching. So for any person who has an interest, who has been looking for the Dhamma but still didn't find what they were looking for, here is the path. So believe me, because we all were looking for it for some time, some people for 10, 15 years. and whatever was read or heard actually did not uh, give the conclusion of this is the ultimate path that we have been looking for. So finally, we have stopped here with Buddothpado Deshana. We are trying to give this message in whatever our capacity, with whatever the level of understanding to the friends, the English speaking community, uh, with an attempt to explain some percentage of what our noble friend R.N. Mahansi has been explaining to us. So we know that if you want more details, the website for the English speaking friends are www.wisdomofasia, which is written as single word, www.wisdomofasia.com. So that is the website for you. And there are many explanations, even through the scientific line. So you can enter this website and then see what other information you can collect. Also, there are some recordings done by R.N. Mahansi also. I feel that they all will be useful. And for the people who are speaking Sinhalese also, there are altogether 8 Zoom discussions throughout the day. Uh, and there are nearly 12,000, more than 12,000 sermons done by R.N. Mahanse in the main website, www.buddhotpado-dhamma.com. www.buddhotpado-dhamma.com. This is our main website, and that has so many sermons which are categorized under different topics. So, if you want to know about the Paticca Samuppada or the dependent origination, under that topic you can have see so many sermons are there, which are explained in very simple manner. So they will be useful, and also there are some centers functioning in few countries also, from where you can get the books. The details are there in this website, so you can go to the website and select whatever uh, the material that you like to follow. Uh, and there are pen drives, there are small radios, which means actually the recordings of uh, sermons, about 300 of them in each of those radios, little small recording machines. So those are the other useful things. And there's a monthly journal being published, which again has some important articles written by different people. All are extracts of what R.N. Mahansi has been preaching. So there are many ways to explore more. Uh, at the beginning, we have been telling always that darshana, or having an idea, having a knowledge about this uh, Dhamma, true Dhamma, Satya Dharma is necessary. So you have actually an ocean of material, so you can select whatever you like. But listening to sermons or reading those books is very important as the beginners. That is something that we have to first establish. That is knowledge, actually. So you may have been a person who has been listening to so many sermons. You may have been armed with so many, so much of knowledge from the uh, books, many books. So sometimes there may be, uh, you might feel that there is mismatching between the knowledge that you had always with the Buddothpado teachings. What we request is just temporarily leave aside that knowledge, leave aside those drishtis, try to be a plain paper, a pure white paper, where there isn't even a single line drawn, or be an empty pot before accepting the water. Be an empty white paper before starting drawings on that. Then it becomes easier for you to grasp what is mentioned. Otherwise, the nature of the mind is such that there will be many arguments. This is not what I read in that book, or this is what not that. This is not what that uh, particular monk or the particular mm, person who is doing the preachings explained to us. And this is not what is mentioned in the Abhidharma books. So, like that, there will be so many uh, mental arguments. We call them vitarka. Vitakka or vitarka is a Pali term. So, kind of mental disagreements, mental arguments, they are always harmful actually. Then you can't take these Dhamma facts as it is, because already it's being contaminated or it is being partly occupied by various other drishtis. So, for the time being, temporarily, you can leave aside that knowledge and listen to these Dhamma sermons and see the difference. If you feel a difference, whatever you left aside, the knowledge or your drishtis, you don't have to pick up. So, uh, just as a bit of continuation of what we discussed yesterday, we were talking about the 4 steps of contemplations that our noble friend taught us. Actually, we explained the first step yesterday. Uh, if I just summarize it in 2, 3 sentences for the sake of completion, the first step is to recognize that everything is a thought. I said that the thought means basically anything is a thought. And depending on the language that you are talking, the sound or the word changes. So it is not unique to every person. The putua is chair for a person who is speaking English language, and it will be yet a different name for another person who is talking a different language. So they are all actually thoughts, and thought has the components of the 5 senses that we in length we discussed yesterday. How the concept called thought uh, occurred, which wasn't there in the little baby's mind. That was actually something like feeding data to the computer or feeding data to the robotic machine. And the 5 senses are functioning: the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. They are functioning. They are non-stop creating functions. Function of seeing, hearing, feeling the smell, uh, feeling the taste, and skin sensation. They are called sensors. Sensor means it is a function. Sensor doesn't mean that organ part which is made up of the flesh, bones, blood, or whatever tissues. But that organ is necessary for this function. Provided that the organ is functioning, the sensor or the function of seeing, function of hearing, etc. occurs. And Right at the beginning, we said that the little baby had no thoughts, but as a part of the Chitta Niyama, or the natural law of the mind, uh, these combine together. You can also use the word mental order or the natural law of the mind, whichever it gives the same meaning. It's something naturally happening into a particular order. There's no doer there, there's no person who is doing it. So the thoughts are formed combining these five senses. So, in other words, the thought called chair has at least four components in that. To the eye, it is a shape, to the ear, it is a sound, and to touch, it is a firm nature. And maybe additionally, there may be a smell if it has been painted recently, or the smell of the particular wood. So, those four will combine to form a thought. The thought simply is not the thought for the uh, person in the mundane world, like like all of us. Thought also has the hidden component that it is real. That is because that thought, the concept called thought, has occurred again and again and again. Now it's a very strong thought, and what is underneath is that real existing chair. And wherever there is an existence, there is self. So this is a summary of what we said yesterday. So in other words, in other words, whatever the action, whatever the word which is mentioned, uh, whatever is experienced as a sense of functions, they all are thoughts. The thought is kind of description. It's a name actually. This is what is explained with the Nama Rupa or Nama Rupa or form and name. Form is what is experienced as a sense of functions, and name is the thought which gives a description, which gives the feeling of real. And in other words, what is created there is a self. So you can see that you are seeing a shape, and to the mind, it is a cupboard. You are seeing something, to the mind, it is a table lamp. You are hearing something, uh, it's a it's a chirping of the bird. To the mind, it is a thought. So, like that, we gave so many examples yesterday to explain that always it is a thought. And this thought process, as we mentioned earlier, also thought process is not something that can be stopped or changed. Thought process does not occur to me because there is no self. The value of that thought, the real feeling of that thought, is what is explained as self, realness, uh, liveliness, realness or liveliness of the thought is, in other words, is a self. That is what is felt as self. That is what is self as being alive. So, this is the first level of contemplation. We try to understand that this is a thought. As we said, we generally, in the programs, the 1 day programs, what we did was we use the walking uh, as a way of practicing these 4 steps, because it is something that can be conveniently done in that setup. Uh, and also, I briefly mentioned that the most of us are familiar with the walking meditation as a concentration meditation. But here, what we are doing is not actually the concentration meditation. It is an insight meditation or vidarsana meditation. So the vidarsana meditation means here we are focusing on all 5 senses, depending on the appropriateness, because the taste sense may not be relevant in that case. Taste sense is something that we uh, uh, try to apply at the time of the tea break, where all 5 senses are appropriate. So we did things like, now when we are practicing in the temple, you see a shape that is a shape to the eye, and the word is, it is the chaitya or the stupa. You see a shape as a thought, it is the bo tree or the bo leaves. So like that, what we practiced was, while walking, whichever the stimulus which is coming as the prominent thing is seen from that angle, that it was instantly created in the mind. And it doesn't come as a single thought, simple and single thought. Along with that thought, so many other data which has been introduced time to time will come up. So it is a it's not something simple called thought, but it is a huge bundle of information which is labeled as the chair, or which is labeled as the bottle. And these, sometimes when you talk about the bottle, even the data that you received as the Sri Mahabodhi, which is our sacred bottle in Anuradhapura city, even a visit there will come as a part of that collection of thoughts. So that is the nature of the behavior of the mind. The thoughts uh, are coming up with so many other additional information, additional thoughts, which has been introduced time to time to this uh, computer, so-called system. And heavier that bundle is, the it's exhausting, because sometimes regarding certain stimuli, the bundle of thoughts that are coming is so much, it gives that exhausted feeling. It gives rise to that heaviness. It gives rise to that feeling of that fire or the burning or the current. So, if I take an example of your son compared to uh, the child uh, from the uh, neighboring house, which is about 3, 4 houses away, 2 children of being the same age, the amount of thoughts that are created in relation to your son is much more heavier than the amount of thoughts that are created in relation to that child from the neighborhood. That is called the difference in the abhisankarana, or the difference in the volitional formation. So, higher the volitional formation means, the higher the amount of thoughts which are associated with that. And in other words, that is where the power is more in that. The power created in the mind the mind power is much more stronger. And mind power is the one which is also explained as defilements. You might call about the craving or the attachment to the child. Yes, you can explain it in that way. It is the defilement, or in other words, that is a self. So, that is the most important thing that we have to understand, that power, that heaviness, or that defilement, whatever the word you are using, that is yourself. There's no separate self who is feeling attached to the child, who is having a craving to the child. You and that craving is not two things. You and craving are the same. You and the tanha are the same. You and the defilements are the same. You and that heavy power, the current, is not two things, they are the same. So the first level of contemplation is to understand this fact. Everything is created in the mind. Everything basically is a mental picture. We talked about the walking, we talked about eating food. They are also mental pictures, isn't it? The moment I say eating, you have a full mental picture how it is done, what are the things we are eating, and the way that you ate your last meal. They are all coming up as a part of that basic thought. So the actions are also thoughts, the words are also thoughts. You speak a word as a thought, isn't it? So underneath that, there are always thoughts. And as I said, thoughts will vary because the sound varies from language to language. So now we have turned the camera towards the self. Now we realize that you cannot project anything to the outside world. This is what we have been doing all this time, isn't it? We have been projecting everything to the outside world. But now you realize that it is always a thought means it is within the system. So now it's an important step forward, cutting the bonds, cutting the ropes that were extended to the so-called outside world have been separated. Now you realize that everything is a thought. So this is actually a stepwise moving forward. Aryan Vahase has practiced this for so many years and found out that it is the correct pathway. And it is the simplest way that a person can understand, irrespective of the level of education, irrespective of the uh, understanding of Dhamma, and even simple, I mean, even the child can understand this into some extent. Because we know even Lord Buddha's time, 7-year-olds reached the Sohan status. So, Sohan state means that understanding that this is nothing to do with outside. This is a creation of the mind. So, this is the first step. And the second step is to understand how did you get the thought in your mind? What is this? How is it created in the mind? How did you get a chair created in your mind? How did you get the table lamp created in your mind? And how did you get the sound of a grinding machine come to your mind? So, how did these thoughts come up? For that, Lord Buddha explained about two of the wisdoms. There are three wisdoms altogether, jnana. So, the two of them which is most relevant to this stage is the Ubbe Nivasanusati Jnane and Chutupapata Jnane. So, what is meant by Ubbe Nivasanusati Jnane? That is the wisdom of knowing the past perceptions or past thoughts, the wisdom of knowing the how the past thoughts were formed. So now we were talking about thought at this moment. To study how this thought was formed, we have to go back and understand how the past thoughts were formed. Without a past thought, you can't get a thought at this moment. So that is the important thing. So if it is so, you have to find out how does the past thoughts occur. Actually, the understanding we had about this Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana is about knowing the past lives. In that case, none of us will be able to understand this Dhamma because we have no such power. We are not capable of knowing about the past lives, can we? So, in that case, we have to postpone these attempts to reach nirvana to maybe several births or maybe until the time that the next Lord Buddha is born. Actually ridiculous because Lord Buddha did not say anything like that. Lord Buddha said was everything is in this moment, now and here. Then how can we talk about knowing about the future births or the past births? So that itself, it makes that explanation invalid, isn't it? So actually what happens is each and every thought we are born. The self is born in each and every thought if the thought is felt as real. And each and every thought ends up or ceases to be there, or the death of the thought occurs in each instance. So that is what we have to understand. The birth and the death of the each thought may have been interpreted as a full lifespan by some people. That is why that misunderstanding is. And it is not compatible with our Lord Buddha's teaching either in that case, talking about the past births. So actually what we have to understand is this. It's a thought. In each and every moment, there is a thought which is born. The thought comes to an end. Udayavaya, it is called Udayavaya. Uh, Samudaya also used for the same thing. So either Udayavaya or Samudaya both means that the birth of the thought and the death of the thought. So going back to the Ubbenivasana Sudinyane, or the wisdom of knowing the past thoughts, we have to go to the level of the baby. As I mentioned a little while ago, the babies had no thoughts. That is why uh, you can't remember about those ages. Of course, there are many things that we forget even later on, but simply no one can remember about the childhood like anything less than 1.5, 2 years. Because the thought starts forming around that stage, and the thoughts will start forming as a part of that natural process. Whether you are with the parents at home or whether you are in the jungle like the Tarzan baby who was among some animals according to that story. Wherever you are, that natural law will take place and the sensor functions will combine to form the thoughts. Uh, we know that minimum of two senses will combine and most common two are the eye and the ear. So seeing and hearing are the common two sensor functions which combine to form the thoughts, but depending on the relevance, uh, particularly if it is something to do with the food or if that is something which leads to some particular smell, the other sensor functions will combine. And this combination, all of them will not combine at the same time. An apple, the child is shown an apple at school at the Montessori. Child is given the name, so the eye and the functions combined there. A concept of apple is formed. Maybe on later on day, the teacher will bring a real one home where initially she showed a picture. She will bring one to the school, a real apple. So the children are allowed to touch it, smell it, and taste a piece. So the already what the child had was actually a kind of a picture-like concept. Now it becomes more stronger. Now more data has been added, and now it's more strong and it has a kind of a three-dimensional effect. And not only that, the real nature of it, really existing feel is also another perception that comes up with these sensors. That is something coming up due to the pains or the sasava nature in the child, which gives the potential to develop defilements later on. So this existing apple concept, real apple concept, will occur with time, particularly when the uh, other sensor functions also combine. Now, for the child, there is a real apple now, and that is your Pubbenivasanussati knowing how these thoughts are formed. And stronger the input is, or stronger the uh, repetition, or the more frequent is a repetition of this data, it becomes more and more stronger, and that real feeling, really existing feel becomes more and more stronger. Now, for the child, the mother is a very strong concept because the mother has been associated with the child from the day that the child was born. So, all five senses may be acting there, the seeing, frequent sound or her voice, frequent touching, and frequent smell from the mother. And also, if the mother is feeding, the frequent taste from that milk. Now, all these combine and again happening. When something is happening again and again, the final concept of real, final concept of being alive or really existing becomes very much stronger. That concept is not there for an aunt or maybe a neighboring house lady because that uh, the contemplation or that uh, volitional formation is much less when it comes to a neighboring person. But for the mother, the data is eventually every day, almost every hour life. The concept of the mother is being strengthened. Strengthening means more and more feeling stronger about her realness, her aliveness, her existence. That is, again, as I said, that is what you can explain as defilements. Your attachment, affection, and love to the mother. That is also can be explained as a current or a power. And that is also can be explained as a self or defilements. That is when that power is more, when the defilements of attachment is stronger. In such a situation, if there is a separation or for some reason uh, the mother dies, provided that the child has the concept or the thought about the death, the child will be devastated at the loss of the mother. That is because the concept of mother has become so real. Concept of the mother is very strong, and you can also say it is an attachment or clinging, whatever the word you can use. It is one of the strongest current or the strongest defilements. And strongly, myself is here. That is a current which is explained as. So, this is how the thoughts are formed. This is how our vocabulary was formed. And the small child may not have had even 5, 10 words. And with every moment of day to day activities, new words, new things, new thoughts are added to this vocabulary. Still, there may be new things adding to us also as adults, things that you have never seen or things you have never experienced, or even simply take an unknown plant or an unknown bird. So, sighting of that bird and hearing the name sound, that itself becomes a thought again. And the next day, if you happen to see that bird, that thought will come forward and say, ah, this is that bird whom I saw for the first time a few months ago. Now I know what it is. So see how the past thought was reproduced here. The moment you had one sensor function, the rest of the information, rest of the mental picture immediately constructs a fresh thought here. That mechanism is called telepathization. Also, you can say synchronization. So, in other words, the thought is reproduced here instantly. That is, no one is doing. You can't have that account and say, I remembered the name. You didn't do it. There's no one who did it. The power of that thought, the current of that thought is the one that you are explaining as yourself. So, when you know about the process of this thought formation, or in other words, the Pubbē Nivāsanusati Jnana, the wisdom of uh, knowing about the past thought formation, then you know instantly when a thought is formed right now, you know that how that thought is formed here. It is a reproduction or photocopying of the previously formed thought. Also, you can do various kinds of trials. Now, look at a famous figure, maybe from the local scene. You can see the when that person's face appears on the television screen. If there are 5 people in the room, the thought which is formed in the 5 people will be 5 totally different ones. One might say he's a useless because he has not been doing any important thing to the country. For another person, it will be a pleasant thing to see, or how nice to see. He's he's doing quite a lot of work to us. And another person may be just a neutral person, isn't he? I don't have anything particular to say about this man. So, like that, if you have another person might hate him, useless, and I feel sick even to look at this face. So, see the way that different thoughts are formed in the different systems. That 100% depends on the data which has been uh, introduced to this system time to time. That is why you get a completely different picture within each and every system. So now you can apply this to various other uh, stimuli also. How different people get different uh, thoughts uh, in relation to the same stimulus. That 100% depends on the data which has been introduced time to time. So again, is there a self here? Now that is the question you have to find out. This process, did it happen the way you wanted? Now just think about something unpleasant. Uh, Something you can, I'm trying to think of an example which may be common to every person. Recently, one mother was telling in a Zoom that the tenant's dog, uh, who is dirtying all the compound, her front yard, and uh, she has been telling them, she has been warning them so many times, but they are not interested about. They are not taking any steps to avoid the dog spoiling her front yard. So in such a situation, see now when she is walking in that stretch, if she happened to step on some dog's tools, that is just a touch to the skin, isn't it? And it is a thought which identified it as the dog's tools. And the moment you step in, and immediately that thought comes what it is, and just see how strongly and how quickly the rest of the thoughts are coming up. This is that dog's work. This is what that dog has done. And then not only that, the anger, the fire which is created immediately is reflected to the owners or the tenants. And not only that, it will continue. I'm going to terminate the contract with them. These people are so careless and so rude. They are not bothered about the inconvenience of the people. And I, being the owner of this house, they are not taking care at all of what I am saying. Now, see, these were the thoughts actually that she was explaining. I have taken it as an example. So, this flow of thoughts is secondary to uh, the data or the previously formed thoughts, isn't it? Now, that sort of a thought sometimes a person might feel, oh, good if I don't get angry with this, isn't it? You might think that I am for this Dhamma for a long time now. I am still struggling to not to get angry with such situations. Can you stay like that? You cannot say because of two conditions. One, the most important thing is that you do not have the correct vision or the samadhi. So, if you do not have the correct vision, if you do not have the samadhi, and also as a part of it, if you do not know this process of thought forming, you can't stop that thought becoming alive. So, more you are clearer with this samadhi, more clearer you are with the uh, understanding how these thoughts are formed, that there is no self who can control this. then uh, this thought formation is inevitable, and thought formation with such a power is inevitable. So the power cannot be controlled. That feeling that it is really, really a real situation, that concept cannot be broken if you do not have a good understanding about this darshan, and if you do not have this correct vision of the Sammaditthi. So, not only that, that thought becomes more and more powerful. We call it in Sinhala Situili Patavgahano. The Situili is having generations of thoughts, one after the other, one after the other. So many other thoughts are coming connected to that. So that each time the thought becomes very strong. Each incident. Now, if she has the same exposure, same incident happening tomorrow also when she's walking, again she steps on some dried dog poo and see that anger and that current that is generated is maybe 10 times more today, because she her understanding about how these thought formations was not adequate enough, and also her samadhi, her correct vision, uh, wasn't strong enough. So because of that, the thoughts are multiplied. Thoughts are felt more and more real. And more real means those thoughts are very heavy, and the thoughts are very strong, and it really feels alive and existing. And again, I am reminding that existent feeling, or that uh, feeling of alive and feeling of true, is what is explained or what is interpreted as self. So the self is stronger than yesterday. Today, with the repeated incident coming, the self is stronger than yesterday. So also you can say that the defilements are stronger. So when you understand this mechanism of how the thoughts are formed, automatically you realize that this is the mechanism, that how that thought of the chair rose up right now in this mind. How did the system get the thing called chair coming up right now? Because it is with this past thought formation, which is interpreted as a new thought now, which is reproduced as a new thought now. So the past perceptions will be reproduced here as a new perception. Past thought is reproduced as a new thought. And this mechanism, or this way of thing happening, is no one's responsibility. No one is doing this, no one is handling this process. It is a part of the natural flow. So when you understand this, you realize that thoughts are not something that is lasting in the mind. Each time we know that the thoughts are rapidly changing. And just before I mentioned the word dog poo, there was nothing related to dog poo in your mind, isn't it? Now, because we discussed that incident, see the mental picture that you are having in your thought. You may have had the same experience. You may have stepped on it at some time. You might even feel the smell of it right now. Just see the bad smell. You might feel it. So, what's that anything to do with your nose at this moment? No, nothing. So, this is how this thought process is occurring. So, the thought is not something lasting. Thought was not hiding anywhere. Thought was not stored anywhere. But right now, when the relevant causes were coming up or met together, the relevant thought form, the cause and effect phenomenon. So when the relevant causes are met, the relevant effect or the thought is formed. So you can work out on this how the thoughts are formed in this way. So that is the second step of contemplation, recognizing that the thought, there is no share in the thought also. It is simply a reproduction of a previous experience or a previous collection of perceptions right now. In that thought, there's no real light. There's no real sound also. There's no real smell. There's no real taste. And there's no real skin sensation either. So, putting these things together, you understand that there is nothing real in this thought, isn't it? Thoughts are instantly constructed then and there, and it's gone when the topic is changed. Now, from the chair, we switched on to the dog poo. And now, when we talk about the Dhamma facts, now it is changed to the Dhamma facts. So the previous thoughts aren't there anymore in the mind. So you can see that first step we checked, we found out that everything is a thought. And now we realize that there is nothing solid in the mind either. What is there in the mind was a kind of uh, a negative, not a real photograph, a negative from the previous uh, film roll. So it is some interpretation or it is some perceptions, collection of perceptions, which is actually felt as true. That is the important thing. So there is itta sanya or the perception of existence and the perception of self again occurring with each and every thought. So now that is solved. Pubbe Nivasanusriti Jnana, Chatupapata Jnana is seeing the thought formed at this moment. So these actually go hand in hand. For you to understand how this present thought was formed, you have to go to the previous thought formation. So to learn about the Chatupapata Jnana or the present perception, you have to go to the past perceptions. How to understand how this present thought is formed means you have to study how the thoughts started forming right from the beginning. So, what is the beauty here now? When you understand this, past thoughts are just simply presented as a mental picture here. You realize that there is nothing real in this thought. So the value which was given to the thought called chair slowly gets dissolved, isn't it? Because you know that the chair simply the thought called chair or the thought called the lampshade or the table lamp is simply a thought at this moment. And when you study, when you evaluate how it was formed from the past thoughts, you realize that it is just a collection of sanya or the perceptions. The word sanya itself gives that it is not something solidly lasting, isn't it? Yes. That word itself, I do not know how well it is, it gives that uh, feeling or that idea with the word perception. But when you talk the Sinhalese or the Pali word sanya, it gives some idea that it is not real. So the second step of contemplation, as I said, to understand that there's nothing called mind, also there's nothing solidly lasting in the mind, uh, called chair, table, lamp, pencil holder, wardrobe. So there is nothing permanent called these things. They are just creations in the mind instantly. So that realness or that really existing field becomes less strong now when you understand this Dhamma. So the second step, so again we do it in the form of walking. What we tell them is actually to just uh, see how the thoughts are instantly formed, uh, and the fact that the thought wasn't there just a fraction of second before, and the moment that the attention is given to something else, that thought is gone. And you must have the background knowledge here about how the thoughts are formed, about the Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnane and the Chutupapata Jnane. So when you have a complete understanding about these, you know that thought is something instantly created. And one of the things when we are guiding them in this walking is what we tell is take the thoughts which are felt as significant, because you can't be analyzing all the thoughts. So if a person steps on something sharp, which is felt as a prick, it is a body sensor function. So there's some pain felt by that. And that pain, along with that, person can see, is it a thorn or is it a stone? That thought came up there. Along with that, even before looking at the soul, the person has a mental picture about a sharp stone or a sharp rock, depending on how the person felt it. And that thought came up instantly. That thought came up instantly from a previous experience, because surely you have stepped on sharp stones in the past, and the pain which is related to that is something similar to what was experienced now. And because the skin was functioning in the normal way, that feeling of pain occurred, and as a result, the previous thought about the uh, previous thought about the thorn or the stone prick was reproduced instantly here. So you can see that it has just the mind sensor was working, but instantly the body sensor was functioning, and along with the mind sensor, rest of the mental picture was completed to say that pain is due to a prick from a thorn or a stone. And the thought will further go ahead and say, have a look. So you might stop and have a look at that. And again, the eye sensor will uh, see it as a shape, and the mind sensor will recognize it as a pointed stone. And immediately, the body sensor function will create an action by removing it. Now, isn't this the process that is happening with each and every activity? Can you put yourself into uh, that part of the drama? Because everything happens automatically, isn't it? It's a part of the system. You do not actually have thoughts even. Just uh, it happens as a part of this system where looking at it and wiping off the stone, all those things will occur just within a minute or two. So this is actually how you have to work out and how you have to self experiment. Now it is very clear that thought was formed instantly, and the next moment that thought is gone. But if you say that I remembered about that thorn prick or that prick by the sharp stone, that is a new thought. It is not that this thought was hiding somewhere and coming to the surface. Again, it comes as a new thought. Again, that telepathizing from the previous exposure, telepathizing or synchronizing of the previous thought coming up again. It can sometimes happen when the pain recurs again. When you are walking, you feel the pain again, and quickly that whole picture comes up. Even the way that you remove the stone will come as a complete picture, isn't it? So, this is how the thoughts are formed. So, the thoughts are not lasting in the mind, thoughts are then and they are formed, and always thought is a reproduction of a previous thought. The thought is a synchronization of a previous thought or telepathization of a previous thought. So that is the second level of contemplation. So basically, the knowledge about darshan is essential here because how these thoughts are formed, the mechanism has to be very well understood here. And the third level of contemplation, actually speaking, you, even though you separate out to four levels like this, towards the end, you feel that all four are occurring at the same time. And particularly for a person who is very familiar with these practices, you don't have to go along these four steps. You feel that the final experience is coming spontaneously. So the third level is actually now we realize that this is nothing to do with the outside. And this is nothing to do with something existing in the mind also. And now what we have to understand is that this is a series of functions of the senses. So actually the third step is that to recognize that this is just some senses are functioning. Series of sensors are functioning one after the other, isn't it? So if you take this same incident about stepping on a sharp stone, it's the body sensor which was first experienced. Body sensor and the mind sensor which gave the impression with the past experience could be a stone or a stone, and then the mind sensor comes, have a look, and then the eye sensor looking at it, and again recognizing is by the mind sensor. Always we know that eye sensor means just taking a photo, and recognizing it as a stone is a mind sensor. That again, the mind sensor is identifying that as a stone is a reproduction from a previous thought. This is a thought, this is not a thorn, this is a stone. that identification comes from the previous data. So again, there is some telepathization. So the identification with the mind sensor as a stone, and then the mind sensor again remove it, the kind of a order, command, and then the body sensor will come into action. The hands will be moving, wiping off the stone. Then it's done again with the guidance of the eye sensor and the mind sensor and the body sensor. All three work one after the other, taking turns, and the action of wiping it off occurs. And the eye sensor and the mind sensor combine to come to the conclusion it's okay now. You can keep the foot back. Now, actually, even though I use the word you here, this is a sensors coming up one after the other, one after the other. It's so mechanical. Now, you can see how these robots are functioning, isn't it? The robotic machines, same way, the data has been included. It's something similar to the uh, Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnane for us. We have the past data or the previous exposures, past data. That is the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnane. So, in the same way, to the robotic machine also, the the people who construct it or manufacture it will feed some data. According to the data, the robotic machine will work. So, is there any difference from that to the human being or any other animal? Now, take a deer. The eye sensor or seeing a shape, and the mind sensor comes to the conclusion danger and run. And danger, that thought comes up from the previous data as a little fawn, a little small deer. The fawn does not have an idea about the dangers. It is from the mother's reactions that the fawn learns that this is the danger. And sometimes it is a sound, the ear sensor. So the eye sensor and ear sensor gives rise to a danger. And next is run. So run is a mind sensor and the body sensor will start moving. So there's no difference actually between the animals and the humans, but we have a more advanced system of data, whereas the animals do have very primitive level. So always, whoever the living being, different ways of sensor functioning is the one which can be attributed at the end. So can you find out where the self is here in this system? If it is only the sensors are functioning one after the other, there's no self who can be identified here. But always we tend to tie up that tag, myself. I can see, I can hear, and I can taste, I can uh, feel the smell, and I can feel the skin sensation. So always this me, myself, I label is coming always. But actually, the each and every thought, which is a powerful thing, each and every thought, it has a current. Because of the volitional formation, it has a current. Because of repeated happening, it has a current. That current is the one which is interpreted as self. I think this sentence, not only me, I'm sure some of our colleagues may have repeatedly mentioned. the current is the one which is felt as myself. But it depends how deeply it penetrates to a system. Some people may have heard this sentence so many hundred times again and again, even on daily basis. But still, sometimes it doesn't sort of go into the hard disk of the system. By knowledge, they will say, oh, yes, yes, this, the fire is the myself. But that's it. It doesn't go beyond that. That is a level that Aryan Maharse and Lord Buddha also explained, the Padaparama state. It doesn't go to the hard disk at all, however much you try to explain. But it doesn't mean that that person is going to be Padaparama forever. It may be relevant to this particular stimulus. So the third step is, as I said, to see it as sensor functions. The kind of a reminder has to be done. It's not me who is seeing, the eye is seeing. The sound is just a sound to the ear, not that I am hearing. So, this kind of reminder sometimes is necessary because we have been assuming as I am seeing, I am hearing. So, whenever it is possible, pay attention to these stimuli and try to understand it's not me, there's no self here. If I have a pain, I have to remind it's not my pain, it's a pain to the body sensor. And actually, if you think in that way, especially when it is kind of a suffering, the degree of suffering becomes less because that mental component is no more there. But remember, when you have a pain now, for example, that uh, prick due to the stone, if you have a pain even afterwards, if you can see it from that angle, that it's a pain due to the body sensor function, it's not my pain. So when you try to see from that angle, it always helps to reduce the severity or the density of that suffering. So do it as a practice. That is what uh, we were advised. Do it as a practice. Not only during this 1 day program, but even at home, this is something that you have to repeatedly practice. It as a sensor function. This is seeing only, not me. This is a hearing only, not me. This is a tasting only, not me. This is a smelling only, not me. And this is a feeling of the skin, not me. So, like that, you can work out, you can practice on this to make it more and more stronger because already that concept of myself is very strong. So when you are reversing, again, you have to put a strong effort. So understanding each of them that it is not self, but it is a sensor function, is has to be practiced regularly and kind of a reminder, kind of an active thinking, active thought that this is not me. This is uh, the the sensor function only. Going a little deeper about the sensor function, are the sensor functions true? That is other question that we have to answer. Are we really seeing it? Are we really hearing it? Are we really feeling us? Is there a real taste here? Is there a real smell here? That is the other thing that you have to understand. Actually, what happens at the sensor levels? At the sensor levels, what happens is due to the speed, something which was not there is created as if it is really there. Now, that is something probably new to most of you if you have not listened to Buddothpado sermons earlier. And we know that these things are very clearly mentioned in the sutras. The Lord Buddha's famous example, metaphor, turning a fireball fast, which creates the picture of or appearance of a fire circle. Something which was not there is created as if it is really there. So the fire circle is something that is created instantly, isn't it? Because of the speed. So if the speed was not there, you can't talk about this creation. Now, uh, if you take this example again, if the speed is slower or spinning, you can separately see the fireball, isn't it? But if it is very fast, you will really see it as a solid fire ring. So the same mechanism occurs at the sensor levels. Because there is a fast vibration at the eye level, there's something called light is created. Because of the fast vibration at the eardrum level, something called sound is created. Because of the fast vibration at the tongue level, something called taste is created. Similarly, the smell and the skin function. Now, in all these instances, there's a fast vibration, fast functional change that occurs, and it gives rise to the feeling that it is really there. So, the light is felt as real, sound is felt as real. So, the smell, taste, and the skin sensation, they are felt as real because of the speed. Then can you say that there is something real in any of those situations? No. So if the light is not real, if the sound is not real, if the smell is not real, if the taste is not real, if the skin sensation is not real, uh, then the thought which is a result of that, can you call it a real one? No. That again proves what we tried to explain in the previous step, isn't it? So we do experience the senses. There is no self here, but the senses are something is felt. And that alone, when you penetrate deep into that, we realize that there is nothing permanent called light, also, nothing permanent called sound, nothing permanent called taste, nothing permanent called smell, or nothing permanent called the skin sensations also. Then definitely the thought can't be permanent, isn't it? So everywhere is impermanence. So now that is a third level of contemplation, seeing it, focusing to the sensor level. But underneath that, the clear understanding should be there that even though we focus to the sensor, there's nothing real in that sensor also. So continuously this mechanism is happening in the day-to-day life. And what happens in the dream? Are we escaping in the dreams? No. We are seeing colors. We are hearing sounds. We feel the skin sensations also. You might say that he hit me in the sleep, in my dream, and I feel as if it is still hurting me. You might say that I saw her in a red sari. So you have seen the colors also. You will say that I tasted that fish curry in my dream, so delicious, and it gave that real aroma of that uh, traditional fish curry also. See now, your senses have been functioning even in the dream, isn't it? They are all components of that mind sensor function, which we label as dream. But it looks as if all five senses have been really functioning. So, this is actually what is happening even in the real life. You are daydreaming and night dreaming. You are dreaming in the night sleep and you are dreaming while you are awake. In both situations, the sensors are functioning. Sensor function means due to a speed, something is felt as if it is really happening. So, the third level of contemplation is actually uh, just to uh, just to see how uh, these senses are functioning. Focus on the senses and also realizing that there is nothing in the senses also. And finally, we come to the last one. Uh, see that there is no self here. Actually, that is now by that time, there's nothing for you to think separately because right now, up to now, it's very clear that this is just a system which is functioning without a person. So, the previously, I think I made a mistake about the number of days yesterday. Total is the 7 days in this one. So, 2 days the Darshana was explained. The third day was the very first day where the first level of contemplation was practiced. And the fourth day, the second level of contemplation. Fifth day, the third level of contemplation. And sixth day, the fourth level of contemplation. And seventh day, Aranvasa said that do not try to focus on any uh, of the practices. Just relax. Just relax and attend to the day to day activities in the monastery or the temple, wherever you have been practicing. So just feel free. And that by that time, what Aranvasi was trying to say was that the system will be able to see, like watching a drama, how these thoughts are flowing, how the different events of the day to day activities are occurring like a drama happening. So, the fourth day is actually to see the things, let the things happen, realizing that there is no self here. So, as I said, for a person who has been practicing this for some time, uh, going from first step onwards may not be necessary also and may not be practical also. Automatically the mind is kind of now used to the four steps. It might go to the third or fourth step straight away, which I remember our Aryan Mahansi, our noble friend, said that it's okay. So those are the four levels of contemplation. It is a process of slowly taking a system from the mundane level actually to the level of anatma, where there is no self, the no self experience. Things are happening without a self. So these are actually called action minds because without a self, the things are happening. And those thoughts will not have any consequences. Those thoughts do not have a current within them, so there are no sequelae or no consequences. Even though you practice these four steps on different days, when you are more familiar with this, it happens automatically that things are happening without a self. Now people can see how the general activities at home front occurs without a burning or without any power, without any current. Even though I am trying to explain these as words, sometimes uh, they might look like thoughts because it is understood only by a person who has this deep understanding. But this is the format actually. So, with this format, the person will feel it will gradually it will get applied to the day-to-day activities, uh, especially for a person who has been coming to these programs and now it is being conducted, uh, summed up as one day program where the darshan is taught in the morning half and the afternoon with a brief introduction, the four steps one after the other with uh, an interlude in between. People are allowed to express their views and people are allowed to tell their experiences. And then the next step is introduced and it is practiced. So finally, there's a discussion time, and we all combine and a kind of interactive session where some people explains very correctly how they uh, experienced. Some may not have. Even there may be a small percentage of people who unknowingly were drawn into that samatha side or the concentration meditation. Uh, there have been very many occasions where they said that I didn't realize because I have been doing concentration meditation for a long time. My walking automatically became a concentration meditation, focusing on the walking. So those are things that can happen practically. Those things have been explained by the people. So those are mistakes that can occur to any person. So discussing them is very important. Discussing and then trying to correct them is very important. So even for a person who automatically got dragged onto the samatha meditation, that's okay. That is inevitable because mind often gets attracted to something that has been doing for some time. Here, the difference is this walking here is done as a penetrative meditation or the vidarshana bhavana. It's nothing to do with the concentration meditation. And here, we are focusing on all five senses. That is other difference. When you are doing concentration meditation, it is a focusing to the touch sensation or the body sensation. But here we are practicing all five, not necessarily the walking. It may be a part of the walking at one time, something that is felt hard to the soul, or the sound of the walking. Or maybe when you are looking down, you see the the leg moving forward, or maybe the rustling sound of your skirt. And in addition, it's not only the walking, there are so many other stimuli, so many other thoughts which come. Uh, it may be a sound from the rustling board leaves. It may be a sound of a loudspeaker from the distance. And it may be a smell of some incense sticks or some flowers. It may be a shape to the eye, something that is seen in front of you. An ant, which is a big black ant that is crossing the path, or a line of ants which are crossing the path. It may be a flower fallen on the ground. It may be some kind of fruit fallen from a tree. It may be some water on the ground. Now, see, so many things can be observed or can be experienced as one of the stimuli. So, here, all five senses may not be the taste sense or the jiva vijnana, but most of the other four will be experienced time to time. And Lord Buddha said, for Vidarshana meditation, there's no specific posture. All four postures, he said, the walking, sitting, standing, and lying down. Whereas concentration meditation, mostly it is in one posture. Either you are seated so as I said, the posture is irrelevant, whereas for the concentration meditation, it is mostly the seated position or sometimes walking, where mainly the body sensor is the one which is concentrated. So the Vidarshana meditation is seeing how it is happening. Let the little toddler move around. Let the toddler mm, mm, explore whatever is around, but keep an eye. Whereas in concentration meditation, you are trying to keep the toddler in one place, or you are trying to carry him and keep him static. You don't let the toddler explore the things. So that is something like that. In Vidarshana meditation, what you try to do is you allow your mind to be free and be an observer. Whereas in concentration meditation, you don't allow the mind to be free. You try to keep the mind possibly focused to one attention or one focus. So we know that the uh, Vidarshana meditation is not difficult to do in spite of disturbances from outside. That is the beauty of it, because even that disturbance becomes another sense function, isn't it? The things that you label as disturbances is simply another sensor function. And if there is an irritation or unhappiness to that stimulus, again, that is a sensor function, that is a mind sensor. And so, whether the outside sounds are there is immaterial. With whatever you are doing, whatever your activities are, you can do the Vidarshana meditation. Whereas concentration meditation, you need a calm and quiet environment. And not only that, people who are doing concentration meditation lose their temper when they are disturbed, which shouldn't actually happen in a meditation, isn't it? But Vidarshana meditation, that becomes yet another sense of function. If there is a self only, the self will get angry. If there is no self here, if there is no uh, if there is no self, uh, there's no person to get angry, isn't it? So Vidarshana meditation is something that you can apply with whatever the environment. whatever the activity you are doing, uh, and even the situations where there are lots of noises from the surrounding. In all such situations, the vidarshana meditation or the insight meditation can be done. Concentration meditation, you need a quiet, serene place. So certainly, while working, you can't do the concentration meditation. And we know that the concentration meditation only helps finally to reach certain meditative states, which are not permanent ones. Always a self is there. Self is not identified because it has become so fine. It has become so subtle. It is not even identified. So that is a danger of the hermits that who are doing this concentration meditation for a long, long, long time. Their thinking pattern has become so fine, but they do not realize that the self is there. They like to maintain that relaxed type of feeling. And we know that if the physical body comes to an end, these sort of vibrations will remain something like dormant for a long time. And then finally, at some stage, it will synchronize to some other vibration. So the life cycle again starts for them. So the four levels of contemplation, you can first try to do it stepwise. uh, and there are many recordings of this program. I'm sure you can find from our website. uh, is what I explained may not be sometimes clear enough. So always from Maran Mahase's voice, you can find out from the website. So because there were so many sermons that he did uh, to explain these four steps, and particularly the third and fourth ones are something that is felt. The first and second are mostly related to the mind. So first you have to think and actively think and do it. The third and fourth are mostly at the field level. So what happens when you practice this again and again? Uh, the system becomes used to do the things without the self. That self concept becomes less and less prominent, and it becomes as if there is a robotic function. A robot is doing some work according to the program. So it's not different from a robotic function. And the beauty is that whatever the work which has to be done, the, the power or the current is not there. Power or the current becomes minimal. But the activities, whatever your routines are happening in the same way. Sometimes it's more effective, more efficient. And also the way that you are reacting at home with the home people also might be obviously different to what it was earlier. Even though you do not say anything, there might be some very uh, happy or positive comments from your life, from your family members, because the way you interact with them changes when you realize that there is no self here, the fact that there is no person who is doing, but it is some sensor functions which are taking turn. You are turning towards samadhi. Samadhi means a correct vision. So when the vision is corrected, the fire which is created at each and every thought becomes less and less. And that means In other words, the defilements are getting less and less. The burn that was coming up, the current which was coming up becomes less and less. That is called asavakya jnanaya. Ashrava keles aduiganayama. Ashrava means the defilements. Defilements are getting dissolved. That is felt by the system. You might wonder, oh, I used to get really annoyed with this type of things. Now we can take the same example about that dog poo. That mother might feel that even if I step on that, I mean, it becomes simply another incident only. I might go and wash my leg and the slipper, that's all. And even if I see the tenants, I might have a little smile and talk a couple of words. So there will be definitely there will be changes because each and every thought is not given, not added with that uh, value or the current. And each and every moment, each and every thought, when it happens without the current, automatically there is a kind of a meditative state. And that is explained as Adhigata Samadhi. The thoughts or the stimuli occur, they are simply becoming incidents only, and no power continued, no strings and strings of thoughts coming up with that. Even if that thought comes up again as a repetition, the current is less than the previous time. Because of the samadhi, the system sees it as simply another thought, and less power is there in the thought. It will fade off very soon. It will not create another stress by coming up again and again. So these are the guidelines given by R.N. Maharshi. He has practiced these for so many years, and now he is teaching us how to do it. And in some of the programs, he has actually cut down the 4 steps into 2 steps because he's also uh, practicing different how effectively we can give this message or this understanding to the person who is practicing. So, with a vast knowledge about the experiences happening throughout the island in different places regarding these 4 levels of contemplation, he's changing the pattern actually. So he's changing the way that are being done. So it becomes more effective sometimes. Uh, Even within a shorter period, the message can be given more effectively. So it's nice actually to meet other people who are practicing or who are listening to Buddothpado Deshana. And one of the things that Taran Mahasi always explains is that sometimes when you know a little bit, you go to that kind of uddache where you think that now you understand this Dhamma very well. Don't take it so simply also, because we know that even Lord Buddha's time, Anandero once said that this dependent origination or the Paticca Samuppada is very easy to understand. He was kind of having an overestimation about himself. And Lord Buddha said, no, Ananda, don't tell like that. Dependent origination or the Patijasampada is one of the most difficult things to understand. You will know it as words. You will know it as a knowledge. But having a deep understanding about that is not as easy as that. So Lord Buddha explained about the Patijasamuppada, about the dependent origination very clearly to Ananda Thero, and he realized that it is not as easy as he mentioned. So similarly, even the present day, mm, not only the people from the Buddothpado series, but in other uh, areas also we see lots of people doing Dhamma sermons in the social media. If you check, so many people, either as monks or as lay people, they are doing sermons, and they give various names also to themselves to indicate that they have reached the Arhat state. So these are actually misleading, greatly misleading, because people, as mundane world people, they tend to believe what is very impressive, sometimes something which is very different, because that is the nature of the mind, that the mind is trying to find something different always, something more exciting, and also something simple, easy to do. So identifying those areas, some of these people who are doing sermons select specific ways of conveying this message, trying to do it in a more attractive way. So this is so unfortunate. Uh, Even at Lord Buddha's time, mm, Devadatta monk tried to break it off from the traditional way of teaching from Lord Buddha and tried to have his own chapter, which was unsuccessful at the end. But it is happening more and more nowadays in the present time, which actually, unfortunately, misleads many people. Particularly, it is felt as something very simple, when it is felt as something very attractive. The way that a person is talking sometimes is very attractive. So the person who is like the blind person who is groping in the dark, the person who is blind with the uh, ignorance or the avijja, can fall into these type of traps. So what we invite you is to listen to this Buddhootpada sermons. Listen to few of the sermons and see the difference. See how it is being applied to your day-to-day activities. That should be the measuring stick. If it is if you feel that it is being applied to your day-to-day life, and if you feel that you are defiled ones, the fire which was ignited within you is becoming less and less powerful, then there can't be any other uh, reason, any other way to check it, isn't it? That confirms that what you heard was correct. So we invite you to listen to this Buddhottama sermons. And as I said earlier, if you can check more things from the website, and also please do join the discussion time from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. If you have anything to get clarified, because there are a few very experienced preachers under the guidance of uh, Aran Wahanse. They are doing this discussion. So if there is anything that we cannot sort out, always it can be directed to our noble friend Aran Wahanse. And Aran Wahanse has been guiding us all this time. Uh, and he interrupt sometimes in the Zooms. If he hears something is not correct, he immediately takes the necessary steps to correct it. So we are not doing the things blindly. We are doing the things under his guidance. So it is very unusual to get things wrong to another person. Uh, so I will conclude my session here. I want to say with the greatest respect, and we are very thankful for your all your guidance. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. May our friends who are helping be blessed by Triple Gem, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. Thiruvan Saranai.
non-vibration itself. So the noble friendship uh, will be something that even the vibration will actually succumb or fail or the to the power of the non-vibration, because we feel like non-vibration must be not having any power, but actually Aranwanse tells this all the time, like non-vibration is the power. That is the power actually, because we have different powers in everyone through the vibration, but non-vibration is the power which is actually radiating to everything, to the trees, to the beings, and
Mm.
the whole world. It will be felt. It has to be felt, and it will be felt knowingly or unknowingly. Knowingly is the people who actually know that this must be one on vibration, but then unknowingly, it's happening unknowingly too, and that's beautiful, because the the non-vibration to manifest in an era is very rare. Lord Buddha has explained that non-vibration, there are times that non-vibration does not manifest, like Buddha Shunya Kalpa. Buddha
Mm.
Shunya Kalpa means that it is not happening. You can't telepathy into non-vibration in that, so there's no noble friend, because noble friend is none other than the non-vibration. It's not a, we feel as it as a like a person. We might specifically in the beginning you might feel it as a person. It's not. The noble friendship is uh, not with a person, and it is not actually standing beside the noble friend, because now you understand it has nothing to do with standing near the noble friend.
Yes.
It is synchronizing with the noble friend, and more you synchronize, more you are closer to non-vibration, and that's the beauty of this Dhamma, and everything happening at the moment in the world and in Sri Lanka and in Tombagoda. It's all about this spreading of kindness, compassion,
Yes.
and love.
Yes.
Yes, Thirusan.
Exactly, Dr. Kokila. Exactly, because the first advice given in that Bhante's, Venerable Bhante's sermon is also you have to be humble, kind, and compassionate. That is because in the form of these perfections, in the discussions, in these groundbreaking revelations, also Dr. Kokila Aryan Mahanse took all these points one by one and explained actually the real meaning of all these perfections. And so to be humble, be kind, that is actually selfless love, selfless kindness, which is completely free from selfishness, because otherwise the kindness, love, whatever we say, there are different levels of that. So this is actually uh, basically the without the involvement of a person self, if you can spread love and kindness. So from Domagoda he
that happens actually with this beautiful ceremony held today. And the other thing, Dr. Kokila, it is important to remind the people, all the devotees of Buddothpado, this ceremony it will actually go on for near one whole month. From today, the next enshrinement of sacred relics will happen at Matara. Then the procession will proceed to Tissa Maharama, then to Badulla, then Mahiyanganaya, Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, Kurunegala, Kandy, then Kalaniya. By 17th of December, they will arrive at Tumbakuda International Meditation Center once again. And the beauty is it is not just enshrinement of sacred relics. Along with them, there will be sermons and the opportunity for everyone to take part in practical meditation programs. So, actually, we can make an open invitation for everyone, although due to this extremely bad weather conditions, they were unable to take part in the main celebration, this ceremonial enshrinement of sacred relics at Dombagada, but they still have the opportunity to join the religious ceremony in their localities and also to participate in meditation programs. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
And I think Surangika is also here. I think she can join in and tell us a few words about today. I don't know whether she has seen the whole program, but yeah, she can join as well if she is in a possible place to talk.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and Teruvan Saranai, Dharma friends. Yes, I did have the chance to, not the whole thing, but to view a little here and there of the ceremony. I did also see this morning, the late last night arrival of Bante from Thailand. And as R.N. Mahanse mentioned, it was truly beautiful how they had decorated the entire area, I think from the road where the turn off to Domagoda, I believe. I mean, I'm just guessing because I haven't been there. Decorating the whole thing with those streams of light right up to the monastery itself, almost as if it was daylight. Lots of people with great gratitude, appreciation of R.N. Mahansa's Dhamma have got together at the meditation center and in order to welcome Bante with the sacred relics. And not only that, I think this opportunity, as R.N. Mahans and quite a few people had mentioned in certain talks during the day, what is so significant about this is that this relationship that is being closely bonded kind of thing with Thailand and this Thai monk and the Venerable Bante is just a prelude to things to come, to a stronger relationship between the countries, stronger relationship between monasteries, Sri Lanka and the Thai monastery that the Bante resides. But not only that, the word that would spread because of these good deeds and the ceremony that is being held here, not only, as Sudama said, not only is the enshrinement of the relics and the opportunity to see them and worship them, but also because the practical program of R.N. Mahansas is going to be also part and parcel of this program, as the Bante makes his way across the country to so many Metmal Aranas and other monasteries. The combination of the visiting and seeing the relics along with the practical program is going to attract so many devotees, and most of them, or possibly, quite a lot of them, could be people who are new to Buddothpado Dhamma or the true Dhamma philosophy. And that is going to be the greatness of this whole endeavor, isn't it? Because that is what Aryan Maharsa has always tried to do through this community of people who have got together after listening to the Buddothpado Dhamma, and we have been spreading the message, spreading it through leaflets, pamphlets, books, to temples, schools, monasteries, so on and so forth. And this is going to be another big, massive step in that direction because of the relics, as well as Bhante being a close, having the close relationship with Aryan Maharsa. And so all these things are going to be draw cards for people to not only come to these monasteries, come to Metmalarana, but then the curiosity will also be there. What is this Dhamma? Why is this? Why are these people so, feeling so light, feeling so greatly liberated? You can, as Sudama said, if Bhante itself noticed that about the people who have got together and are working so harmoniously, so peacefully to this cause at the International Meditation Center, so too will other fellow Sri Lankans, other fellow Buddhists who have not heard of the Dhamma but come to see the relics, will wonder, what is this? We haven't heard this Dhamma before. There must be something here. And then that is going to be the way that will open the path for them to listen to this Dhamma. So I think that is the far-reaching effect of Bhante's visit. And the next whole month is going to be a magnificent opportunity for that. So I think we are all truly grateful for Aryan Maharsa for forging these relationships when he was in Thailand, and for Bhante's visit. And we thank and worship Bhante Thero from Thailand, as well as he continues his tour across the country. Theruvan Sannai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Ms. Surangika, you correctly said actually this is an eye-opener for everyone. For the people, actually, the devotees of Buddothpado, of course, they will also be inspired, and they will kind of feel, I mean, whatever the level that they are in the path, they will they will be motivated, and seeing the unity of the people who are directly working towards this goal, one goal under the guidance and instructions of Buddothpado Aryan Maharsa. And also there is a revival of Buddhist philosophy, Buddhism in Sri Lanka right now, because in this ceremony also they were advertised on television channels, in programs. The program presenters mentioned about this beautiful ceremony and made an open invitation to everyone. And similarly, since this is going to happen across the country, everywhere, like hill country, then the north central points, then Anuradhapura, those areas also, the people will see, as you said, correctly said, this is not just an exhibition of sacred relics or just the opportunity to come and see or worship them alone. They will go back with this beautiful message. They will definitely go back with this beautiful message. So, Theruvan Saranai to Dr. Kokila and Ms. Surangika. I beg your permission to leave. There are some programs and people are like getting ready to leave also.
That's
So,
all right.
please.
Actually, we can hand over the Zoom. Yeah, it's all good. We can hand over the Zoom at any time to the Zoom, Sinhala Zoom discussion. I don't know whether it's Indrani who is here. Not sure who is actually holding this.
I think you can continue with as usual, Dr. Kokila. I don't know whether going to join the Zoom from here. If it is so,
okay.
they will join. I will know. Yeah, please. Theruvan Saranai. Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai. So, yeah, it is very beautiful, and we talk about this Dhamma every day, and it is it is, I mean, we need to kind of reach, Dhamma should reach, the truth should reach people, and for truth to reach people, we kind of has to do something, and we do things like we put the sermons into TV programs, we put the Dhamma sermons to radio, and this is kind of another way of actually getting the truth to pay all the people in the world. And that's not easy. And just by getting their attention, it doesn't mean that it is definitely going to be understood. Some people might say, oh, it's too much, too difficult or too deep. But still, someone definitely might try and understand too. So this is open for everyone. Even if you come to criticize it, you might find that how beautiful this Dhamma is if you are an open-minded person. The difficulty is we are not open-minded people. We are usually close-minded people. So it is like pouring water into a close cup, isn't it? Because then no water will retain. Sometimes it is like that, but we don't stop there. Lord Buddha's message was to give Dhamma to everyone, and Aranwase is trying his best to do that, and we all support him for whatever the way we can. And we try to put a little notice saying Buddothpado and put the YouTube channel sites there. Someone may actually see it and check on it. Who knows? Likewise, we try to put it out there so that, like, very randomly only we started listening to Aranwase. So it never been told to, never been pressed into listen to anything. We just listen, and it's like kind of used to inspire so much. We just continue to listen. So likewise, there would be people who just by one sermon would be so attracted to that. And even though the truth may not have been felt, it doesn't necessarily matter. What matters is being open-minded and being able to actually do a little research about this Dhamma, which is not that bad. You have to have a kind of a ability to research on something where kind of another way is just take it wholeheartedly without any argument and just take it as it is. That is another way as well. That can happen to any mother in the village also, because they might take it so literally, so they are so close to that truth, and they will feel the non-vibration, the Lord Buddha state. But another one would be having so many arguments about it, but still that also might open up the avenues to understand this. What do you think, Surangika? Do you think you can add something there?
Yes, definitely, Dr. Kokila, because it just came to my mind that Aranwase has said that, when someone is not having 3 meals a day, or at least even 1 meal a day, when someone doesn't have a roof above that person's head, when someone doesn't have a meal, you can give that person a large parcel. You can give that person some food. You can maybe provide that person a temporary one night's shelter. But then that is only temporary, isn't it? That meal that is given is going to assuage that person's hunger only for a day. You might give the person for a week, but can you keep on doing it? No, you can't. And that person's hunger is going to come back over and over again. But whilst that kind deed, and no one is going to say no to that, everyone, a person who is humane will still do that. What is going to be done, or what is being done by giving the true Dhamma message to a person, is that we are turning the person from that whole samsaric cycle and paving the way for that person to realize through innate understanding and bringing a cessation to this whole suffering by understanding that there wasn't a soul here, that this is a non-soul existence, and this whole so-called existence has been created, and the suffering comes from this whole misconception of a self and a persona that we think and we have created purely through ignorance. So the true Dhamma message is by far the most profound message one can ever give. It is the most profound act of kindness in every sense of the word, but definitely not from a conventional sense of the word. One can think about it from a conventional term as well, but the kindness, the compassion that we talk from a metta perspective, from the Dhamma angle, goes far beyond that point. And Sudharma explained earlier about the Bhante saying, be kind and happy and be humble. But when Aryan talks about those words, it is not a person here being kind. It is not a person here being humble, isn't it? Because when one realizes the Dhamma, and when one realizes there was nothing here in the first place, and there was never a person here in the first place. And when that whole self-persona and the self-vibration melts away, there isn't anybody here to fatten the ego. There isn't anybody here to protect and to enliven or to give value to, and so on. And if there is no one here, then it is that selflessness that comes about automatically, isn't it? And through that itself, the protection or the interest is only of the other person, of wanting, of the doing good, is the doing good in the sense of liberating or helping to liberate or show the path to liberation for that other person and to others, because there is no longer an agenda for the self, because the self has been annihilated because there wasn't a self, and that realization itself brings that understanding, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, and the in Sinhala we call metta, karuna, mudita, upeksha, and not exactly sure whether we are telling exact meaning when we say loving kindness, compassion, and no, yeah, I don't know whether we have any specific words for them, but I think it is kind of beyond our normal day-to-day life. What we talk is actually far less than this one which will be felt by a noble friend with non-vibration. So what is important is how much loving kindness would be felt by such a system about the whole suffering, people with suffering. Suffering can be really variable, but everyone suffers in one way or another. But actual happiness is in the same place. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to actually seek anything. It is here. It's just that we don't know. And that's where we get corrected every day by the noble friend, that actually non-vibration is just here, and the absence of suffering is just here. And it's actually the absence of suffering which we call the extreme kind of tranquility what we get when we understand this Dhamma. So it is so beautiful, and the programs like this will actually attract the vibrations, and it will lead to more and more non-vibrations. And if this is to make any difference to the world, this power should keep increasing, the non-vibration power. So it has to happen. If there is a considerable effect to happen, it has to improve. It has to, Lord Buddha, if he's just alone, he can't keep giving this to everyone. This one person. I mean, nowadays we have Zoom meetings, we have internet, we have YouTube, we have more opportunities, but the power is having more power of non-vibration, or and that is what is going to happen, and that is what is important. So everything will be balanced, because imbalance, if the vibration is too much, the imbalance causes problems. Naturally, this Buddha status or non-vibration will surface due to the toxicity of the vibrations. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, if we think about particularly having these type of ceremonies will also pique the interest of the Thai people as well, isn't it? I mean, in these countries, Australia, New Zealand, also when we go to monasteries, Ajahn Chah monasteries as well, there's quite a big community of quite a big Thai community of
Yes,
people.
the big one. Yeah.
Yeah. So even the one that I go to as well. So they are so devoted to the temple and to the rituals and
I think
following
much
the Dhamma.
devoted than us, I think.
I think so, exactly. And so if in these monasteries and through these visit ones, think the word spreads as well, if they get the opportunity, what we'd like to say through this English Zoom is approach, if you haven't heard of this Dhamma before, approach it with a sense of curiosity. If you think that this is something that will help you in your path, you must have heard about Vidarshana, because Ajahn Chah teachings are very, very famous worldwide. You have heard about it, and even the monastery that I went to recently said that they're moving into Vidarshana practice quite a lot, not just on concentration meditation. So that seems to be almost like a change or a twist into the right direction. So this is essentially Vidarshana practice that Buddothpado and Vahanse is trying to propagate through these teachings and through the many monasteries in Sri Lanka. And this is, I'm sure, the topic of the foremost topic that he has chatted so many times with Bhante from Thailand. And if you are interested, if you think you are having a personal sorrow or suffering, if you think you're suffering from depression and you can't find a way out, or if you want to if you're just curious, or if you want to just think that, okay, I know Buddhism this much, but I haven't heard about this stream of Buddhism, I want to just find out just for knowledge. It doesn't matter. If you come with any kind of intention, it's okay. Come and see for yourself is the Buddha's teaching, because in whatever way it is being given, the message can be given true, but finally the understanding will come if you approach it with in any form. Sometimes, as Dr. Kokila said, it can be through a quiet acceptance of the message without question. Sometimes you might have already a lot of knowledge and of teachings of Buddhism in different types of Mahayana or Theravada. It doesn't matter. And you might just want to find out more, but it's okay. In any of those ways, just come and listen, come and understand, or join the English Zoom, or come to the International Meditation Center. Bookings are open through, I think, booking.com. It is very easy to come down to Sri Lanka and spend those days. It's a beautiful environment, and in that environment, very conducive for listening to these pure, absolutely pure Dhamma teachings. And you will find a difference. You will find that the things that have probably you might have had questions about will gradually start falling away, and things will fall into place when you start understanding what these true Dhamma teachings are, understanding this whole self-conception and the drushti, or the misconception around that, understanding the mind and how the workings of it is. So there's a lot of potential to bring this peace and calmness into one's lives, and then take away this message into your countries and into Thailand as well, and to those beautiful monasteries out there. So we invite people to think about all this and either participate in the proceedings. If you are, there could be Thai people in Sri Lanka who would be interested as well. You can take part in these proceedings. But then even for the international community as well. Yes, Theruvan Sannai.
Yeah, that's kind of a summary here. The beauty of Dhamma is unspeakable. Actually, we can't actually finish talking about it. I think Lord Buddha once said, if I start talking about the value of Buddha or the features of Buddha, even if my lifetime is over, or he used some other words, that we won't be able to finish it. It's kind of a verse in Lord Buddha's time. And yeah, we can't finish talking, or we can't actually express much about it. That's that deep. But we can have glimpse of that, and we can understand how beautiful this Dhamma is. And the nice thing is, it's not that deep either. I mean, because we have so much knowledge only, as I said, we have so many questions, but even a 7-year-old, there's a tendency for a 7-year-old to understand this Dhamma, how a thought is made, how this body is not the self and the thought is not the self, and then what is the thing that you are feeling, and it is just the vibration of the sensory organs, and that's all. And isn't it very simple? It is. It's just that we are not prepared to listen to something simple. We just need it to be complicated, so we like it to be complicated. Only some of us. I mean, even kind of in the beginning, I think even scientific things, we kind of make it a thing to try and understand the science through this too, but this Dhamma actually doesn't need any of these sub-knowledges. Someone cleaning the road, someone cleaning the toilet, someone ruling the country. In Lord Buddha's time, there's so many examples. The kings, the wealthy people, as well as the poor people, without any problem, understood this Dhamma. It's just that you need to have some keenness, some effort, some understanding, some ability to research this truth and application. The main challenge is the application, but it's not that bad. It's actually as much as you feel lighter, you get closer to the child of you, and you will definitely feel this. The application will get easier and easier, and the picture will be bigger and beautiful, isn't it, Sranka?
Yes, it's and as we said before, it's when you say come and see, it's the Hipasika nature of this Dhamma, because one has to come and understand, one has to listen to the teachings initially through the spiritual teacher's guidance, because that is almost a compulsory thing. You have to hear it, the authentic teachings, and you have to be guided by the noble spiritual teacher. But once you do that and you embark on the penetrative insight, because what we have got so used to doing from our childhood days is, apart from the time of the baby, where the radiant mind operates, from probably the age of 3-4 years of age, the mind takes over because of various facts and data and stimuli that we have taken on. And then the mind becomes more and more powerful to the point that we can't think of anything or conceive anything outside the mind. If we say the feel, one cannot even fathom what feel is, because the mind has become all-consuming, isn't it? And because the mind has become all-consuming, you think that you are feeling, you think that you are thinking, you think that you are seeing and you are hearing and touching and tasting and so on. But that again is because the mind has given a twist to everything that has been discerned through the sense faculties, by not allowing one to have the insight to understand that these are just sensory perceptions, but giving this twist that the mind consciousness that no, it is you. There is something out there. This is the object. This is your mother. This is your father. This is your house. This is your favorite car. This is your toy. These are your friends. By making all this to be real. So this is the function of the mind sensor. It is not anybody's doing. Neither is it your doing, nor is it anybody else's doing. But because of ignorance, the way the world goes along, the conventional world and society, is that we have built a world around us. We have built this world to be the world that we want, whether it is good or bad. Whatever it is, it's a world, and you still want to be part of this world because you have taken this world to be real. That's the way the understanding has happened. It's not your fault. So understand it to understand how this whole thing works. It is not an easy task, but there is the teaching and the guidance available through these true Dhamma teachings that we are trying to pass a message about. And with that understanding, one will understand this whole mind. It is the mind that is then seen as the cause of suffering, not understanding the mind, not understanding the self-vibration, which is causing the suffering. So if one can see those through penetrative insight by prajna, and arise the wisdom within oneself, which is always there. the nirvana, as we call it, has always been there, the non-vibrational state. It is because of the mind becoming too powerful and therefore the self-vibration becoming too powerful that the nirvanic state is completely clouded. But this true Dhamma does is brings that to the fore by gradually dissipating or making the self-vibration cease by seeing through, cutting through the shroud of illusion, cutting through the shroud of ignorance, and making this whole process, the mechanism in which this mind function works, very crisp, very clear, so that one can see through that delusion to be able to allow that nirvanic or non-self-vibrational state to emerge. So it is a beautiful Dhamma, but it is something that one has to come and see. Ehipasika. Yes, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, we are able to give this Zoom discussion at any time. Just if anyone wants to transfer this to the English one, just let us know. We can do it easily. We are talking about this truth every day. Actually, yesterday also I reminded we have multiple Zoom discussions throughout the day, and any of you who feel like joining can join to the YouTube or Zoom discussions, as well as if you go to Buddothpado website, you can find Aranwanse's thousands of Dhamma courses, like sermons. There are some are discussions, but some are not. Some are actually sermons from himself, and they are such a valuable asset to everyone, because this has to be heard, and this has to be understood, and this has to be felt too. So there are three levels. It has to be heard, but this has to be understood, and this has to be felt too. And so if someone is keen, you can go to the website Buddothpado Dhamma.
Yeah, that's Buddothpado-Dhamma.com.
And there's another one too, isn't it?
And there's another one called Buddothpado.lk as well if you're in Sri Lanka. But there is also, I think there are quite a few websites, but there is another one called wisdomofasia.com. Where there's quite a lot of reading and insightful YouTube videos about quantum mechanics and concentration meditation, and how that itself alone is not the path to liberation of mind. So there's quite a bit of material there that you can read through and try to understand. All of these are very, very informative websites. The Buddothpado.Dhamma.com also has the Sutra Deshana from the Pali Canon, the Tripitaka. Of course, I think those are in Sinhalese, but that website also has a section for English translations of Aryan Vahansava's spiritual teachers' talks. So True Dhamma Awakened, I think there are 6 volumes along with some other books as well, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? And that is that series of books are the ones that we use daily in the English Zoom to start off the English discussion.
Yeah. If you are keen, you have it all. There's no problem. And if you can't understand anything of that, you can find the Zoom link and join to a Zoom discussion, which if you are someone who doesn't know to handle a phone, you can always ask your granddaughters or grandchildren or children in that case, or friends' children who will have an idea of how to do that. And and also there are there's like a radio recorder kind of thing where you can have 300 odd sermons in there. So there are so many ways for you to hear this Dhamma. It's non-soul Dhamma. That's with the no self-anger, and this is definitely rare. Explanation to this level, explanation into three worlds of sensual, form, and formless has never been heard. If you go through a lot of past discourses, you will understand that a lot of them were not sure what they were talking about when it comes to the form and the formless level. So no one can actually become non-vibration even for a moment without without knowing about these things. In the sense, without feeling these things, these levels. So we saw the beautiful ceremony today, where some of our Dhamma friends had the chance of seeing all the relics and worshipping relics, and as well as being close to Bante from Taiwan, as well as Aramanse. And yeah, I think it must have been very empowering, very, very beautiful, very soothing experience. And yeah, anything to add, Surangika, for the closure, kind of last few minutes?
No, not really. I think we've discussed quite a bit of it. There's not much of time without other people as well to embark on a longer or deeper discussion. But I think for people in Sri Lanka, even Buddothpado followers, or for others as well, if you're going to see the relics, I think the message probably from us is try and listen to a bit of Buddothpado Dhamma. You will, and in those monasteries, wherever you go, there will be, I'm sure, free books that you can collect. And other kind of, maybe the radio with the 300 odd talks, there might be those available for sale as well. It's a very nominal fee, I think, maybe 3,000 Sri Lankan rupees, 2,900 or something. That might be available, or you might be able to apply for one. But certainly the books are free for distribution, and you can collect them. You can sit and listen to a talk. Or you can, in certain monasteries, the relics ceremony is combined with a practical program. That's only a one-day program, but you get a good introduction of the true Dhamma philosophy. And then you also get an introduction to the practical program of actually putting the Dhamma philosophy, what you learned, into practice, and trying to understand, trying to experience how the non-self vibration, how the senses work, and the fact that this is all thought-driven. So all these aspects one will be able to experience through the practical program. So I think we encourage you, if you haven't done it before, to go in search of it, go find it, because there needs to be an effort if you want to find a path out of suffering. And that if you haven't found it, despite 30, 40 years of going up and down to the temple, being as you would call it, a good Buddhist, being as you would call it, always giving alms and all that, but if you're still suffering, if you're still feeling the pain when you lose a dear one, then ask yourself, have you found the truth? If you have found the truth, should you be suffering? And importantly, in this Dhamma, you will find that, was there a person here to suffer? What is suffering? Well, who am I? All those questions, there will be answers. But, some people, you might get the Dhamma by listening, turning on the radio and listening it. But for the person who seeks that person will find it. So there needs to be an effort from you as well. And if you go and listen to it, as lots of us have, you can hear one sermon and then you will never turn back. And for some people, it might be 5 or 10 sermons, but take that first step. And that's what we would encourage you to do. Yes, everyone, sermon.
Yeah. Yeah, true. I think we are coming to the end part of the English Zoom discussion. We can hand over this Zoom to, I don't know whether we can hand over or we leave the Zoom so that they can start the 4 o'clock one. I think.
Yes, I think there's enough people. I think there is Neela as well, who is one of the co-hosts. I think she was there for the rest of the program. So if we just leave Dr. Kokila, I think the others will continue
Yeah.
with the program.
So we'll worship.
Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, Thiruvan Sarnai will worship Aran Wanse, and we actually salute him for what he tried to do to extend this Dhamma to everyone. And thank you all, Dhamma friends. May Triple Gem bless you.
Tilwan Sanai Arun Bahasa. Tilwan Sanai Dhamma Friend.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai. Shani will not be able to join today also, I think.
Yeah, we can continue discussing. Do you have the next part of that bit, or shall we keep it to
I have the,
Shani? And
yeah, Dr. Kokila, we
which
can
one?
keep it to her. That is, I think, page 17. She has read up to page 17. And yes, we have to discuss from page 18. We can even go ahead without that. She will join after this program at Dombukota, I believe.
Yeah, so we can start the discussion. We worship our Advanced as usual, and may Triple Gem bless you all. If someone can actually bring up like a fraction, like whatever the fraction that we can speak about, then we can build up a discussion on that.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, in the next page, what is mentioned basically is that the creations, projections of the five sensory organs are a natural phenomenon. So that is what we have been discussing, I mean, every day. So can we discuss based on that?
Yeah.
And Dr. Kokila, I have to request from you that you did a beautiful explanation regarding consciousness and five aggregates yesterday when somebody questioned. So if you can explain further about that, it would also be very useful to clear our doubts about that consciousness and how Lord Buddha talks about non-vibration.
Yeah, it's difficult to like I mean to talk about that spontaneously, but Dr. Sakuntala, do you have a question or something so that we can start the discussion? I think Surangika had something yesterday, but she hasn't joined yet. I think if we are talking about the consciousness, there's nothing much to talk about. The consciousness is a basic function where you feel it as a thing. And that is mainly because of the ignorance that we kind of feel it in different way. But once the main thing to understand here is, I think, I don't know whether it came out yesterday, the understanding of one stimuli. If it is chair, actually all these three layers, if it is chair sound, like we discussed yesterday, the chair sound. Actually, we discussed it with the milk toffee thing. The chair sound has a sound ear consciousness as well as the mind consciousness. That's that's where we struggle a bit anyway, how these things work, because we can't separate. Once made, it's a share, can't really separate. But then in the kind of to feel the non-vibration or absence of vibration, in that sense, better sense is absence of vibration. Someone has to actually get the a specific vibration, specific stimuli where the mind consciousness is not a thing. That is where the struggle is, to feel this and also feel the basic consciousnesses, and to know that it is just the rapid vibration of the sensory organ only. So the practice, actually, what Aranansi has brought about is just a reversal of the experience, and the best way to actually bring about no self-experience, but no one will actually feel it if they have deficiencies in, like, pitfalls in understanding about the truth. So yeah, you can add on, and we can build up the discussion. Yes, anything to add to this?
No, I only have questions, Dr. Kokila. So now when you say actually we have to go back or reversal journey, because we have by now created a very thick world due to ignorance. So basically now we know through
The
this
difficulty is actually
yeah,
understanding even these words we talk, or these
yes,
thoughts are
yes,
not true. That's the
yes.
difficult part,
Mm.
because we get carried away by our own thoughts, and when we get carried away, we get to know that the chair, there's no chair. Even the thought of chair is not real, and everyone says yes, yes. That then that yes also has that meaning, same meaning. That is where people can struggle, but then with practice, this all come to more into our it becomes a practice to know that every thought is the same. Every thought, even if we say yes, this beautiful Dhamma, it's the same thing. That is the areas, the most important areas that we struggle, because as soon as we say something, we feel as like, yeah, that's true. But no, actually, none of these things are true, and we have talked about this a lot. And if you even not tell anything, you turn around, everything will be leaving a mark. That is your mind consciousness, even though there is no valley. So you know what happened, and that kind of thing. And none of these things are true. In that sense, one particular moment you will be able to actually get into the level of the vibration or the change. And if we have practiced so hard about that, it is only because in the 10th level or the feel level, you can't do anything. You can't think again. If you think again, it's just thinking again. This was highlighted even yesterday. I think Karan once tried to talk about this even yesterday. It wasn't a full, it didn't go far because there was no much questions, but he tried. I don't know whether it's this morning. I can't remember now. Actually, maybe even this morning. He tried to tell this again and again. He keeps telling this, that if you are in the mind, there's no chance that you can feel they don't overlap. They don't overlap. It's either the feel or either the mind. But the problem is sometimes you feel and then you think, and the feel is again becomes useless because you're thinking about it. So
And Dr. Kokila, it's very difficult to differentiate the feel and the mind. I
you
heard
don't have
once
to.
that
You don't have to. The one who
um,
tries to do these things is the self. So that's where the problem is.
yes.
Letting go
Mm.
has a problem because people don't know how to let go, because they are scared to let go, because they want to do something, they want to understand something, they want to do something and keep doing this, and then it is again the self which tries to do something. So there's pitfalls everywhere where you can actually, if you try to do something, yes, you have to understand, and yeah, it is the mind, because you can't try anything without getting something true. So if you want to, like, imagine the word you said, this is just for an example I'm telling, because you might be telling these things for the sake of the discussion. So when we say it is so difficult to differentiate,
Differentiate, yes, actually.
that's again the same thing, because then
Mm.
there is something to differentiate. What is there to
Yes.
differentiate? That's where the actual value of Dhamma when it comes to this level is massive, because it's all the thoughts, not just one part of thoughts. Because if you are to get rid of you, if you are to get rid of you, you can't just keep one part of the thoughts and just keep praying that the you will go. You can't do that. So if you are to leave you, all the thoughts can't leave like a trace. I mean, should not be a thing. So if there's something for you to compare, yes, definitely there must be something interesting there to compare. If you want to compare something, isn't it?
Yes, there is the person and there is the thing to be compared. That's what you have been trying to like convince from the very first example that I gave that day too also, but still I can't get it somehow. I am actually, that's why trying my best to kind of
No, I
find
think
it
you are
also.
getting it.
Yeah.
I think you are just clouded by the secondary thoughts. Like you get it
Mm.
and then you forget it, like kind of like that, because that's the thought power. That's the I power. That's the war between me and the non-vibration. And if you have the actual understanding, you won't succumb to you your self vibration. You won't succumb to that. So you keep understanding. Oh, the understanding can't come keeping you safe and then keep understanding that this is not there, this is not there, this is not there, this is not there. That's not the point. The you is actually the comparison. If you think there is a value in comparison, yeah, that is you. If you think there is value in nibbana, yes, that is you. And if you think there is a value in getting rid of taints, that is you. But the thing is, we can't comprehend this fully sometimes. But that's the importance of letting go and just take it easy. Those are the two words that we can't do. Basically, we don't know that. we are so full of energy. We want to do something and we want to take things seriously. We are waiting for that. Can you give me something serious? Yeah, you can have something serious.
Yes, you've done
Yeah.
that for
So
entire life. Yes, Dr. Kokila.
yeah, that is the life actually is this happening of these things. So we have a story, we have a thing to do. We get scared when there's nothing to do. We are actually lost, kind of, if there's no stimulus which can actually bring up your self vibration. That's why we change from dal and some, in the morning, if you eat rice with dal, you can't eat rice with dal again noon, and you can't eat rice with dal again in the dinner, because this self vibration that needs some, it wants to kind of
Some change.
some in the sense, it's actually the change is the self vibration. Yeah. So it is just the manifestation of that which keeps going, because the life is this going feeling, because we feel like something is happening and I'm going, I'm living, yesterday I lived there, I went to school or I went to work, today I'm home because I can't go, it's raining. Tomorrow I might be able to go, because if it doesn't rain, So we kind of have a story. Don't misunderstand. The story can be there, but the actual doer, when we keep understanding this value, will not be there, and then the doer will not be there. So the story, it's just floating like another, leaf fallen from the tree. Has no meaning, has no power. It just falls. We have Dr. Sakuntala as well as Surangika has joined. So you all can add something to make this discussion a bit more interesting and, live.
Yes, Thiruvan Saranai. Actually, as you said, it's the thought everywhere. Thoughts are the ones everywhere. I mean, whether it is the thought as it is, or whether there is a word or an action. Everything has the thoughts in the base.
Yeah, actually, when you said that, I just wanted to add this because it might not come again. When you say, that Arananse's example where he read a book, that we don't have to actually read the book, but we get the point, remember? We see a butterfly and a flower, we know like butterfly is going to the flower. Kind of we have that image. That's the mind world. That's actually the form world, because there's always the question about these things. We don't have to think about that. This how do I say this? So the Kamal Ambagas Satanagi, we don't have to really say that when we, how do we say that in English? Okay, we are reading a novel, then we read Kamal is climbing a tree. Then we read it, we don't read it loudly. We just kind of see the sentence and don't you get the meaning? You get the meaning. You don't have to actually read it. Likewise, the dog can be there, the old shoe can be there, the new shoe can be there, the train can be there, the accident can be there, everything can be there. Still, self-vibration or the self-perception is there too. This is the point I find it difficult to give across. I think it is our kind of problem of communication here, our inability to communicate it properly, but in the context that actually that sound didn't have a sound, that kind of thing, it is very beautiful if you can understand that the dream, even though we don't talk about it, we don't do any action, it is still there, kind of. But then when we understand that even that is not true, can you imagine how light you would feel? And if you actually do this in one stimuli to the point that you don't even get the mind consciousness part and directly feel the tense or the direct feel, then you have to have the practice to understand that it is the function of the sensory organ only. That is where we turn. Actually, we are turning the cards. We play a card game and we are turning it. Actually, that's where the game is completely turned. The river is flowing upwards. The everything is changing. That particular point is because if that happens, then the feel of existence will not be there. Then you definitely know that feel of existence is a product. But now we can't. If you don't know that, we just feel it. That's normal. But if we know something else, we know that it's a product of sensory organs, and chair is a product of sensory organ, but it has those two levels, but still it is a sensory organ. So when you read a book, even though you haven't uttered a word, you haven't uttered inside your brain, not the brain, the kind of inside, the radio that works, even if that is not happened, you still get a perception. And if you feel that as real, the self-perception is there. But if you actually go through that, it is the direct vision you get. If you are looking at a book, it's a direct light perception you might get. So it is very beautiful. We can only discuss in different ways, but sometimes it can be very complicated if we keep talking about that. So we go back to we keep going back and forth, we tell about this a little bit and then go back and forth, talk about the normal stuff, because it is very difficult to take this straight away. So our mind is not ready. But once the mind is ready, or kind of self vibration is low, it will happen, just happen. No one can plan it, no one can do it. If someone is trying to see some, compare and things like that, no, that's not there, because that's not no self vibration, no self perception, because that is self perception. If there's someone wanting that self perception, you should at least have that basic understanding that if someone wants something underneath, even subconsciously, it is the self perception. In Sinhala language, we don't have this subconscious part, I think, that much, but in English, we can actually talk about it, because they talk about this, subconsciously needing something, subconsciously wanting something, and actually the subconsciously what you want is to have the next one, have the next one, have the next one. If you can't even get what you want to have the self-perception going, because you are scared that the self-perception, if it is not there, there will be a calamity, there will be a problem. But if this non-self perception has happened at least once, you know that there's no problem. It's not a problem. We cling on to the self-perception because we think that is the normal. But we feel that we are clinging on to the son, daughter, you know, my brother, my sister, my family, my money, my lands. We feel like that. But actually what we are clinging to is the self-perception. That's from the self-view. I think maybe today morning Aranwansa was trying to explain that how actually this extends, you know, once, I think we have discussed it too, like once the baby to the child level, once the child level after about 7 years of age, how the self-view is the perfect, strongest way. So now everything happens to you, everything happens here, everything is important to me, and me is the boss, me is the Katanayaka. What do you mean? You know, what is the word for that? Like me is the what do you
main
call
role
that?
or something? Can you
Yeah,
say main role?
Yeah, main role. Because you don't know how to become another one. You are the main role. That happens after about, like, you know, in about 7 years of age, that has happened already. That's why the self-view is already there now. So this self-view is the most difficult thing to break. And that's why Sotapanna is the most difficult thing to happen, because the self-view is so strong, it clouds all the thoughts. It is clouded. All the thoughts are clouded by this one particular vibration. What is one particular vibration? When there is consciousness, there is a kind of a feel that it is a thing, and then it becomes, it is the vibration that actually vibrated, was synchronized to the zygote. But what keeps on happening is it is going to get stronger and stronger, stronger and stronger. And once you become like a 20-year-old, or even before that, you are fully into self-view. So the main character, that's the word, I think, main character.
Yes, I think, yes.
Yeah, the main character is here, and everything is happening around. And that's the problem. And that's what is going to dissolve. You're going to become everything around. There's no self here. That's what is going to dissolve, the feel of self here. And this is so beautiful to even contemplate. The contemplate word is taken. So even to even think about this, you know, to even think about this, to think deeply about this, that is also beautiful. Let alone feeling it, experiencing it. Even thinking about it is so beautiful, so that you feel so relaxed, because you keep understanding whatever happens, this separation, this duality, this whatever that we feel, that the main character, like the center, the feel, that is wrong. And that's actually wasn't the case. But due to ignorance, that is the case. Yeah, someone can add on to that?
Yes, actually, this perception now, when we call, I mean, we can tell it in Sinhala, the Shabda Rupe Shabda Nae. So in other words, the sound perception doesn't have a real sound in it.
Yeah, that's a
And light
vibration.
perception, yes. Light perception doesn't have a real light in it. And in the same way, self-perception has no self in it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So all the perceptions does not have a real thing in it,
Nothing.
but nothing, basically. Yes.
Yeah. Even the self vibration, you keep understanding that there's nothing like that.
Yes. So,
That's
in
what
other words,
we keep understanding.
yes. So, in other words, perception means some fast occurring vibrations which look like a perception, which looks like a
It's the
sound
manifestation.
perception.
That's the beauty of these sensory
Manifestation,
organs.
yeah.
It's the
Yes.
beauty of the sensory organs. But if you think about Opapathika, or I don't know what that word is, but the birds where there is
Yes.
no kind of big
Physical body.
physical body,
Yeah.
then we can't even talk about these things. But then still there is
Just
a
a
vibration
there,
there.
isn't it?
Just there. So the consciousness is there. There is always, but that organism or whatever that the body that has that problem can't solve it. Only humans can understand this. That's the beauty of being humans. And that's the beauty of listening to Dhamma, and that's the beauty of actually feeling this for a moment. And that's all the beauties that Lord Buddha has explained. I don't know what he used the word there. These are the human pratilabho. The word pratilabho, isn't it? The word pratilabho.
Yes, pratilabha. Yes, pratilabha means, can you say, you can't say an achievement, isn't it?
Yeah, all the words are biased. So, but kind of something which, in simple words, that's the beauty of being human, beauty of being able to listen to Dhamma, and beauty of being, beauty of having an experience of non-vibration. Those are the three things, I think. Is there more or just three? I can't remember.
You mean the types of birds?
No. Those are Lord Buddha's words. Manushya, can't remember the words. In Sinhala it is ධර්මය ඇසීම ප්‍රතිලාභයක්, මනුෂ්‍ය ජීවිතය ප්‍රතිලාභයක්.
Yes, being able to listen to the true Dhamma is one of the things. Being a human being is one of the things.
Those are the things I was telling.
Yeah.
And being able to experience this for a moment, the non-vibration is the other thing. Is there any more? That was the question I asked.
I think there is another one. There's another one. Yes. I don't exactly remember.
Yeah.
The Sudharma, Sudharma Surangika, I don't know whether you
I think it is Pratirupa Desavasot, isn't it?
Even that Lord Buddha, the Aran Mahanse actually told that is the same
gives
thing.
A different meaning, isn't it?
Yeah,
it gives a different.
Is to turn against the stream rather than go along with the stream, isn't it? That itself is so rare.
Yeah. And
actually what we heard was being born in a land where the Dhamma can be heard, but
we can understand
a different. Yes,
we can understand that it can't be that simple, because even Brahmas can understand this Dhamma. So being born, or like this it's okay to give a broader, I think, idea for everything. Anyway, the most important factor is being able to feel this, but we have kind of everything, because we have the chance. The main thing is to practice. It is difficult because we are addicted to our mind, and we feel that the mind is our power. Actually, it's vice versa, because mind is the power, but at the same time, mind is the trick where we are tricked into this jnana maya, do you have a word for Vijnana Maya? It's a consciousness.
It's illusory consciousness, Dr. Kokila.
Illusory consciousness. So it is there everywhere in any consciousness. Whether it's a light, whether it's a sound, whether it's the tactile sensations, whether it's a nose, with the smell, whether it's the taste, whether it's the mind. But apart from this tactile stuff, and the feel stuff, every other thing has mind consciousness directly related to that. But the skin and stuff, the fluidity, the solidity and stuff, they don't necessarily need mind consciousness for manifestation. That's why it is easy for you to get these experiences with the walking meditation. But it doesn't necessarily mean you need only. No, that's not the point. Anything else? I don't know whether we are deviating, but we don't have a book today, so we can talk freely.
So enlightening and insightful. When you mentioned main characters, at once I was like thinking now, in this family, now I have this, if we use words, now main character, so a self-vibration, and I have my own world. So there I am the main character. But we never ever thought the son or husband or my mother or other one has, the others had their own different worlds. We used to make decisions and do everything from our perspective, because we ignorantly thought everyone is thinking like me. It's the same world. So it's very interesting and enlightening, Dr. Kokila. That made me think of a simple activity we do in school also. I don't know whether it's relevant. If we take a simple story like Red Riding Hood, it is revealed to the world. The story is narrated from Red Riding Hood's perspective. So we get the children to narrate it from the wolf's perspective or granny's perspective. So that this, I don't know, when we understand this little by little, it can be applicable to any situation. And I think that is how the wisdom emerges, isn't it, naturally? Theruvan Saranai, and thank you so much. It's so beautiful. I mean, then and there, while listening, we like make some realizations. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you so much for these beautiful discussions.
Anyone else to add anything? Suranka, do you have anything to add?
Yesterday's, there was a Dr. Kokila. Yesterday's question, I think, was trying to ask you if you could explain about the fish example, because I know we talk about it a lot in the Sinhala Zoom, but for the benefit of our English listeners, I thought that example was actually quite good, because there are not many people who actually ask questions on the English Zoom. It's good to illustrate to them by giving some practical day-to-day examples, if you can.
Well, the best way there are several ways to tell this, but best way which comes now is the best way is to go back to, again, this, go back in the sense actually become the vibratory sense in the zygote, and how this, the vibrations got manifestations slowly. And after the mind consciousness is formed, this new way of perception, kind of, it is like a dreamy, illusory kind of thing, where that the feel is not the way. No, it is the dream. Because if you turn up, you see the sky, and you if you turn around, you feel so many things. And that's what I was trying to say about reading the book also, because you don't have to even name them. You still feel them as real. This has to be actually experienced. It's beautiful to know how this has happened. And then slowly this perception, because as soon as there is a perception, even the Tarzan has the perception of the savior monkey mom. So like that, there's so many which keeps coming up. Then now he knows trees. He doesn't have to be told. He doesn't even know that it's a tree. That's the beauty of it. He has a perception. But then when he gets to know all these things, the main character thing forms, the self-view. That is the main important thing, actually. The self-view is formed. The fish, actually, I usually use it. I mean, Aranwansi might tell some different explanation, because we can tell it in different ways. I usually use it to the thing that happened to that child in kindergarten, where the slowly, the mind started to form, in the sense thoughts started to form, and now there's meanings to what you see. There's always meanings to what you see. There was never a meaning before. Before it was just eye vibration, ear vibration, touch vibration, or tongue vibration, or nose vibration. But now there's a meaning to what you see. So that is from there onwards, this bubble of meanings. It's a bubble of meanings. So the child gets up in the morning, there's so much bubble of meanings. He's running around, he knows that it's the house. He doesn't have to be told or reminded, maybe in the beginning, but later he knows he's going to the garden to play. He knows this is the brother, this is the sister, like that. So this meaningful, illusory world is the fish in the water we talk about. In the sense, when I describe that, that's what I'm trying to say. The fish in the water. The fish in the water has to jump up at least once to feel the vibratory nature of the feel. And that has nothing to do with ignorance. But if actually someone has heard Dhamma, and they understand that in that particular moment there's no self, if that has been planted, the no self Dhamma has been planted, that idea has been planted in this system, that particular moment will actually extend to the non-vibration. Because just extending it to the vibratory nature has just only one meaning. It has the meaning that yes, there is a vibratory nature, but that's again useless because vibratory nature is also the consciousness level, which gives you an idea that you're still there. But if you actually has heard Dhamma properly and you turn it around so much that it is only the one particular, whatever the sensory organ which started that thought, then you might go on to feel the non-self vibration or non-self absence of self vibration. That was the one I was trying to say. I don't know whether it came out, Surangika, nicely, because these things never come up nicely sometimes. I don't know whether it's relatable. Because
Yeah, sometimes I suppose it depends also on the listener, isn't it?
yeah, and also the teller, because we may because what Lord Buddha explained, what Aryan once explained, sometimes we might not get it fully, and we might get our own version of it. But finally, whatever happens, what is the importance is to feel the non-self vibration. But always we talk about this. You're thinking, because we talked about that it is a problem to us all the time. That's what I was trying to say. The meaning, even though there's no value, the meaning is all still in the water, still in that mind bubble. So if you have pierced that, only in the sense that fish has come out of that, you might get that. This is just for a moment only, and feel the actual self vibration or the tense, because that is the start of this problem. But now we turn it so much that definitely it will end up in an absence of self vibration. To turn that, there's always need of this Dhamma. Yeah.
Yeah, Terun Dr. Kokila, once I remember it was mentioned that being on the fish and being the fish, there was a difference in that also.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask. But
yes,
my recollection of that was being
that context
the fish.
was different. That context was different again, because now, pardon me if you can't get this because of my inability to tell this properly, but inside the mind also, inside the mind bubble also, there is a kind of a possibility that we can think about these things and think about Dhamma. We get a stimuli and then think about Dhamma again, and we get another stimuli, we think about Dhamma again. But once we come to the understanding that's only the Montessori part in this Dhamma, that Savitaka Savichara, and then the next one, it will keep happening, but then you slowly understand that Savitaka Savichara, or keep thinking about Dhamma, is just the initial part. And there would be one point that you actually stop doing that, and in the sense it will stop on its own. Not you are stopping that because you are so sure about that. You might, it won't be necessary for you to keep thinking about Dhamma anymore. But then it might come randomly. But at the end, what is important is what you feel without thinking. That's where the feel part coming out, because that's actually, when you talk about path, we have path and the result. The path and the result. So the path and the result is often where the result kind of thing is where it's happening without thinking at all. So, but to come to that stage, that is the problem. To come to that stage, we can tell, don't get onto the fish. We can tell, but I don't know whether it's practical way, because we don't know what fish is. We don't know what, we don't know what fish is until we actually feel the difference of these things. So that's where the initial pitfall is, not knowing, or in the sense, not having an experience. So experience makes the way for you to actually automatically the system will stop thinking too much about it. Once you stop thinking too much about Dhamma, because the system is already aware about that, it's very easy for you to feel the vibration as well as the non-vibration. The system is fully aware, kind of, it's a super awareness though. Now, it's a kind of the super awareness. So that's what I'm saying. So that's the fruit, kind of the result of all these things. To have a kind of understanding whether this is the vibration or the non-vibration. But how can one know? That is where the initial experience importance is, isn't it? That's where Ananda Thero, Venerable Ananda knew whatever he has been trying to, he tried his best to keep watching thoughts and all this stuff, he tried his best because he had a hurry. Now, tomorrow he has to become an Arahant. I think he's the only one that had this problem, I think, of forcefully becoming an Arahant just to participate into a Sanghayana. So, didn't he know all these things? He knew. But still he was trying to concentrate on that. So, but because he is already aware, if it happens, he knows it. If it doesn't happen also, he knows it. So the vibration he knows. He knows the non-vibration too. That's how he knows that he hasn't attained it, isn't it? So when you say about on the fish or the being the fish, I think it is told in different contexts. That's what I'm trying to say. So someone can tell that example in a different aspect and mean something else. But this fish thing, I think initially what has to happen is to understand that the super awareness will not come just by itself. Super awareness comes if that system is fully aware about the being the fish and not being the fish, isn't it? One has to have a slightest idea of that, being the fish or not being the fish, isn't it? What do you think, Suranka? Can you put a better version of it?
No, I think that was quite nicely put, Dr. Kokila. I mean, I suppose it's the way I was recollecting what the conversation in the Zoom discussion was. I think probably that's what Dr. Sakuntala was trying to say, that being the fish is the general Pruthakjana or layperson, where all the perceptions arising from the senses have become real to the extent that they are not even perceived as or thought of as perceptions, but real objects, meaning the external world is real and I am real and everything is tickety-boo kind of thing. So there's a world and I am here and I have my parents, my mother, father, house, everything. So they are living in this world and everything is true. So that whole external world and me or I or me living in it, everything is so I is the fish and the external world is the world around me. And I am very much part of that external world kind of scenario.
Kind of the main character.
Yes, and yes, I suppose. And then through the true Dhamma, just the first stage of it, understanding that the external world is not what we conceive it to be, and then liberating from that first stage of thinking the external world as a reality, is the fish who is now on, who is being on the fish. Meaning your external world is no longer a reality, but there is still the perception that is still true, or that one can't get out of. So that is why the on the fish kind of thing is, because you haven't really got rid of it. The external world, yes, but not from the perception, the form world. And I think the third stage was you have liberated, or, there is liberation. Not you have, there is liberation also from the mind, the form thing. And then, as Adivasi says, one is on the path, which is the feel experience. And at that stage, thoughts can come and everything happens as normal, but one can be on the riverbank observing these happening without actually being immersed in it and producing any kind of volitional formations and then going in the stream of samsaric cycle. Rather, on the contrary, as we talked about the Patilupadesa Vasoja thing, the Dhamma is well understood. Where the vibration and the self-perception is occurring is also well understood, and that this is a system is also well understood. So it is actually the system operating, which is why the thoughts are not considered my thoughts. Within the thought, the vibration and the power is not considered to be the I functioning here and the I operating, and everything is not connected to the I. And that is why that being at the riverbank and then watching is quite different. It's almost a clinical observing kind of thing, an objective element of it, I would have thought, which was the 3 stages. Dr. Sakuntala, was there anything additional to put or anything that needs to be corrected in what I said?
No, I think what you mentioned is sort of complete. As you said, if I tell some other example other than the fish, something that I thought of, the person is seeing dreams. So he thinks that the dream world is real, and all of a sudden he wakes up and then just see the real, so-called real world. That means that momentary experience of the no self perception, or I mean the nature of how it is that no self feeling is, and then he goes back to sleep again and then continue to watch his dream. So that momentary experience is something like for a very short period he wakes up and see the real appearance. Anyway, basically what it means is that fish jumping out of water means experiencing something, that there is something different to what the fish has been experiencing and taking as real, isn't it?
Yes, I think it was,
Actually, the feel of existence is our
Yes.
normal.
Yes.
It is the normal. That's where the, we can talk about the fish like this. It's all thoughts, but then the feeling this has no whatsoever thoughts in there. That is the difficult part, because when we tell a story, we can relate to that. We can relate so beautifully, even this child thing. When we say zygote, when we say a baby, when we say a kindergarten child, then when we say year 5, year 2, year 3 child, and then someone who is doing exams, so we can relate to that. But actually becoming that is the difficult part. Kind of if you become that, kind of go back on that, only you get that feel how it was actually. That is where the experience is important. So the storyline is beautifully can be beautifully said, but and understood, but that would be just in our mind. But if you experience it, it will be like concrete. It is going to be. And if one feels the no self-perception, that is absence of this existence, feel of existence, that is going to be forever. And slowly, Lord Buddha says, even if you do nothing, I mean, we are not saying to do nothing, but he reassures you that definitely this will keep happening again, and the self-perception will be defeated, in the sense the self-perception will no longer there, because the non-self-perception is going to win over, and the full even the super awareness we talk about, it is the no self-perception. You look at the same water though, if you can't forget that, still inside water. I hope that is clear. I mean, it's still in water.
Yeah, the
Doesn't
experience is the same, isn't it? Experiencing the same
no,
thing in the
an
same way.
an arahant will be in the normal same world as an person who has not understood this dhamma. Likewise, what actually happens is still the fish is in the water, but he doesn't have that self-perception as strong as the other fish, because now there is a non-self perception as well, and that is going to keep manifesting again and again. It becomes the normal. That's where an arahant is. But just because he is an arahant, he still, until the last breath, he is going to be in the water, in the sense, according to this story we were talking. Otherwise people will think, what are they talking about water? We are talking about the fish still. In that example, do you get the point that an arahant is living in the same world as everyone else, and
Yes.
without any problem, so no one can actually identify him, because it's a change is only in the perception level. The vibration level, actually, it has nothing to do with outside.
Yeah, he
Yes.
will see, hear, and feel the things in the same way,
Same
but
way,
knows that it's not real, isn't it?
in the sense, through the experiences, that power
Experiences.
is not there, because that power, the change is going to go down, because because what actually happened was to that baby, because of the view, or in the sense the perception, and then with the view, this got so powerful. And now the view is changed. This is going to go die down, and it doesn't die because the chair has all these levels. It is going to die with all these levels. So the tense will also be gone. That's where the mellowing midila, elonut midila, in the sense, mellowing is this world that we are talking about with the chair, the world, the river, mother, father, and all that family. Actual elo is the actual tense. Then both will be gone. So no one can actually feel the tense, keeping the mellower. That's where
Yes.
Aranhans is trying to say, come to the field, come to the field. You can't really come to the field. It just has to be understood first that this world is not real. And that's why we keep reiterating this again and again and again and again and again. And one day, it will actually, click into our system, because it's so difficult.
We connect that to the Asrava. So the Asavakkhaya Jnana is that the continued fading away of the Asrava will then come to the point of getting to zero and then touching the zygote level taint or the self vibration, which Sharon once has given an example of the tea leaves at the bottom of a teacup, the residue or remnants of tea leaves in the teacup, isn't it? The sasvi or zygote level. So, but to get to the zygote level, the Asrava, which is a spin-off, a projection of the mind consciousness as a result of the mind consciousness forming, has to be first eroded completely before the zygote or that sasviya vibration or the self vibration can be eaten into, can be eroded, isn't it? Because that's where the arahathood emerges, because once all asrava is gone, the Sheenasrava point, the arahathood is at the point of anasrava, and anasrava would be the zygote level vibration also becoming non-vibration.
Yeah, when we talk about this becomes like another story, but this can be felt in one stimuli. That's the beauty of it. That's where all the doubts about a stimuli or the what is the word for that?
Not of cause and effect.
Dependent
origination.
Yeah, dependent.
Yeah,
The dependent origination is all about this, the stimuli. How the stimuli is doing this damage. So the dependent origination, the doubts about dependent origination, doubts about Dhamma, doubts about everything is gone if someone can actually feel this. The storyline is this, but the storyline helps you to relax to the point that the mind consciousness will not become a thing at one point. And you will feel this Dhamma for a moment. That's again feeling the non-vibration for a moment, in contrast to feeling the non-vibration forever is the Arahant. But to come to that, there's a long way, but what we usually discuss is the first point, because the first point is the main important point, where you will at least know the difference between mind, the tense, non-vibration. These are the three, the sensual world, form world, and non-form world has to be passed to feel the non-vibration or no self-perception. Then again, nothing happens, but the whole view is changed. That's the beauty.
Dr. Kokila, when I uh, shared that experience of dog biting the shoe, you said that I was in the dream film. I was unable to get it at that point. So the burning was zero, yet this now you again explain this formless world. So in relation to that, Dr. Kokila, can you explain it again, that I was in the dream means that story? I have, like, I believed in that
That was the
story.
form world. Form world. That's the form
Yes,
world.
because I opened the door, went out, saw the gate, walked down. Though the burning was not there, but there was a story. Is it
Yes.
so?
Yes.
Very difficult to get this actually. You have explained so many times, even in that police officer story. Although I was not embarrassed, entire story was there in the form of mental images, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Like,
it is okay, but the thing is to know that it is not the no self-perception. That's the main
yes.
important thing. Because you can have all these experiences until you feel the no self-perception. It is the main thing is to have the wisdom to understand that it is not the no self-perception, because you are still in the dream.
Yes.
But if you don't know, you give more power to whatever the dream, because you are thinking, wow, this is so good because I didn't feel any burning. Wow. But then you forget that it is the dream still. And even if you come to the tense, if you forget that part, then again still the self-perception is there in the tense level also. Even the worm has that. The zygote has that. I has that before having the ability to think. So it is okay for you to be in whatever the stage. That's not the problem. It is good to know though, like to have the feeling that this is the dream world. Yes, that's okay. But if you don't know, then it becomes a thing again. But you feel no burning. At one particular moment, if you actually pierce that dream world, you will definitely feel it, because it's a very novel experience. And then that vibration also is the vibration of the organ only. And then you will have the non-vibration or the no self-perception. If we have had that before, probably we won't be talking like this in this Zoom discussion. So anyway, I think we are coming to the end of our discussion today as well. The actual discussion gets interesting towards the latter part, isn't it? Always.
Yes.
Yeah. But anyway, we'll stop it today and we'll worship our Ananse for trying to give his insight to everyone. And we invite everyone to come and listen to this Dhamma. There is so many Zoom discussions throughout the day. 5 a.m. from Sri Lankan time, 5 a.m., 9:30 a.m., 1 a.m., and then this one at 2:45 a.m., and then next one is at 4 a.m. And next one, the children one, is at 5:30, I think. And there's another one at 7 a.m., the groundbreaking revelations. And there's another one at 9:30 p.m. Isn't it beautiful? And you have the ability to discuss this. You don't have to understand this. Try and listen to this and see. You don't have to have a fear that something is going to happen to you. If you listen to this Dhamma, this is all kind of suitable for everyone. Kind of for a child, kind of for a scientist, kind of for a psychiatrist, kind of for a mother in the village, or a laborer, or anyone. So this Dhamma has different ways of explanation. We try to explain it in English, so we kind of limit ourselves to the stuff that we know. So, but even with problems of communication, we try our hard to give this in different modalities so that everyone in the world, if there is any one with vibration closer to non-vibration, may hear this and may become the non-vibration. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dhamma friends, for coming for the discussion every day. And it's such a good thing, and we'll continue the discussion tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr.
Therwan
Kokila.
Sarnai.
Thank you, Dr. Friends.
Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends. Dr. Kokila, I think Shani is busy probably, so there was no reading from the book. We can start on some topic which may be related to what we were discussing yesterday. Therwan Sarnai.
Yeah, we can do that. We always have something to discuss. I mean, this will never end.
Yes.
The discussion never ends, because this is a vast kind of very subtle things we talk, which we sometimes take ages to even understand, and then take ages for us to feel.
Yes.
Yeah, I think is it possible for you to kind of bring up a point where we can build up on that?
Yes, okay, maybe something simple to start with.
Mm-hmm.
We were actually from the book, what we read was basically how the sensor function occurs, and then how the sensors combine to form the thoughts, and then when the thoughts are formed, the feel level, which is basically the sensor level in the small baby, is not becoming obvious. It gets kind of covered with the thoughts. So thereafter, it's a continuous stream of thoughts which are coming, and every possible thing, every possible stimulus, every stimulus is a thought. So whatever the activities done, or whatever the words used, or whatever the thoughts, everything is a thought at the end. Thought means it's kind of naming of the sensor function. In other words, a kind of description or, as I said, naming, which we call actually nama rupa. Those two, we use that word. That means the what was vibrated is given a name, and this naming is the result of resonance or synchronizing of a previous experience. So always, if there is an identification, say for example, to identify a picture vibrated in the eye as a coconut tree, there should have been a previous.
Actually, can I add that to
yes,
add something?
Yes.
So if we think about this, actually resonance happens in the field level too. So imagine like you know, the piano and the violin vibrating together. We can't really separate it from separate the new one from each other, but because as Lord Buddha said, the butter, the milk has turned into butter already now, but the sense, the vibration level has never vanished. It is there, and the vibration level only, that is where this I don't know whether this will come out properly. I'll try to say. Now when we say milk toffee, the milk toffee has that the picture, the photo of that, or the mental picture we have about that, and it has that thickness, it has that kind of temperature. We don't feel like the piece of ice, because when we say ice cream, we kind of sense the cold, something cold. We don't know anything burning ice cream. We have never experienced anything like when you put ice cream into your mouth, it's not burning hot like a chip. But so what I'm trying to say is, when we say milk toffee, that particular stimuli, the vibration, the telepathization or synchronization happens in different ways. It depends on it depends on what sensory organ was vibrated. So your mother gives a call or your sister gives a call and say, I made milk toffee today. Just imagine, it's just a story I'm trying to say. So someone gave you a call and said, I made milk toffees today. So it's just a sound. So it is the vibration of the ear which happened, basically, if you think about it. But, so the basic milk toffee started from a vibration of the ear. In this case, when someone gave a call. But in that particular moment, all the features, 8 features of that mental picture has come into place without our knowledge. I mean, there's no doer here. There's no doer here. There's nothing at all. It's just a phenomena or just a mechanism. What happens is, so the vibration of the ear brings, so that's the only synchronization that happened, only the sound part. But what it brings out is the whole milk toffee thing. So that is the beauty of how this mind is formed and how mind works, because it's not actually milk toffee is bringing milk toffee. That's not how it works. So we have to kind of understand how this happens. So now forget about the telephone call which told you about the I'm making milk toffee today. Just forget about that, because that was vibration of the ear. I think we talked about this last time. But when you walked into the kitchen, someone is making it, you didn't even see it. You just open the door and you get the smell of some smell. You get vibration of the nose. But then what is coming? It's a milk toffee. That's what actually this milk toffee there starts with the vibration of the nose. So what telepathization starts from the vibration of the nose. Actually, but it comes with the whole package now. It never comes alone. The butter, never comes with the milk though, because it's already butter now. So the whole butter comes like kind of, that's the example from Lord Buddha's time. So the vibration of the ear, but what came out was milk toffee. Vibration of the nose, what came out was the milk toffee. Vibration of the tongue, if someone actually tasted it, or your sister asks, oh, you're here, can you taste whether my milk toffee is good? And you're tasting it, and at that particular point, then you can compare also. You can say, oh, it's not good as mother's one, but yeah, it's okay, it's really good, something like that. So hold the comparison thing. So what else can happen? There are so many memories also, like
Yeah, just it can happen as a thought, isn't it? I mean, just you remember suddenly about milk toffee and
yes,
all the components are there in that. Yes.
yeah. So that's how this happens, and this beautiful phenomena, how actually our kind of so-called life is full of this stuff. But the problem is, as soon as this happens, we feel that there is someone, because there's the it's already, due to the ignorance, we already feel as milk toffee is existing. This is
Yes.
very evident. I mean, we don't have any argument about this. We felt as milk toffee is existing, didn't we? We fight
Yes.
for that. We might throw it to the other person if we are playing with that. We might hide one to eat later. What else can we do? Oh yeah, we can eat about 10 of them and collapse. What else can we do? I don't know. You can offer them. We can do so
Yeah.
many stuff. Or we can think about them, and you might think, oh, that friend's milk toffee is so good. I have to learn how to make it, So this scenario, how these sensory organs, vibrations bring about the whole film is the beauty. That's the beauty. But the problem is, why it is suffering is because that actually it is beauty, but the suffering is, what is the suffering part? Suffering part is that feeling that this is existing, or feeling that it is real, brings about the feeling of existence, alive feel into this place, like this system, wherever the experience is. That is the problem, nothing else actually, isn't it? I just wanted to add that. You can continue now.
Yes. Yes. That and for that to happen, that spark should have created at some stage, isn't it? I mean, the milk toffee, the thought of
Yes,
milk
yeah,
toffee should have created at some point for that to be resonant to this moment, isn't it? I mean, for a
Yeah, but
person who has never experienced milk toffee will not have a milk toffee as a thought at this moment.
yes, but that is this film.
Mm,
Whatever
yes.
the this film we talk about, but the feel can into uh, extend more than that, and you might feel without even knowing anything. Uh, the feel can extend. That's not the topic here, but feel can extend. Like because we feel that feel is only milk toffee because we know milk toffee this time, but the feel actually can extend to stuff that we don't even know. Then it is not from this time.
Yes.
Yeah. So but it's very important to understand that the sensory faculties are the beginning of the world we perceive, and that world we feel, or we see, or we hear, or we think is actually a construct. So when it comes to the mental constructs, that is the milk toffee, mother, sister, everything is the mental constructs. But even um, before that, there can be, sensory constructs where, the light, the sound, yeah, that vibration it's the only thing is the vibration that system is aware. But when you say that system is aware, there's always that, even in subtle level, there's that duality. But when if we have done the practice really good to understand that there's no milk toffee here, it's just a function of the sensory organ, there's a chance that in particular any one stimulus you might feel the non vibration. It's the absence of the uh, duality, or absence of the uh, feel of existence. Yeah, anything else to add?
Yes, actually now, again talking about the milk toffee, the same thing. Now, as you said, when somebody gives a call and say that I have made milk toffee, so it was only the vibration of the ear, but the rest of the things actually, all the other forms like the picture of it, that and maybe the smell of it and the taste of it and the texture, as you said, all are created in the mind, but actually those sensor faculties never function. Like the eye faculty didn't function, but there is a picture created, and the nose faculty, smell faculty didn't have any function, but there was, you can even feel the smell, and almost the taste is also there, like the tongue or the taste faculty didn't have anything to do, but you feel the taste, and sometimes even your mouth is wet with saliva about thinking about the taste, and also the texture. You didn't touch it, your skin never had anything to do with it at that moment, but you get a feeling of the texture, the hard texture. So it's actually a dream, isn't it? I mean, only the ear faculty functioned, and the rest of it is like seeing a dream. There was no vibration in those appropriate faculties, but those components were completed in the mind, like completing a jigsaw puzzle, the parts being completed and completing the picture of milk toffee in the mind. When it comes to the thought now, if you just suddenly remembered about milk toffee, 100%, all the other faculties, there was no function or no vibration in the other faculties, but all the components were completed. And this is exactly what we experience in the dreams, because dreams also, we hear the things, we see various things, including colors, we smell, we remember the taste of some food, we feel something hard. I mean, if somebody hits you in the dream, you feel that you were hit and you feel that hardness on the skin. So all those components, without without those relevant faculties being active, the complete picture is created in the mind. So, like milk toffees, like anything, any other thought, is a creation of the mind, and that is why it's called that it's an illusion or a creation, and it's not really existing. But uh, in the mundane world, the person who doesn't know anything about these Lord Buddha's disclosures tend to give life to those creations of the sense of faculties, and that is where all the defilements arise, because for something which is not really existing, there is clinging or aversion. Basically, those are the two, but there are so many other aspects of the defilements. Now, all those things are the result of this upadana, or taking it as real, and then the process will go on. So this whole thing is a spontaneous sequence of events, and there is no owner, but there is automatically an ownership is attached, saying, I am doing and I experienced it. I ate milk toffees and I got the smell. But there's no one, there's no doer, and it's a spontaneous process. The system is functioning, but it's actually like we are swimming in the river downstream. This is what is happening in the normal way, where every event, every thought is given the tag of myself or me. But in Dhamma path, what we try is to understand this process as a normal thing, and there's no person doing it. There's no owner who can control this system, no author for this system. And by learning this, we try to understand, and then what we try to do is, what the system try to do is to swim upstream. Anything else to add?
Yeah, actually, in that sense, it is so beautiful to understand that mind is, what we call mind is actually just occurrence of stimuli, very fast. But in that sense, it is also beautiful to understand that it is kind of like another vibration. Now it acts as another vibration. So we talked about that, all the 8 features, all the 5 senses, when they vibrate together, the milk toffee, the actual that thought has all the features. In Pali they call Sudhashtaka, but it has all the features of these, from the sensory organs. But it's beautiful to understand that mind is actually vibration. Why it is important to understand is we take this mind for so granted, so granted. We can't even, Lord Buddha once said, if someone wants to take something for granted, at least take the body, because body lasts only few years. But then if you take the mind as something for something to be taken for granted, then that is the end. That is kind of the biggest trap in the world, if you think the mind is me. So mind is actually fast occurrence of stimuli, yes, but at the same time it is it is the same vibration kind of thing that the human, specifically human, I'm talking about humans, so the vibration of the ear making the ability to think, because this ability to think is magnificent ability that humans have, and they feel so proud about that. It's okay. They feel so unique about it. I mean, the mind is it is actually, the mind is the most unique power that humans have, because if not for the mind, this ability of thinking, this species will never kind of survive. But because there is the ability to think, or in the a process, like new things, process all things, keep processing. This is the incredible, powerful organ. It access organ, but it is the thing that we feel that it is mine. Kind of, the ability to think is mine. It's here. It's unique, but it's only another vibration. It's very important then, because that is the vibration that we kind of get the essence of self-vibration. Because even in Buddothpado discussions, Saranam say, kind of listen and say, you have to be careful. And then we are puzzled. Why? But then it is mainly the self-vibration or the tense actually is manifested in every other way, but it's the most catching part is this vibration. And when we talk, it is the same thing, because the talking, Vachi Sankara, the talking actually has this inside vibration as the cause, root. It's Vitakka Vichara. So Vitakka Vichara is the inside radio that goes on and on and on and on. And we only talk few things from that. If you actually put a broadcasting apparatus to actual inside radio, people will even not, will be really upset at one time, annoyed at one time, angry with you one time, because the inside talking can be Sorry, I had to mute it because of the intervention. So this I lost it also, the track, but the vibration of the mind is really beautiful to understand how this talking, and about the actions also is the same thing, but it's about the breathing that is bringing up the actions, but the actions are actually fed by the thoughts. So the thoughts actually bring about the words and the actions. So that is the actual outcome, and by the words and the actions, that's your self vibration, which is giving you like. But once just imagine an arahant who the self vibration has has become low and then has come to the non-vibration. Still the actions will be the way they are, but without that power, without that essence of it, that which gave the kind of like the alive kind of thing. But people, when people hear this, they might think, oh, then that must be very sad not to have some power. No, that's the utmost tranquility and absence of suffering, which brings about the super happiness, I would say. I don't know how to say that. Yeah. Anything to add to that? So Suranika is also here. Yes, Suranika.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm quite new to this session. Do I have permission to speak?
Yeah. May I know?
Yeah. I'm Saman Kotikala. I just got to know this link and about this sermon and these discussions very recently. So
Have you ever heard Aranwanse's sermons in Sinhala?
Yes. Actually, I listened to a couple of hours ago. I just got that from one of my friends through one of my friends. So pretty much I'm practicing this path and Dhamma for a long time. So it was very interesting to know that this discussion now, this is actually happening every Wednesday, is it?
No, kind of this happens every day.
Every day. Okay. Right.
Every day, but we have so many Sinhala Zoom discussions as well. So if you get the Zoom link, I think it is the same link.
Right. Only the time, right? Time slot is different, right?
Yeah, 7 o'clock is the one which Aranwanse joins most. But
so that means every day it's happening in Sinhala medium. Is it Sinhala discussion with the
yeah,
zero?
we have multiple. So at 5 o'clock there is a Zoom discussion. There is one at 9:30 a.m. in the morning, and there is one at 1 o'clock in the noon. Then there is this one, and then after this there is another Zoom discussion at 4, and then there is another one for children at 5:30, and then there's 7 o'clock one.
This schedule by any chance
9:30 at night.
This schedule is available where? Can I if I get to the schedule of these discussions and all?
Do you know, Dr. Sakuntala, do you know where the schedule is? Actually, I get it in the WhatsApp thing.
We get it in our WhatsApp group. Can Indrani hear me, Indu? Can you hear me? If there is a way of getting you included into the WhatsApp group, I think you will be able to get the.
But the friend who gave you the link.
Oh yes.
Might know a bit better.
I think she's also quite new. Just randomly, she was surfing through the YouTube and just got to hear this kind of sermons from that Pero. Because myself,
Okay.
I'm actually a lecturer, and I'm into a lot of quantum physics and molecular biology research and all whatnot. I'm just practicing this path
Are
pretty
you
much.
from Sri Lanka or are you from
Yes,
another
yes. I'm
country?
from Sri Lanka. From Sri Lanka.
Yeah, okay.
So pretty much, I have even a question regarding this mind. Pretty much this vibration. If I ask this question, is it okay? If I
Yes,
just
yes.
yeah, this mind itself. What I feel like this mind itself is a kind of error, isn't it? Because this mind itself is minding, or like separating these common vibrational patterns, or rather this energy fluctuations is what we have around, including ourselves and our mind itself. So isn't this mind is basically like separating this uniform energy fluctuations or vibrations into unique sets, or rather fixed entities. So isn't that a mind? So I just asking a question: can we interpret like that? This uniform vibrations is all we have uh, around us, which we perceive through our senses, and this uniform vibrations which are equanimous, there is no less or more, it's pretty much equal vibrations if you think of a wave. But what happens is that when the ignorance strikes, or the ignorance strikes, lack of wisdom tells us in a certain way that these are not uniform vibrations, just something you can separate, you can isolate one from another. When you moment you separate, or rather when you mind it.
Well, I might have to disturb you there.
Yes.
So, what Lord Buddha was trying to say, are you a Buddhist?
Yes, I'm
Yeah,
a
okay.
Buddhist.
So, what Lord Buddha was trying to say was about non-vibration. He didn't actually, he explained all about the vibration, but he actually gave everyone the ability to synchronize to the non-vibration, that is the absence of vibration. So the absence of vibration is actually there, but we can't synchronize to that because it is difficult and never thought about because of the ignorance. So the vibration you talk about, even the worm has a vibration. Worm has very minimal tactile sensations only. But the worm also has a life feel or kind of self, like an existence feel, even though the worm doesn't have a big mind. But if you are specifically talking about only humans, which we can't, because the being, the word being, B-E-I-N-G, is there where anywhere where consciousness is. So the consciousness actually kind of gives you that feel of existence. So we can't forget that. When we talk about something, we can't forget that because there are so much consciousnesses around. We can't forget that it is again the form of vibration. But the actual basis, what Lord Buddha tried to teach you, was not about the vibration, but about the non-vibration, how to synchronize to the non-vibration, which is permanent. But the vibration, when you try to interpret in self-anger, it becomes a bit complicated because then you look at it in a view that someone is doing something, but actually what happens is the vibration itself is just manifestations of the sensory organs. It could be even the worm, which is the only tactile sensation, but the tactile sensation is felt as happening here. That is why the feel of existence is there. But the in the human mind, we kind of have a complex mechanism, because we have 5 senses which can vibrate at the same time. But if you go to the zygote level, the vibration, if there wasn't a synchronicity which happened to that zygote, wasn't there's never going to be like a fetus which is going to come out as a kind of a somewhat grown baby. So that zygote level, we know that even even 5 babies are born as like triplets or whatever. They are different, and their abilities are different, even though they are not even kind of, they have the features of parents, but they are different. So everyone is different. So that particular vibration is the only vibration that happens. And when that is actually forming into the sensory organs in the fetus, then slowly they grow, and the vibration is still the same. But once it is having a manifestation as light, sound, because the baby doesn't know anything about the outside, the dream you talked about, the separation, but it is a feel. The baby also has that feel. The small baby who is born, even though that baby doesn't know anything about the world, that baby also has that separation kind of thing that you're talking about, because of the consciousness, because the consciousness itself is felt as it's happening here. That is the feel of existence. That is the feel of existence that a worm can't die. Why worm is also like wanting something, like would like to creep into the watery mud. So in that sense, any being has that need to feel, need to have the next feel. That is the kind of thing that happens with the ignorance. Any being with ignorance, because it is felt as happening here, it is going to be that anyway. But when these vibrations, so the humans, specifically humans, when these 5 sensory organs are vibrating at the same time, that small baby actually will start putting things together. There's only perception though, because the baby has no understanding it is kind of the mother, but there is a similar perception coming all the time, the kind of a picture, like a photo, like a light margin, but that similar one is coming at the same time. The mother's voice is also, the baby is sensing the difference and also matching them together, because that photo comes, the sound comes, and also the smell, mother's smell, mother's warmth, the milk, everything, it's all kind of getting combined slowly and slowly and slowly. And the mother would be telling every day, by the use of the ear consciousness is just the ear, and will be giving the sound of the mother. Mother will try to tell the word amma, 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 and then child actually doesn't know what it means, but the baby actually might come out with the word amma, and the mother is jumping up and down because it's the first word the baby said. So that's the first kind of thought that arises properly, because before that there was a perception about that particular, even if it is Tarzan who is inside a jungle with a monkey mom, even that monkey mom will never teach you about say amma like that. That monkey mom will never teach, but still that even that that human baby, the Tarzan baby, we take it as an example, will have the idea of actually the perception, actually the sanya, the perception of that monkey mom, even though the birds are not there, that is the savior, that is the safety mechanism, that is the one who is looking after you, and everything. It will come to one kind of perception, one thought. So that's how the thoughts are forming. But that is not the actual fault. This mechanism is not the fault. The consciousness is not the fault. But the fault is actually not knowing that is just this mechanism only. Because
may I interrupt for a while?
Yeah.
What's your good name?
Kokila.
Kokila.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ms. Kokila, just that what you are implying is, correct me if I'm wrong, like even for a worm or a even newborn baby, what do you mean by that? Just consciousness. If I were to say this way, is that okay? Or is there anything wrong with this statement? If I make the statement like this, like even the newborn baby, or even for that matter, even little tiny living being with a simple structure, even without having these sensory organs, maybe microorganisms perhaps, don't they, if they have any being with a consciousness, if the ignorance is there, doesn't that consciousness have some idea of separation, like separating things from one another?
That's what I'm trying to say. So
yes.
That is what I said when I say it in different words. I say that the vibration is happening here in the sense it's kind of that's the kind of separation you're talking about, because it is felt here so
and outside.
No, the outside story is coming after the mind is formed. Be careful about that.
Okay.
In the field, in the fetus level or in the baby's level, it is only a vibratory thing you feel, and that vibration, it's not a thought. So when you come to a thought only, there is outside and inside, because as I said, when the mother is standing there, obviously I'm standing here. That is the separation that you're talking about. That is the duality you're talking about. But in the microorganism also has that, but it not that marginalized, not that, it's very subtle, because it is so imagine as a bacteria, if you feel that it's a vibration. If you become the bacteria only, someone you will understand. So you have to become the bacteria to feel this. So if you become the bacteria, then only thing that bacteria would feel is the vibration. Bacteria can't think about, my next run is.
You are implying that the very consciousness itself is a separation, isn't it? With ignorance.
It is a separation.
The process of the mechanism of, say, it's a mechanism. It's obviously mind is also a process, of consciousness also a process. Everything is a manifestation according to anicca, right? So cause and effect.
And also I forgot to add the consciousness, the ignorance part is also there. But once a human hears this Dhamma after about 7 years of age, any child, he has this idea of self now. They know, I am someone, this is my mother. It's all good now. Separation has done beautifully. Now you don't have any problem in separation. Definitely, this is my friend, this is my mother, this is my dad, I am someone. That's all done. But once someone hears this Dhamma, the Dhamma itself is about how the consciousness is a problem here. The ignorance is about consciousness is brought about only by rapid vibration of the eye, or rapid vibration of the ear, rapid vibration of the skin, or rapid vibration of the tongue, or rapid vibration of the nose. Mainly, it is we mainly talk about all the nose and the tongue and the skin. We mainly talk it as the kaya, in the sense it's a kind of the
Aggregation.
feel we have. You know, the actual feeling. So when you touch, you feel the liquidity, the all this stuff. They are actually not outside. They are rapid vibration of organ itself. That is where the problem is. That is where the separation you are talking about is problematic too. Due to the ignorance, the vibration here, we have to get to know this properly. Otherwise, ignorance will be actually feeding us anyway. But actually, what has happened here is vibration of
Everyone Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest spiritual wisdom on this planet Earth at this very moment. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world, to end the suffering of all human beings, where their suffering is their samsaric journey, the suffering is created in the human mind. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. As usual, when we talk about this Buddothpado Deshana, when we talk about Buddhism, in this era, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is the only spiritual master opening and showing us actually what Lord Buddha said. Because more than 1,000 odd years, there were no any arahants on this planet Earth, because nobody knows about the true teachings of Lord Buddha. That means the foundation of the Buddhist philosophy, the true Buddhist philosophy, the foundation of path to Nibbana, the foundation of the Buddhism was not there, because it was destroyed by different kinds of people from other countries in different ways. So after 1,000 odd years, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse become an Arahant in the year 2015. And after a big long struggle of 30 years, being in the jungle monasteries, and practicing this one-pointedness meditation, because it's the only one had in this society for a long period, Aryan Vahanse found, like Lord Buddha, Aryan Vahanse also found there is no Nibbana in that path. That means there is no any kind of uh, redeeming from this uh, wheel of samsara, the suffering of wheel. Because when practicing this one-pointed meditation according to Veda and Lord Shiva's
and all other sermons in Bhagavad Gita, they all short to a certain level of the mind. That means with trying hard with the one-pointed meditation to be in the consciousness, that the worldly consciousness, it's kind of a worldly consciousness. There's no nibbana there. Though they are telling, they are trying to go into the they are trying to be in the some kind of level where they are achieving from those one-pointedness meditation, some samadhi, some concentrations, and they in different levels of samadhis are there, and they are trying to be there by suppressing their thoughts, and there is a self all the time. So Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse finally understood there is no redemption from this suffering, and Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse overcome that part, because that is of no use. Aryan Vahanse understood. Then Aryan Vahanse tried what really Lord Buddha said and tried to find out what Vidarshana meditation is. That means what is insight meditation, Vidarshana and Vipassana. Aryan Vahanse tried those things while listening to, while understanding while reading the Pali Canon, and Aryan Vahanse with a great difficulty found that insight meditation in those sutra, Lord Buddha Sutra, and practiced the Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse practiced those insight meditations shown by Lord Buddha in those sutras. So finally Aryan Vahanse was able to achieve the ultimate level of bliss. That means ultimate level of Nibbana, where they are the Buddha mind. Then after that, several years Aryan Vahanse was silently examined the Dhamma itself, and finally in the year 2019, Aryan Vahanse started to preach Dhamma, this true Buddhist philosophy, and the sermons based on true Buddhist philosophy. Aryan Vahanse opened up those to the human world from Sri Lanka. Then in Sinhala language, now there are, in 3 languages, there are sermons, more than 13,000 in the YouTube channels, and there are so many websites and social media. Through social media, this Dhamma is spreading throughout the world. So this Buddothpada PeoTV channel, also the followers of Aryan Vahanse and Aryan Vahanse also giving sermons describing this true Buddhist philosophy based true path to Nibbana and overcome the sansaric journey. So Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has done a great job. After 2,600 years now past, and now the Lord Gautama Buddha's true Dhamma is revealing by Buddothpado Aryan Vansi, and it's like the lotus flower opening up the petals of Dhamma through the rays of the sun, like Aryan Vahanse is opening up the Dhamma lotus now. So today I'm again talking about Nissarana Magga 7 Dhamma sermon Aryan Vahanse has done 6 years ago. The path to realization 7. In that, this sermon is also based on true Buddhist philosophy, and in this, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is showing how to redeem from this sansaric journey. The seeker who has redeemed from the form is entering into the stream of Nibbana. He has no doubt, no uncertainty. Yes. According to true Buddhist philosophy, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is very well describing that there is nothing outside because we are only seeing the shadows and the reflections of what around. Then that means we are unable to experience anything from outside, and there is nothing other than this vibrational patterns of 4 great elements are there, but we are unable to experience them originally because we are experiencing them through our 6 senses. Form means we we see forms, shape of light from the eyes. We hear sound forms through the ears. We taste food. That means touch form. According to touch form, we taste food. According to smell form, we smell things. And according to touch forms also, we are our body is sensation. Body sensation gives us the hot and cool weather and temperature changes and any type of touching to our body, that part is coming through the body skin. So when a seeker is going through this path, is understanding there is nothing outside, then we are only catching the reflections and the vibrations of the forms. Now we know we are creating our own world inside the mind. So the seeker who is redeemed from the form, that means when understanding there's nothing outside, we are only seeing, hearing, and touching only these vibrations, and we finally understand there is nothing we can get from outside. We are getting everything, creating everything inside our mind. Then the seeker is redeeming from the form. So there is no need to think about anything outside because we are seeing only a reflection. So we cannot, if we see a man or a woman, even girl or a boy, that is also only a reflection, like a film in the cinema hall. No difference. We go and sit in a cinema hall and watching a film. there are men and women and children and everybody is there. In our day-to-day life also, we are actually seeing a film. There's no difference other than that. So we know what we see on the cinema. Those people, they are just shapes and shadows like that. In our day-to-day life, we see shapes and shadows, and we feel touches. We hear sounds. That's all. The same thing is here. Therefore, the seeker who understands the form, there's nothing outside, he is redeeming from the form, and he is entering into the stream of Nibbana. That is the first step. That is called the stream enterer. That means the seekers who are listening to this Dhamma to see the actual, correct, true nature of the phenomena will understand very clearly there is nothing outside. That understand, when that understanding become a realization, then the seeker is entering into the stream of Nibbana. He is called a stream enterer. That means that is the first level of path to Nibbana, that is called Sotapanna. Sotapanna. Now, that means he is experiencing the Nibbana at one point. While listening to this true Buddhist philosophy and true teachings of Lord Buddha through Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's sermons, at one point this seeker is understanding, realizing Nibbana for a while, experiencing the Nibbana. That is the point of entering into the stream. He is called a stream enterer. So this stream enterer has no any kind of doubt or uncertainty about so many things about Lord Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. He has no any kind of doubts. It in Dhamma it says like this: Buddhe kankati, Dhamme kankati, Pubbe kankati, Aparante kankati, Pubbanta aparante kankati. That means this stream enterer, the seeker of who is now a stream enterer, has no doubts about Buddha, no doubts about Dhamma, and no doubts about Sangha, and no doubts about past, no doubts about future, no doubts about both past and the future. Creating something is pride. If there is something, there is somebody. That means in this path, now we are as the true followers of Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, we are heeding to the ultimate truth of Nibbana Lord Buddha showed us 2600 years ago. And we know very clearly, according to the true Buddhist philosophy, the great revelation done by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, if there is a thing what we see, hear or feel, in those things, if something is becoming a thing to us, then only this samsaric journey is continuing. That means creating something. if we happen to see something floating on the sky, we are trying to create something through our mind. That means we think, somebody's flying a kite and it's very beautiful and I need that. I want to go and find it. I want to go behind that, like that. If the kite is becoming a thing, then it is also a kind of a, that means you have caught into that stimuli. Creating something is pride. Yes. Now we know. We a person, a seeker can think. Otherwise, a person can think. I have a nice car. It's very much valuable and very color is nice and very comfortable, and it's it's in good condition. Like that, he can think. Then this creating something is happening here now. So it is happening because of the pride. Now this person is having pride because he has a nice car, nice vehicle, and the possessive thinking and the wrong way of thinking make him proud. Creating something is called pride. If there is something, there is somebody. So this car has become a thing to this seeker or this person. Then the other end, now he has two extremes. Now the car has becoming a thing to him. That means he has something outside, and the person, then the owner of that thought is creating fear. That means there is a owner of the car thinking the car is his. If there is something, there is somebody. Yes, that is how the self is creating. Otherwise, no self in this human body. Actually, Lord Buddha preached us a no self Dhamma, and Aryan Mahansa is also describing this no self Dhamma. But if somebody think due to his pride there is a car, then for him, then the person, the owner, the somebody is creating the other side. Who saw? I saw. The car is there and seer is here. Who saw? I saw. If somebody creates here, quotes into Mamankarya, Aryamansa is telling, if somebody creates here due to the wrong way of thinking, the Mamankarya, the personhood is creating here. Attachment through identifying things as belonging to oneself. Yes. Actually, a car means a thought. That means a name and a form combination. Somebody seeing a car means actually it's a thought. And attachment through identifying things. He identified it as a car and attached to that. Then that is actually attachment through identifying things as belonging to oneself. Yes. Always thinking that is mine, this is mine, this house is mine, that car is mine, this bag is mine. Like that, thinking so many things. In Dhamma it says, Netang mama neto hamasmi namesu atta. Not mine, not me, not mine, not my soul. So we should think it that way. There's no me here, and that nothing is mine, and there's no soul here. In the nature of pride, there is a self seeing everything. Yes, that is how we lived in our early childhood until we listened to this Dhamma. We lived with the nature of pride, because there is a person here and he have so many things. There are so many things owned by him. In the nature of pride, there is a self seeing everything. There is a self here. He can see so many things around. If so, that self cannot redeem from samsara. He caught into thought chains. That means in the nature of pride, there is a self seeing everything. Yes, because of the pride nature, there is a self creating here and he is seeing everything. If so, that self cannot redeem from samsara. Yes, if we take it that way, the self cannot redeem from samsara. He caught into that thought chains because we live in a thought world all the time. Thoughts are appearing and disappearing. If we catch a thought, the consciousness is creating so many thought chains. And if we are creating a self here, that self cannot redeem him from samsara because the self is caught into the thought chains. This is actually a very wonderful magic. There is no self here. From the beginning, there is no self here. We have created the self, and because of that, the way of wrong thinking, we have got into the samsara, and after 1,000 odd years, now only the path to redemption is clearly opening up. Redeeming from these thought chains. Redeeming from these thought chains will be awakened to the mind, will be seeing the path to Nibbana. Yes, according to true Buddhist philosophy, we live in a perception world, millions of perceptions world, and those perceptions are appearing through our six sense system as stimuli, and part of that is coming as thoughts and coming as forms, and other part is coming as names. Names were given to us from our early childhood as the name is given to us. Names are fed into us from the early childhood, and therefore when a form is appearing, mind is giving a name, and they are having power. We see forms because of the light, creation of light vibration, synchronization of light vibration. Otherwise, there's no light. It's only a creation in our eyes. So when these names and forms are combining in the mind, thoughts are creating with much power. And the thoughts are transforming into the knowing level that is called consciousness, mind consciousness. That is the biggest illusion and the biggest problem we have, because all the time this mind consciousness is misleading us. It is misleading us. And the self cannot redeem from samsara because the self is caught into the thought chains, because the mind consciousnness is creating so many thought chains on one stimuli. The stimuli are coming through six senses, one at a time. One form, something we see, again something we hear. That seeing mind is gone, and then the hearing mind comes, and that is also uh, redeeming. That is also vanishing, and then a touch mind is coming, cold or hot or something like that. Otherwise, the breeze, cool breeze. Sometimes it may be a hearing, sometimes it may be a sometimes it is a smell, sometimes it is a taste, like that. So many thoughts are appearing and disappearing, arising and fading. So when one on one form, this mind consciousness is used to create so many thought chains. If a self is the self is here, if we created a self unknowingly, then the self is getting caught into that thought chains and thinking and thinking and thinking without end, thinking and thinking. Useless thinking is there. So, redeeming from these thought chains will be awaken to the mind. Yes, this is the path to Nibbana. Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is clearly showing us. If we want to redeem from this sansaric journey, the creation of this wheel of suffering, we have to redeem from these thought chains. Then only we will be awakened to the mind, because we have to reduce the thought power. We cannot overcome thoughts until the death, but we can reduce the power of the thought. Then those thoughts will not give any kind of pressure on us. To do that, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is very clearly showing that we have to understand how these thoughts are creating. Then we know when the thoughts are arising and fading, each and every fraction of the mind, a thought is arising and fading, then we know how these thoughts are creating. And we are not trying to clinging, the system is not clinging into those thoughts. Then the self is not creating here, and the world is not becoming true to the seeker. This is very subtle, but this is the only way we have to understand to overcome the suffering of sansaric journey. That means to redeeming from these thought chains. So to redeem from the thought chain, when a stimuli is appearing, we should be able to see that and let go without without grabbing into the system. Then Aryan Wahanse is telling, redeeming from these thought chains will be awakened to the mind. Then that means that then only this appearing of wisdom is happening. The feeling is happening because when there are a lot of thoughts, the feeling is not coming out, not arising. So redeeming from these thought chains will be awakened to the mind. Then we can very clearly see the nature of the true mind. We'll be seeing the path to Nibbana. When the thought power become very low, we can see the path to Nibbana through this awakened mind. Then the seeker is not attaching to the form or the name. Yes. Now there are thoughts appearing. Each and every thought, there is a name part and the form part. Now we know that, and we are not attaching to the form or the name. Now that means when we see the sky, we know it's just a sky, and there's nothing for us to attach into that sky. We know that is sky. Sky is the name part. Form is just the color of the sky, a light blue, dark at night, whatever it is. It's just a thought, and it is arising and fading, disappearing. Then again we can see some kind of trees here and there. Those are when we see those, the names, and we can see the forms, names are also appearing, but we are not getting caught onto those forms. We know just those are trees. No need to think about those things. So just letting go. That means at this point, the seeker is not attaching to the form or the name, and he will become into a heavenly nature in his mind. That means actually that's kind of a relief, because the thoughts are giving lot of pressure. No? Most of the people, human beings living on this planet Earth, are getting sick, bodily and mentally getting sick because of these thoughts, the wrong way of thinking, the wrong way of understanding, wrong way of listening. So, if while listening to this Dhamma and understanding how these uh, thoughts are creating thought creations, and we will be able to let go the thoughts without attaching or clashing with the thoughts, then this seeker will become into a heavenly nature. Yes, because if there are less thoughts, it's a very calming, relaxing, and relief in the mind. That relief, that calming relief is a kind of a heavenly nature. Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is telling, when the seeker is not attaching to the form or the name, he will be able to, he will become into a heavenly nature in his mind. Yes. Nowhere else in the mind, the seeker is experiencing a heavenly nature due to the less thoughts. The power of thoughts become less, and the seeker is experience a heavenly nature. The person who is in this mindset if will be in heaven after death. Yes. When this practitioner, the seeker, who is practicing this path to Nibbana, if he reach to at least to this level, without reaching to Nibbana, if he died at this point even, he will be born in a heaven because the heavenly nature is in his mind. That is what Aryan Hanse is telling. Because our mind, there are 31 realms in this mind and it is always changing. If there is less thought power, that means thoughts may be there, but thoughts are not actually a problem. Then there is a heavenly nature, and if this seeker may die at that point, he will be born in a heaven. That is what Aryan Mahanse is explaining. That means actually the seeker is reaching to a level of radiant mind. When a baby is born into this world, baby has a radiant mind. No, that means not much, no, there are no thoughts. The baby is just waiting, just a baby. Like that, when we listen to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma sermons, and we practice that based on this true Buddhist philosophy and listening and understanding, realizing the true Buddhist philosophy and practicing the four great contemplations, any type of seeker will be able to come into the position that means the radiant mind. They can experience the radiant mind. And the seeker will be meeting this nature. This is the real Buddhist fortunate realm, Sugati. This is the Sugati talking in Buddhist Pali Canon and Buddhist philosophy and Buddhist teachings. The real Sugati is this. That means a fortunate realm with the thought pressure, and the thought power is very low. Actually speaking, Nibbana, path to Nibbana is through this. When we heeding to Nibbana, we have to go through this heavenly nature. That is low thoughts, and the power of the thoughts are very low, and the mind is not controlling the system. The point of awakening to the moment, redeeming from all sensual desires, there is emptiness. Yes. The point of awaken to the moment is this. That means the thought power is very less, and we can see the awaken to the moment means we can actually feel the moment. Up to this point, nobody will be able to feel the moment because the thoughts are fully covered the mind. The present moment is covered with the thoughts. Thoughts are flowing like nothing, very fast, and very high density thoughts are there. Therefore, nobody can see the present moment. Now the thought power is very low and thoughts are very less. Then the seeker will be able to experience the present moment. Then the seeker will be, while experiencing the present moment, he is awakened to the moment. The seeker is redeeming from all sensual desires. There is emptiness, yes, because now the seeker has no idea to go behind, run behind to fulfill his six sense system. No idea of for having sensual pleasure, and this seeker is redeeming from all sensual desires, and there is emptiness. Yes, emptiness means this is not the nothingness, this is actually the emptiness. In Hindu Veda meditations, they call something like nothingness. Actually, the Lord Buddha and Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is not telling something like that. This is actually the emptiness in Buddhist philosophy and Buddhism is not the nothingness. Emptiness means everything is there. We can see, feel. We can see, feel. We can see, feel, or hear anything. But there is no attachment or clashing. That is called the emptiness. That means we see each and everything as usual. We hear each and every sound as usual, and we feel each and every sensations as usual. But we are not attaching to them, or we are not clashing with them. That is the actual emptiness in Buddhist teachings. The seeker who is redeeming from form and name, he is meeting sensual realm, form realm and non-form realm. Yes. The seeker come up to this point through his mind. That means the seeker who is awakened to the mind, awakened to the moment, is redeeming from the form and the name, and he is meeting the three realms, that is sensual realm, form realm and non-form realm. The three realms he can see through his mind. The sensual realm means the human world and the four lower realms and 6 heavenly realms. That those 11 realms are coming under sensual realm. The form realm means there are form Brahma realms. Non-form means there are non-form level of Brahma realms. They are called non-form realms. Altogether 31 realms are there. Sensual realm means there is something outside and the nature of attaching and clashing with them is happening. Yes. In these 11 sensual realms, that means in human realm and 6 heavens and 4 lower realms. For those beings, there are things. If they actually there are things outside for them. There are something outside, and the nature of attaching and clashing with the thing outside, the thinking of something outside is happening in these relevant realms. We are also in the sensual realm, but as practitioners of this path to Nibbana, according to the true teachings of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, based on this Lord Buddhas, we are now slowly redeeming from the attaching and clashing nature of the mind. But form realm is not meeting any forms from outside. Yes. Form realm, there are 10 form Brahma levels. There are 10 form Brahma realms, and in those realms, they are not meeting any forms from outside. The mind belongs to the form realm. That is called Rupavachara Brahmaloka. Brahma realms with form. That is called form realms. This shows as Pratama Dhyana, Dvitika Dhyana, Chatur Dhyana concentration levels. Yes. But actually, this is not actually the dhyanas that we are not talking about the dhyanas through this one-pointedness meditation. This is actually, we are talking about the insight meditation levels Lord Buddha described and Aryan Vahanse is explaining. These are the form realms. The seeker who is listening to this Dhamma and in the path of redeeming from name and form is known very clearly that there is nothing outside. And when he is practicing like this, he will be a non-returner. There are no causes creating for him to come back to the sensual realm or form realm. That means the practitioner, the seeker who is listening to this Dhamma, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse's true Dhamma based on the true teachings of Lord Buddha and practicing the 4 contemplations, 4 great contemplations showing by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse are in the path of redeeming from name and form is known very clearly because they are not attaching to the name or the form. They have already redeemed from the name and the form. Then very clearly that there is nothing outside. They know there's nothing outside and there's nothing inside the mind also. Then he will be a non-returner. There are no causes creating for them to come back into this form, that sensual realm or the form realm. Aryan Vahanse is explaining them as Sudassa, Sudassi, Akanita, some other name also. Pancha Suddhavasha is therefore this kind of seeker. A seeker who is dying at this level will reach to this Pancha Shuddhavasa, already redeemed from the form name and the form. If this seeker is realizing Dhamma, seeing each and every stimuli and redeeming from them and showing the truth to the mind, he is reaching to Nibbida. That means there is no need for him to attach or clash with the stimuli. He is not interested in outside, not attaching to the outside also. In Dhamma it is clarified as Nibbidanti Viraganti Nirodanti Patinissagganupassī. He is going to redeem. The one he is going to redeem, he will be redeeming from sansaric journey. He will be redeeming from sansaric journey. When the seeker is redeeming from name, he is redeeming from Brahma realms also. Yes. Redeeming from the form, he is reaching the Brahma realms, and when he is redeeming from name, he is redeeming from the Brahma realms as well. We call Lord Buddha as Lokavidu because Lord Buddha won the three realms, sensual realm, form realm, and non-form realm. Because Lord Buddha has gone through all these levels, realms, and now we call Lord Buddha as Lord Lokavidu. For today, I'm going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world, to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Vahanse at his feet, Tiruvasannai Aryan Vahanse. May our Dhamma friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. This is our regular discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time, which is a part of the Buddothpado PeoTV English series. And this time, this 2 hours, uh, dedicated for discussion because there is no separate time allocated during the sermon. So, any person who has listened to these Dhamma sermons, either in Sinhala medium or English medium, can join us if you have any queries to get clarified. We will try in our best, and more of our Dhamma friends also will be joining soon. Until that time, we can start the discussion, whatever the topic that we have. Champa Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Yes.
Morning session, Aryan Vahanse joined at the last moment and nothing much.
Yes.
Last evening, Aryan Vahanse talked with several people, but I didn't write anything, but there was there are lengthy discussions. If you can talk something about them, if I can't actually remember those things, Doctor.
Yeah, same thing about me. Actually, I didn't take down any points, of course. Do you just remember one or two points which might help me to recollect
Yes,
anything that,
Doctor.
yeah.
Yes, that means Aryan Vahanse said that means to now, Doctor, you are also going different places and
Mm.
is explaining Dhamma to the several groups of people.
Yeah.
So, if the same person is doing it regularly, they are bit or this get stuck like Aryan Mahansa said.
Yes.
Therefore, Aryan Mahansa is now rotating people. That
Yeah.
Mahacharya Aryan Mahansa said.
Yes.
So, if you can talk about a bit about it, Doctor.
Yeah, actually, nothing much to say about it. What I feel is that now different people have different ways of explaining the things.
Yes,
Even though it is the same fact, when you are explaining, sometimes the way the wordings you use or the approach and the way that it is explained can vary from person to person.
yes,
So when the same thing is explained now, more or less, actually, we do not have a huge syllabus here.
yes.
Basically, what we have to understand is this: this is the world
No
is
self. Yes, yes. No self. Yes.
created, yeah,
Mm.
no self angle, and also it is just creation of the senses.
Yes,
So this fact when the same person is doing sometimes the same example, same metaphors may be used.
yes,
So when it goes on like that, the listener also become a bit bored because they feel that the same thing is being repeated, and even the interest sometimes of the crowd will go down.
yes. That's
So
actually that is the nature of the mind. No, Doctor.
mind,
Mind.
that is right.
Uh,
Exactly, yes. Because it doesn't happen with a person like Aryan Vahanse, but for
yes,
ordinary people like us, when we are trying to explain the things, it is happening more or less in the same pattern. So
yes,
the listener sometimes, even if the facts are not clearly understood, there is a
yes,
kind of slipping from the superficial level rather than taking what is heard seriously, because
yes,
the feeling is that I have heard the same thing, same sentences, so I know them. That sort of an impression sometimes comes in the minds of the listener.
Yes.
So when the speakers are changed,
Yes.
I mean, listeners are kind of geared to hear something differently. So they have an interest to listen uh, to a different person, different voice, different way of explaining, different examples. That is simply because the nature of the mind, as you very correctly said, is such that
Yes.
mind is trying to find newer things, changing, want
Yes.
to change the pattern, want to change the way of hearing, want to listen to a different speaker, so like that. So therefore, I think R.N. Mahansi's decision is quite correct
Yes.
to change the people for these programs. Yes.
Yes, actually, doctor, the self understanding the self, we for them also not easy, no, no.
Mm.
That
Mm.
is the problem. Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And also sometimes the level of explanation also might vary now, depending on the speaker's level of inner transformation. The
Yes.
words and the explanations that is done can vary. So
Yes.
it might be benefited for the group also.
Yes. Actually,
Mm.
it's not easy to show how to overcome this self view. It's actually a challenge, no, doctor.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
Do you remember any Dhamma facts that were discussed? Actually, as you said, I also listened, but I can't remember any.
There was not much of Dhamma facts, but
Mm.
a certain boy called from uh, Korea.
Korea. Ah, yes,
Yes.
yes, yes.
He said, doctor, he
Mm.
said he has listened to this Dhamma more than 5 years, I think, nearly
Ah, yes. Mm.
almost these 6 years.
Mm.
But he is having some kind of the anger and the lust combined thought, it seems.
Mm. Mm.
So Aryan Mahanse said it will go down, but actually that means the hormonal level he has taken as self, I think, no, doctor.
That is also possible. Yes, that is also possible. On the other hand, the
Ah,
duration of listening to Dhamma doesn't mean that the the deep realization has occurred, isn't it? I mean,
yes, that,
there may be a person who has listened to Dhamma only for 1 year,
yes,
who is having this deep realization better than a person who has been listening for 4 5 years. That
yes,
also may be a factor. On the
yes,
other hand, as you said, maybe the hormonal things also considered as a self.
yes. Aryan Mahanse always telling, no, see that
Mm.
the hormonal things are just the body, just
Mm.
a part of the system, not
Yeah.
there's no connection to the self.
Mm.
That is what it's happening. And also, he said, doctor, something else about the experience of him. Can you remember? He
Mm.
said he
About
experienced some,
his personal life, you mean? Is that what you were saying?
no, experience, this Dhamma experience. He said,
Ah, Dhamma experience. Oh.
yes, once when he tried, when after work, before bed, that everything has gone
Ah,
blank,
yes, yes, yes.
but the self was there, it seems.
Yeah, but R.N. Vahase didn't take it as a significant thing, if I
Yes,
remember
yes.
correctly.
Yes,
Mm.
yes, that is what I am telling. That means
Mm.
this kind of different things may happen, but it should happen without the self, no, doctor.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, this mind sensor is such that sometimes very weird type of experiences are happening to people.
Yes,
Actually, this Dharma Bodhe or this deep realization does not happen like that. It
yes,
doesn't happen with all kinds of miraculous type of
yes,
feelings. Yes.
yes,
So
yes,
if somebody experiences something like that, it's
yes,
definitely something to do with the mind sensor. So
maybe,
I
yes,
have listened to so many in the presence of R and Mahase. What he says is that mind sensor just ignore.
yes, yes, yes.
Mm.
Sudharma also joined, doctor. We
Yeah.
can ask
Yes.
from her. Teruvan Saranai Sudharma.
Teruvan
Seven
Saranai.
Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai Chappa. Teruvan Saranai Narayan. Yes, I was listening to your discussion, doctor. Yeah.
Yeah.
About last night.
Anything? Yeah. Anything particular that you remember to discuss from the last night one?
I actually listened to the long conversation between the
Mm.
professor and Aryan Mahanse.
Ah,
Mm.
yes.
Mm.
It was like he was telling that how beautiful his experience in the path, and as you all discussed, this new format of practical programs. Now Aryan Hanse is going to change the format. I mean,
Mm.
assigning different people for different areas.
Mm.
So that was there. And then actually, I couldn't go on listening after that guy from South Korea
Korea.
joined. Yeah, I had to leave, doctor. Yeah.
Ah.
And Dr. Nishamani was also talking. Yeah, I was there till
Ah.
the
Yes.
from Dehiwala.
Yeah.
So she was talking about how she was doing things when she said
Mm.
she is experiencing something exactly like what Swarnamali explained the previous day
Mm.
before going to bed while she was lying in bed. But Aryan Hase said it cannot be taken as such an experience. But
Yeah.
when she was explaining how she deals with day-to-day stuff and how things
Mm.
have changed, and so Aryan Hanse felt that she has improved.
Mm.
And Aryan Hanse said, now I feel you are like you have gained it to a certain extent,
Mm.
that Aryan Hanse actually appreciated her
Mm.
because it's from the way that she was explaining things, how about her mother-in-law and
Mm.
things, and the problems she had with the family members, and now how comfortable she is with the
Mm.
certain problems. So,
Mm.
yeah,
Mm.
doctor, that's it. In the morning, I was unable to listen to that.
Morning, actually, there was a good explanation by Asanti. There was
Oh,
a good discussion between Asanti and Nilu from New
ah,
Zealand.
all right.
Before that, Asanti explained about the sensor function. That
Mhm.
was good. And then Nilu was quite practical. And Nilu is always quite practical. She says, I don't know Pali and I don't know these deep things. I'm talking with my personal experience of on the private practical side, which is
Yeah.
very good actually, very simple.
Mm.
So they were discussing about how this volitional formation or this abhisankarana
Yeah.
leads to the heavy sort of thoughts
Mm.
about a person. Now she was talking about the husband
Mm.
and how it sort of became the stronger and heavier that thought
Mm.
uh, with the time. So that is how it is happening with every close person.
Yes.
And so they were having a good discussion about that.
Mm. Those things we also experience in our day-to-day life,
Mm,
did
mm,
doctor,
yes. Yeah,
especially
true.
the close family members. And
Mm,
something that occurred to me today is like normally the sweating happens
mm,
when we get tired. I mean, when we involve in physical activities. No? But
mm.
sometimes without any physical activity, just because some heavy thought arises, sweating happens.
Yeah, that also can happen. Yes, heavy thoughts
Yeah,
again, it can be attributed to the hormonal effect, isn't it?
hormonal effect.
Now,
Oh,
stress.
doctor,
Mm.
the power of that particular thought.
Yeah, power of the
That
particular thought
thought.
means
Yeah. Now
the
just imagine
mm,
now you are seated comfortably
All
Mm.
of a sudden you get the news of some unpleasant thing happening to you, or all of a sudden somebody says you have to do this. I mean, you don't have time. That depends on now.
Mm.
I've
Mm.
seen when we get children, small, maybe intermediate class, if we ask one of now you to do a speech to at the
Mm.
assembly, that
Mm.
girl starts sweating because it is not physical. I mean, activity. No, so that
Yeah.
thought becoming real, it had lot of power. That I feel it so also, doctor. Even we when we are under tension, although we tension again is a heavy thought. However, something of external world becoming real. No,
Mm.
so when that additional power comes, the sweating, or it has this impact in on the physical body. It comes. It
Yeah.
I actually don't know. I am asking you how it could be the hormone, this adrenaline and
That's right.
something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. Hmm.
Because
Mm.
it's this
Yeah.
fight or fright or flight. That is how it is
Yes.
explained. No?
Yeah.
So when there is a stress situation, the
Mm.
adrenaline function comes up.
Right.
So with the adrenaline, you can have the heart rate going up, and you feel your heartbeat beating, palpitations.
Hmm.
So all kinds of things. So there is contribution from the hormones also.
So, doctor, can we say that Ginna is mine, no Ginna is me in that sense?
No, it depends. Now, what I tried to say was there is a
Mm.
contribution from the hormones also.
Yeah,
You
contribution.
can't say 100% hormones alone,
Hmm.
but that fire is there definitely. So fire means that is you are the self is there,
Mm-hmm.
and that
Isn't
other contribution is also there.
isn't it that thought power that arouses or stimulates the hormonal glands? I
Yes, yes. Yes,
hmm.
it that current is responsible. So the
Hmm.
when the power is so strong,
Hmm.
there is changes in the physical body, no?
Body.
Now,
Yeah.
when the current is so strong, when the thought is so powerful, how
Hmm.
you end up having the kaya sankara.
Hmm.
Now, when the current is so powerful, only the person will even assault somebody, kill somebody. That
Hmm.
happens when that current is very high.
Hmm.
So it influences the body function
Body.
definitely. Now,
Yeah.
intermediate level is the verbal thing. The person will shout at you,
Yes.
scolding.
Hmm.
And
So
the
that's a
lowest, mm,
verbal formation, isn't it?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that is a
That's.
Vachi Sankara.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
the Mano Sankara is you have the current, you have the power within yourself, but you are controlling.
Hmm.
So the Mano Sankara means suppressing the current and by somehow without waiting without putting the words out. So that is Mano
Is it,
Sankara.
Dr. Mano Sankara can
Yeah,
also be taken as associated thoughts, arising of associated
that
thoughts,
is
like
thoughts, no? Yeah, that
yeah,
is
yeah.
thoughts.
Hmm.
That is a thoughts, and then Vachi Sankara is it comes to the word when it is powerful, and when further it is strong, that is how it ends up with the physical
Hmm.
uh, work, physical things.
Yeah. Dr.
Now,
Kokila has
yeah,
joined.
Terwa Sarnai Kokila.
Sarah,
Teravan Sarnai,
sorry,
Dr.
may,
Kokila.
what is the topic? What was the topic?
Sudharma, if you can briefly tell what you
Ah,
wanted to
yeah,
know.
I just asked Doctor now. Normally, sweating happens when somebody involves in physical activities, but without any physical activity, when somebody gets a stressful thought, let's say, with that, sweating can happen. So, does it happen due to that thought power? Oh, that's what we were talking about, Doctor. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It can be any hormone which is secreted in different levels in different situations, and the situation can mimic from a thought. Yes, 100%.
Mm.
It can mimic.
Mm.
Even if you now, in the sense high heart rate or even high heart rate, people can bring it up with just thinking about something interesting or something that would make it higher. You don't have to actually do the activity. Even this is proven even with a lot of PET scan of the brain and all that. It is all thought driven. Even these mental factors, even the touch is a mental factor, kind of apotejo, vayo, all these are mental factors. What about the other things? I mean, the fear, excitement, they all have mental factors. Actual what you feel is also related to that. But the mental factors are also related to that. It comes with the actual beginning, maybe about 1 year of age. After that, they all come to place. But there are hormonal changes also. I think it is related, yeah. It's very important to understand that how these mental images are made. So mental image is a Suddhashtaka, how this is made, and also why it becomes true, and as well as how it falls, how consciousness falls on something, how consciousness falls on something, and how consciousness doesn't fall and anything can happen. It has to be investigated because consciousness doesn't necessarily stay alone. It's just thought. So, no, actually speaking, this thought word is very generalized. I have been telling this multiple times. Even everything is a thought, the stimuli. So even any stimuli, which ended up with consciousness, is actually the difference between a tree and us. So in that situation, vijnana, or the consciousness, how the difference is and why it is falling on something. Why patitavana vijnana and apatitata vijnana? How does this difference happen? This investigation has to happen. What does that mean? How does that happen? Why the view matters?
Is that something to do with duality, doctor? Now, apatitita is you feel that it is real and kind of thing. So observer and observed thing is there.
No, that's deeper than that, because the first level is we talk about the bahira deyak nono. But the second one is sita deyak nono. Sita deyak nono means actually this mind can't be falling onto anything if it is not true.
This entanglement cannot be there if the system is 100%
yes,
convinced that there is nothing. Yeah.
Because bahira deyak wenawa, that means it's the other way around. But sita deyak noenawa means the whole thing is gone.
Yeah.
It can't fall into anywhere. So sun, just imagine, outside sun becoming a thing is a different scenario. But sun thought falling into that outside is a different thing.
Yeah. 2 levels, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the first level is complete ignorance.
No, it's ignorance everywhere.
everywhere it's ignorance, but second level is little lighter, the perception thing. Is it?
Yeah, but you should not be thinking like that. Ignorance is there till Nibbana
Mm.
in different levels.
Mm.
Patittita Vijnane means the mundane world, isn't it? The outside is real and world is there and I am here. So
You can't say mundane world. Even Sotapanna can have that.
no, Patittita means it is a duality, complete duality, isn't it? Patittita, I'm sorry.
Sotapanna, so I don't know whether, so the Bahira deyak novana means,
No, Patittita means the outside is there and I am here. Duality is there. That is a duality.
that's not,
I'm not talking about
no,
apatittita, patittita.
yeah, but what I'm trying to say is understanding these two levels, because yesterday it occurred to me, it has, the investigation is not there. So the first level is Bahira deyak novana. Second level is Sita deyak novana. So
Yeah.
බාහිර දෙයක් නොවන කෙනාට පතිත වෙන විඥානයක් තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. පතිත වෙන විඥානය කියන්නේ මේ සිත බාහිරට පතිත වීම. It's a different thing. So the imagine I have a perception of වෙල්ලවැහුම් and that has a light wave, that has a sound wave, right? And that falling into that. So the I don't know whether I'm giving this right properly. So the outside being true, it's actually, it's one way of understanding, yes. So the outside being true doesn't necessarily mean that your old perceptions are deleted. Your old perceptions are still there. So the old perception the new ones will not become a thing. So Sotapanna means new, none of the new perceptions are not going to be a thing. Or what about the ones you have already? So if I have 1 million datas, perceptions, they are not deleted from the system. But whenever I see there's nothing, never a new one can't be a true thing now again.
Yeah,
already perception has become a thing. There is a workload to be done, and it keeps falling because of habit. It keeps falling on the son, keep falling on the daughter. You feel no, that's my daughter. That's all perception.
Doctor, that identification will happen even in an arahant without burning, without any sort of.
Yeah, but it doesn't actually happen. It arahant will know that it is daughter 100%.
Yeah.
But it's not actually taken it as true.
The value attributed to that particular stimulus will be 0 there.
Yeah, that means it's not actually, that's why there is no birth. Because the last stimuli, whatever the last stimuli, is not going to fall into anywhere. So what I was trying to say is this two things, namarupa vinyana, whatever it doesn't necessarily mean that we need to know namarupa vinyana, but the duality, how it works, how this outside being true, how it works, and how inside being true, how it works. Because inside already there are data about, if you take an example, million data, they are already being true. So these are two ways of, two mechanisms. That's what I wanted to highlight. But it is the same aspect. Stimuli not being true. So the chair, we understand that the outside there is no chair, but our past idea of chair is still there as true. And it keep falling down as a habit. Right?
Yes.
Becomes true.
Yeah. And Doctor, I think yesterday, Aryan Mahase again highlighted the importance of contemplation, that every thought should be seen when somebody is skilled enough to see each thought as a combination of sound and color. Naturally, that within that wisdom arises, that, alleviating the weight, or that weight of that particular stimulus coming through will diminish. So it would happen out of that contemplation. He emphasized that also in one of the scenes.
It has to solidify.
Yeah.
Not only by thinking, by experience also, it has to solidify.
He mentioned, he said, as you say, not thinking, thinking that it is a combination of sound wave, light wave, it's another level. That is not what I am telling. When you do that, inner awareness or inner awakening will arise. That's what he said. Maheshi has also joined, Doctor.
Teravan Saranai. So actually, the importance of understanding these two, Bahira and Abhyantara, actually there's nothing called Bahira Abhyantara, but for explanation wise, and actually Aranwansi also has started it from outside, right? There's a reason for that. And when Lord Buddha says, your defilements, which can be high as the
Himalayan mountain.
Himalaya, why it is getting reduced is because there is no new defilements can't arise. Once you fully realize that everything we associate are actually this just a mind product or mental factor. But the mental factor, understanding that the mental factor is not true, is a different level. Because then all the data we have, if we take the example again, million data, we already have, there's already a habit of that getting true. Like if it is your child, if it's your husband, if it's your work, whatever, that mental factor, that is combination of already when the outside is not true, already a part of the heaviness is gone. Still, whatever we have as the data, they have that ability to fall into things. We still feel them as true. That's why dead son or living son or living daughter or whatever, the whatever the perception, still have the potential or the actually tendency to fall into the actually we can't call it outside. It's not actually falling outside. It's actually becoming true. Still it's a perception. Still it is the consciousness. Whether it is nama side or rupa side, it doesn't matter. Vijnana patita venawa කියන එක. That's Dr. Sakuntala's question. Patita venawa means it doesn't necessarily need to be outside. It can be the mind.
Yeah.
Appatitita means it doesn't fall into nama side or the rupa side. So consciousness is just like the examples that he gives. like Lord Buddha also has given examples. Aranwanse also gives examples.
That is the point where one becomes that particular stimulus, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? That
yeah, we can say like that.
Yeah.
But seeing this in the particular moment is the important thing. The outside not being true and the mind not being true. I think is there anything from last night's sermon? We usually discuss the sermon.
Actually, last night once mostly Aranwase was discussing about planning programs and all, and then
Yeah.
that boy from South Korea also spoke about his experiences. Nishamani spoke about her experiences.
Can you see how he ended up with the self-view? That's the thing. So these are the important aspects, in the how, if the self-view is not broken, whatever the feel, it is attributed. So the feeler is there, the duality is there. So the view is the most important thing. Everything else follows. Did you notice that? Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes. Yes, breaking the self-view is the most difficult thing, yes.
But did you notice that in that talk?
That one, no, I didn't pick that up.
What do you mean? Did you not hear the discussion?
Sorry?
Did you hear the discussion between that
I
boy
heard
and
the
Naranwas?
discussion, but there was some time to time I had to move out.
Okay. No, there was a point that he said he experienced something and he felt that he enjoyed it.
You mean that boy? You're talking about that boy from South Korea?
Yes.
Yes. That I heard about his explanation, that experience. And then Narayan Mahase sort of said that it's not something that you have to go along with, because
Yeah,
I
that's the
have
thing with
heard.
the self-view.
Yeah. I have heard so many people explaining such experiences in the past also, sort of sudden things happening to them. And every time I have heard him saying that this is some creation of the mind sensor, just ignore. So that's what
No,
we were also
not only that.
Mm.
There was a point there that he felt that he enjoyed that.
So that is a self-perception is there.
It's not the self-perception. It's a bit difficult than that. If the self-view is broken, I don't think if it is fully broken, I don't think that that experience would be described in such a way. This is the whole thing now. The feeler. There is a feeler is the problem with the self-view.
In other words, not in samadhi, isn't it?
It's a difficult thing to say, but what I'm trying to say is we need to be vigilant about our own thoughts as well. Because if this attribution or putting it into like I don't know whether you can say no, it is self-perception. But the way he put it, I thought it includes a taint of self-view also, because Otherwise, it would have been a beautiful experience of no self, but it didn't, because the problem is still there. But as you said, these momentary things are not that important, because Aranansi always says that he guides you to think about the keles. Keles is actually again the power of this, whatever residual data power we have.
Yeah.
Anything else? You all can talk. I will. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. The
Yes.
point talk is discussed is a very good point. You said no, the past things, actually the past perceptions taken as true. Are we to contemplate on those things a bit more?
Depends on everyone's experiences. Yes, if it is bothering, yeah.
Yes, if those are bothering, we have to do it, no, Doctor? Because
Yeah.
the main problem here is to overcome this self-view, no?
But
So we
self-view is a no, the outside not being true.
Yes.
Actually, that involves every aspect of this asset. Whatever you see, whatever you hear, whatever you touch, whatever you feel the temperature, whatever you smell, whatever you taste, whatever you think.
Yes.
The outside not being true is in that way. This power coming down is a different aspect.
That means, Doctor?
Sotapanna is stream enterer, means outside not being true.
Yes. But
power
still
coming down happens after that.
Right.
You can't really differentiate like that. But what I'm trying to say is, when the self-view is broken, anyway, mannattam puta koyeda.
Yes.
I mean, these are. I mean, it's a big thing, no? This me thing.
Yes.
Me is a thought that is also falling into outside.
Yes.
Body is also a thought. It's also falls to outside. Chair is also a thought. It's also falls to outside. Outside not being true is every experience, what we perceive is not true. It's a mental factor.
Yes.
So me is a thinking, son is a thinking, daughter is a thinking. But then if you fully realize that, and then why the power is still there comes is from the whatever the power we have from the past data, yes.
Right.
But that power comes down because of the absence of self, not I mean, and it comes down slowly, actually, because of the lack of self.
Yes. Self is the main problem, yes.
It's only self that goes. There's nothing else happening.
Yes. True, Doctor, yes. It's very clear. That point is very important.
නැති වුණා නම් නැති උනේ ඉන්නවා තියනවා කියලා ගත්ත සිතුවිල්ල විතරයි. සිතුවිල්ල විතරයි.
Yes, only the thought. Yes.
Only the thought that we have taken as that everything is existing and I'm here. That is the only thing that goes. That has so much power.
Yes.
That is self vibration also. That vibration gives the perception. Perception gives the thought.
Yes.
And thought has gained a momentum now. So kiyatve, that's the word we didn't understand. We can ask Sudharma actually.
Yes.
What is it, Doctor?
Swakiyatve or ekiyatve. Do you have a word for that?
Swakiyatva comes as
having some comfort. Sukhiyatte, is it? Sukhi with the, does it come from Sukhi? I don't know. Sukhaya?
No, it
No,
doesn't
no,
come
no, no,
from
No?
not Sukhaya.
Sukhe.
Sukhiyatve or Ekiyatve is having a separate self.
Identity?
Separate.
Separate identity?
Yes,
Okay.
separate identity. Is that the word?
I don't know. Unique,
Maybe
uniqueness.
unique identity. Yeah,
Unique.
that's actually the function of the consciousness.
Right. I don't know, Doctor, proper Dhamma meaning of that. And Doctor, when Champa was asking about past perceptions, what we should realize is that rising of past perception is the law of mind. That what is this monaniyameda? Chitta
Yeah, but
niyameda.
the problem is it comes with the all power.
Yeah, or only when we see the truth, the power will go down, as Dr. Kokila said. Otherwise, eradication of past perceptions will never happen. We can't eradicate nature. The law of mind will continue to be there. It's a natural phenomenon, but the power will be zero gradually.
Yes.
Yeah. Sukhiyatva, that is, I don't know, Doctor. Should be if it's unique identity that we feeling as unique, like you separate entity. That should be the thing. So we have to
Unique
research.
feeling of an identity. Identity. Yeah. Anything else to add, Maheshi? Do you have anything to add?
Hello, Hi, Doctor. I had an additional observation. So, as the self, I might not be using the right words because I'm not very familiar with the technical terms, but as the self dissolves, there will also be a remnant of your systemic uh, instincts. Now, for instance, as the perception of your son or daughter, as those things dissolve, there will still remain a systemic inclination to protect what you procreated. And if you look at even the animal kingdom, I was watching a documentary recently. There are some 2 million penguins that go out in the South Pole, and the babies are left at the shore, and they swim through these very turbulent waves to somehow bring food for their child that they can identify from 2 million other baby penguins. And that is the instinct. So sometimes it would be that we might, in our journey, mistake this instinctive nature to protect your young or other instincts, because that will still remain because we are within the system. I wanted to add that. And secondly, this between the mind and the realization or the feel. Um, Actually, when you contemplate, also the contemplation happens in the mind. So once you enter the stream and you're flowing with the stream, the contemplation becomes less and less. That does not mean the insight or the awareness is not there. It is just that it is now deep rooted. There is no need to contemplate. So there is no effort to contemplate. It is very natural to just go with the flow. And it is only one, like if in a moment like this, we might go back and contemplate on that experience. And sometimes it is only when you contemplate, you realize that you were with the flow. So at a point, that effort to contemplate also might, take you few steps back also, but that is also natural. You keep learning from your mistakes, so to speak. I just correct me if I'm wrong, Doctor.
Yeah, the contemplation levels are also changing. So the contemplation changes from, as I was trying to say before, contemplation as a stream enterer is different to it's slightly different to the mind, the non-returner level. So they are slightly different. The margas, they are different. That's why it's slightly different, not a lot different, but slightly different. So every path, there's some type of contemplation. Only in Arahant path, there's no contemplation at all, because it's actually beyond that. So the contemplation can happen in different aspects, in different paths. Actual Palasita doesn't have any contemplation. Yeah. Sorry, I got disturbed. Anything else? Any other thoughts? Is there a silence? So I can't hear you.
No, it is silent. I was also thinking what what topic to bring up. From the previous Deshana, I don't know whether Champa has got anything to discuss
Yes.
from the previous ones. Then we can sort of read one page and discuss on that, no?
Yes, this
Yes, like that. I thought Surangika's suggestion was good, actually, because if Champa goes on reading, sometimes we also can like float in that and just,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can read a part of that Maharagama
Is it
Desh.
still Maharagamman? Yeah, okay.
Yes. It's more,
Mahesh is also here, yeah.
yes, lot more to translate also, Doctor. I'll read 2 pages and then we can discuss, no?
Yes.
Yes, Thiruvan Chennai. This is one angle looking same sutra, but this is not the correct angle. But the scientists, modern scientists say the same story. They what Lord Buddha said 2500 years ago is also there. But there is a deep layer in that sutra. Sun's power into 7 times, then the earth becomes ashes. But where is the earth? Where we are? This is a different story. Certainly there is nothing like that. But it is not easy to look at it that way. To see this, a very big abhiññāñāna, insight wisdom is needed. Like the ice cube become water and then evaporated, we should be able to see what really happens to the earth. When dropping a bombshell to Hiroshima, a very huge power erupted and iron also melted. We have a question whether you are able to see the condensation of vibrations. 4 great elements are also same. How the milk become milk powder. Become milk powder like that. When our body put into the oven, it is evaporated, become a smoke. Then where is the body? Then what is that nature? In this condensation of vibrations, this story you should properly look at. Why we are telling a story like this? Na patavi, na tejo, na vayu, na apo, na akasanyayatana, na akinyanyayatana, na viññānayatana. Meloak ne, paraloak ne. Can we see this with a flesh eyes? Can't. But we can see this through Dhamma Chakshusha. ධර්මය දකින ඇස අවදි වුණා මහණනි. Clergy Dhamma eye, insight into the Dhamma opened up. Why Lord Buddha said, there is nothing called four great elements, because you are unable to see the condensation of vibrations. Now we can discuss that, Doctor.
Yeah. How do you like this? Actually, that's kind of a Aran Hanse has talked about this multiple times before in different angles. I think this is the same thing that we stopped last night, right?
Yes.
Yesterday. So that's the point where we talk about how this works, and if the self view is there, self perception is there, if the self vibration is there, how these vibrations keep continuing to gain momentum, how the energy keeps gaining momentum and forming they are all visualized from our point of view. That's a different story. But what Aranvansa is saying is actually the niyama, how these things happens. Anything else to add about that, Mahesh or Dr. Sakuntala?
No, doctor, not from my end.
The fact, as you said, we have, heard this Aranhasi saying again and again, the Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayo, the four types also are just different levels of condensation of the vibrations, no? So because of that, it can convert from one to the other. So that is why that example of the ice cube is given all the time. The ice cube will turn to
No, but actually there is more to that. Now that is true. That part is true. But actually there is na patavi, na apo, no tejo, no ayo. Beyond that also na comes, remember?
Yes.
So in that it is much more deeper than that, where we have to understand that this whole thing is there when the self vibration is there. That's actually the power, the center of the power, I would say. I don't know how to say this. Because if you take anything as existing, even this any vibration, any power, it's not actually existing. It's existing because of this vibration. And the day we understand that, the day we become that, the day we understand that is actually the extreme mental thing, but the day we become that is the actually arahantship, where there's no additional power taking it as existing. Because if we get the existing thing, even this self view, even though we take it as self view, the word is talked so much, we keep it's diluted. But the self view includes sakkaya ditthi. Sakkaya means kaya means actually this skandha kaya. So anything exists, self exists. That's how it is. So nothing also should be understood, because if we just say that nothing exists, that nothing would exist for the self. So it is a very tricky area where our language barrier is also there. The ability to say Dhamma is also, difficulty is also there. But the main important thing is understanding that none of these things are actually existing. So vijnana, the consciousness, what the difference of the tree to the sattva means what is the word for sattva? The uncalled animal, because it's not animal. Sattva.
Living beings, can you say
Yeah, living beings.
beings?
Yeah, beings or living beings. So what's the difference between living being and just a like a tree or whatever? What do we call this as anything else? The living being, this feel of separation, why it is happening. So this is the investigation ongoing. This is not only about how this system has gained power. It's all about Sakaya. So how this drishti, how this view has come that everything is existing. There's we have only 6 senses. Imagine the bat. Bat has another sensor, and that bat has another way of existing. We don't have that. Just imagine Elon Musk or someone make some gadget, and then we can feel everyone, new way of detecting some kind of wave. Then it becomes another detection. Then something else exists, which we can't even say now. But like in our MRI, or like whatever the instruments that we try to catch diseases, these are getting more how do I say, more not sensitive, not maybe specific also. It's becoming more sensitive. So they are detecting more and more things, right? So everything is existing. So the more the sensory organs, there are so many things existing. We have 5, and we are still having problems of finding it, that the sensory organ, the feel, the touch, temperature, and smell, and taste. They are all the body consciousnesses. Body consciousness making it separated and making it as existing. And the eye making it as existing, the vision, and the sound. And on top of that, this mind. That's the worst case scenario. That was the one I was trying to tell about, how it falls outside. So there's this mind product, which is the chair. Because chair is actually never there ever before. Chair is just a product of a human mind. Even animal doesn't know that. No one knows that. If I say chair, Chinese person, if they don't know the word chair, they might not know that. So it's a just human-driven sound wave. So that one, that is never existing, but we feel it is as existing. Imagine the trap. And thing in that sentence has much more profound meaning. And when it says viññāna now, whatever the consciousness, it's not there. And that's the beauty of it, right? And even beyond that, even if you don't feel the viññāna, that is also not there. So it's so beautiful. And we apologize if there's any defects in explaining this, because it's so comprehensive. What do you think? You can all add to this. You can correct me also if I say something in the wrong way, but yeah, you can add those. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course, I cannot give anything better than your explanation, because I can't anyway remember those words also. Finally,
No, it
as you
doesn't
said,
necessarily
everything
mean
comes.
remembering them. It's about
Yeah,
actually
no.
fully
Finally, what
realizing.
Yeah. Finally, what it means is the all are no. There is nothing for everything. Basically, even the arupa different levels are that is what you
Yeah.
were trying to explain, no? Different levels of the arupa.
Mm.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing. That is how it.
And it's such a profound thing, we might actually not be worldly enough to say, but it is the most beautiful thing for every human being to feel, that it's actually not there. The itta sanya, how this existing perception has arisen, and how it can go on even in a bacteria, even in a worm, even in a cockroach, how this existing field is ongoing, even though there is no massive mind side. See, that's the thing. So this beauty of human being is being able to actually contemplate this and understand that actually mind using mind to understand the mind and understand all the consciousnesses and actually end the suffering, because suffering is actually in this the living being story. But we have taken it as with a very good feeling. That's why we try to survive. This survival instinct, as survival instinct is not there in an arahant. Renonce always says it's like a tree, similar to a tree, so it might give up at any time.
That is, in other words, the fear, the not having the fear of death, isn't it?
Same thing.
Opposite
Yeah.
of that.
And actually speaking, the fear of death is not there because of the duality is not there.
Yeah.
Because it has become the great element, so there's no duality and there's no fear of death and there's nothing to talk about. And the consciousness doesn't fall onto anything.
Just
Do you
want to
have?
tell you
Yeah.
something that a mother. Are we going to continue with another page that?
No, you can tell. What is it?
Yeah, this is something that a mother told me at one of our programs, this very last one. She has been listening to this Dhamma for nearly, I think, about 3 years or maybe something around that time. And she sort of looked very upset. And then she was, while we were doing the preparations in the morning, she was saying, I still get very angry and I can feel the fire within me, but what can I do? How can I prevent it? Today morning also I had an argument, and then she said had a fight, I think probably a verbal fight with my husband, and I came here today and I can still feel the fire burning within me. What should I say? So that was the scenario she told me. So if I just briefly tell what I told her, I said that you can't instantly you can't uh, stop this fire just as if you uh, close a door and just abruptly you can't do anything. The system, first try to understand this is a system. So that's as a part of the system function, the fire will be there. But why do you want to put it into your box? Why myself? Why are you having the ownership to that fire? Let the fire occur, because that is first you have to understand that it is part of the system. And then when you have that correct drushtiya, that samadhiti only, that the, the the nature of the fire, that will start coming down only when that drushti is corrected. So First of all, you have to see that this is a system, and part of the system is this fire. When the sensors are functioning, depending on the data which has been fed to the uh, computer or the robo machine, the outcome will be there. So the outcome will be something like a fire. So recognize or see it as a system now. Move away from that system, and then with that correct vision, only the fire will start coming down. So this is just the sort of briefly. This is what I explained. You can
I can
correct
add
me.
something.
Yes.
What you said is correct, but adding thing, there are some patterns we have to detect. So the angry pattern is we have to find out why the particle sabhava, what do you call it in English? The
Aversion? No.
aversion, yeah, the aversion type, how that is arising in a system, because it can be actually, aversion is not just today. Aversion is a collective thing which has happened all like maybe 20 years or 30 years time, or even 40 years if the person is old. So the living with a family, and there's so many reasons for the aversion to come. It can be from childhood also. Some people are more prone to aversion than the craving side. And the family life or the childhood, there are so many reasons for the aversion to arise. So there should be one-to-one talk about how the aversion type has become the type. Sometimes we can't really find out, because like Devadatta, he had that really delusional idea that becoming Buddha, right? And that is not only to become a Buddha, that delusion, there is a background aversion also, with jealousy also there, right? So then there is a long story behind that, right? But if someone is really looking into this Dhamma and willing to understand what is the Gati Purudu of us, or the what are the types, what type of the habits we have, then we have to do like a this dissection of this system and see, when did I start to become a person like this? Why? And there are so many reasons for a especially Asian country, being in under a lot of financial pressure, children pressure. There's so much pressures that a mother would undergo, or wife would undergo. There are so many things that would feel us to have a habit of aversion all the time. But it
Can you
can
say
be
there are
more than.
environmental factors?
Yes, 100%. If you want to put a blanket word, yes, but it's much
Yes.
more than environment, because it's so dear to them. Yeah, you can say because the environment is like because there's so much rain, it flooded, and now my house is gone. Now I'm in a hut, right? That is also environment. But this some things are very dear. You marry a person, and every day if there is like a problem where that's like a sasaragandin still, but that kind of thing where you have to come to an understanding that there is things that are out of your control, right? So there are so many things to dissect and see. I mean, the word environment can be used, word social can be used, word I don't know, you can use any word, but in the end, it is so dear to you. Why there's some habit is there, but in like some instances, there are so many things that is coming from even Sansaric journey. This whole thing is with Lord Buddha and Devadatta. It is not just anger from this time.
Life. Yeah.
So why we have a aversion type of behavior or aversion type of life, it's for us to know. And we are not just white or black people. We have little black here, little white there. So at one time you are kind of with the karma raga side. One time you are in the patika side. And by whatsoever, the delusional aspect is there all the time, that it is happening to me. Delusion is there all the time. But the one has to calm down first and take it easy, because I don't think she is upset with the husband. I think she's upset that after listening to them also.
I think so. Yes. That was her concern, because she was saying she has been listening so long. I can't control this. She was lamenting about her
anger.
thing, actually. Anger, yes.
So that's the thing. Anger is not mine. That part you actually said that to her. But it would mean to her more if you actually try to sort out this today morning. The mother she started laughing and all that, and ending up crying.
Crying, yes.
So there are so many things that people even don't talk about. So there are so many aspects that we bottle up just for the show. There's a show kind of thing, right? There's a what show? I don't know. Whatever the show that we have, it's a kind of a film, and we have to toughen up to be in that film, because we love being in that film, and because we feel that we are in the film. So there's self-view, and there is craving to be in the film. That's the whole problem here. Craving for existence, and if it goes other way around, craving for non-existence. So that mother is suffering from both of that. She wants to exist. At the same time, she doesn't want to exist anymore. She wants to attain nibbana. So it all has been taken with the self-view. So it is such a heavy thing now. So keeping it down has to come from repeated, I would say, reassurance and repeated guidance from a teacher. And then
Actually, she asked that
down.
question from R.N. Mahansi that day. He would have given a beautiful answer, but I feel that he didn't want to sort of come out with that in the audience, in the group, in the presence of the group. There was a big crowd, so that may be the reason.
Yeah,
So,
in such situations, it is also difficult, and sometimes there's a element of luck also. Sometimes there is a question, and we never know, because it's according to the vibe at that moment, that how it works.
as you said, that Patiga nature can be just the Sasava nature, which is not confined to this life, isn't it?
Yeah, but the
Sometimes.
thing is, we have to detect that. Detecting that and actually accepting that makes it so much easier than I want to become a better person kind of thing. We'll invite Mahesh also to add something.
Yeah.
Therawan Saranai, Doctor, I also had a very almost similar experience, but slightly different. I met a lady at Maharagama, in fact, and she needed a ride. So we had a ride together. And in fact, even this identification of this particular nature actually is a blessing. Because when she was speaking to me, and in fact she called me later, and there was a very long discussion. She is even unable to identify why she is even coming to listen to the Dhamma. Like she's heard from someone that this is good and she's here, and on the surface she's laughing, she's smiling, but there is absolutely no self-awareness. She says she loses her temper very often, but there is no, it's a very like touch and go. She doesn't really seem to be doing the Arepareshana. It's like almost as if expecting it to fall from the sky, and no awareness of how the self started, her childhood. She keeps coming back to her adulthood. And after an hour long discussion, she finally broke apart. And then she said, when I was 5 years old, she's the fifth child in the family. There were 10 children. Her mother got very ill and she went into a sort of uh, almost trauma situation where, in that case, doctor, I felt as if the trauma was so much that she had to, in order to survive, she suppressed herself, that awareness so much that she's unable to tap into it, which I feel is a very dangerous situation where, like Aaron Mahansi says, we need to find ourselves before we can redeem ourselves from this illusion. So I did encourage her, because that is perhaps beyond me. I did encourage her to speak to Aaron Mahansa, because she had also spoken to Saranamali and Aaron Mahansa, and Zoom discussions are so short. And she later told me, in fact, they also said that they had given the feedback that she's unable to, she's not able to find herself, which is, I mean, in a way, we are fortunate that we are even identifying all of this about ourselves. There are others who are, they're so far away from this. So I just wanted to add that and get doctors' feedback, because deep trauma can be such that it's so suppressed that we are unable to find it even. And even bringing it out can be dangerous unless you're with an expert, which I'm not.
Yeah, actually, the deep trauma, it is a survival instinct again to cover it up with the thoughts. It's a survival instinct because that almost you hide it in an untouchable area where it is not felt again. So actually, that itself is kind of the self vibration sometimes, because it has been that you have taken so much power to suppress it coming back. That's actually there is so much meaning to these techniques that cover the trauma, that talking about the trauma and then actually bringing back that specific moment to the life to actually desensitize. But the thing is, it has to be done with so much care, and maybe not in a short Zoom discussion. But the thing is, sometimes if it's not done properly, it can make them to get scared of their own vibration. But again,
that I agree, doctor. In fact, I realized that has to be handled with, because it's a very dangerous situation, a very tricky situation in which you need to be trained actually when you are uncovering that level of trauma also.
And they feel exposed. So there should be kind of a good reassurance about that, and also with Dhamma, the understanding that comes from that there is no self, that self is a thought, chair is a thought, self is a thought, everything that outside is not true comes under that. The self is just a thought. That to feel that, even the first experience of to feel that the mind has to suppress so much, in the sense not suppress, mind power has to be zero for you to come to the feel. So that is the tricky part, because the mind is so powerful from the so-called world. This can happen to any one of us. I mean, We all don't come from some, without any trauma. I don't think there is a childhood without any trauma. That it varies. The people, how heavy they take it varies. And also about no self-anger, that might also come and go in the mind, and the person might not feel them. This is a possible thing in a lot of us. Aranwase always says, doctors, engineers, like who have studied a lot, also has a big mind. It's inevitable because there's so much data, so much power in the mind. And at the same time, someone trying to hide something, it's the same thing. Or something like traumatic event like this, or anything like that. When one focuses on that and had proper counseling, that wouldn't be an issue because they would be comfortable with that. Whatever happened, and they may be comfortable with that. But usually in Asian culture, they are usually hidden and suppressed, and for survival, almost the mind is the survival factor. So mind power makes it you to forget about it and move forward, which is okay. That is why the human ability is there. But the mind itself might say to kill yourself or kill someone else. And so the mind can say different things. Mind can say a lot of things, but the mind power is guided by a lot of these. But at least she's hearing this, so I think she will eventually come to the field side. But always the risk is there that feeling is a bit tricky in people with a big mind. But this is not a fault of anyone. This is not, it is kind of actually I would say the glue-like effect of this mind. And actually the self-vibration. The glue, how heavy the glue is, it can be super glue. In one person, it will be like super glue, but in another, it would be like just a very, very low strength glue. But the more power, more difficult for you to pierce it. Less power, the other ugaditana, so it can be felt quickly. So, but this is not a barrier. Everyone is not ugaditana all the time. Everyone is not padaparama all the time. That is a reassurance that Lord, Narayana has given, that it is only by chitta. It changes in every chitta to chitta. So whether you are padaparama today, you can't really say I'm padaparama all the time, because then you don't understand Dhamma, obviously, because there's no self and just this power changing all the time. And the power, there's always a positive outlook in this Dhamma. Anyone can actually understand this Dhamma. You may take some time to feel this. It doesn't necessarily matter. Just try to understand. Just try to listen to Dhamma. Basically, the problem is to calm down. There are so many reasons for not calming down. It can be the rat race of this society. It can be the survival race that we do. It can be anything. But you need some chitta viveka and kaya viveka. What is that? The mental, some relaxation and physical relaxation for you to actually understand this Dhamma also. So there are so many factors, isn't it? What do you think? Anything else to add, Champa and Maish?
Sorry, I wanted to ask Doctor, I think that is a very good point. I also felt that even though we are not in the Samatha Bhavana path, I mean, that is definitely not the path. But for a person of this nature, I feel as if there is some advantage or necessity for her to like calm down and do some meditative practices before she can actually go
She
into.
will benefit from long walks.
Yes, yes, that's what I told her. Yes, she needs to identify where her safe place in the mind is, isn't it, Doctor? I might be using the wrong words.
Yeah, it is the
Okay.
wrong word, I would say.
It is sort of like
Yeah.
where she is most comfortable in her. Anyway, I think you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Yes. The what is actually what that means is when you actually go into a walking, the mind may actually lose the power. If you go for a hiking, mind may lose the power because you have to concentrate on the hiking, and sometimes the mind power will be very low, and it will give you the chance to actually feel the non-vibration. That is where the importance of these things. But sitting down, I don't think so, because sitting down makes some people more agitated. I would rather say, you know, just listening to the environment, maybe walking, maybe looking at the like in a park or somewhere, if she can just look at something, even it doesn't matter. It's just trying to. It should be with nature all the time, so that the synchronicity makes it so difficult for the mind power to be higher, because the mind power is the one we are trying to tackle. It's important for everyone, actually. When the mind power is zero, there's a high chance that you can have that no self and the chitta also. You never know.
Thank
Anything
you,
else to
Doctor.
add?
Yes, yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Dr. Sakuntala or Champa, do you have anything else to add?
Yes, Doctor. I think the changing of the lifestyle, without doing the same thing from the morning to night, if we can change the lifestyle for a while, going here and there, doing that for contemplation properly, like that, change the environment also maybe help that kind of people, I think, Doctor.
Yeah. Anything else, Dr. Sakuntala?
This is about another person. I don't know whether, I think we have 25 minutes now. This is, just give me a minute because I have a problem with the signal. It leaves the place. Just give me a minute. Yeah, actually, this is about another person. Actually, this is another experience that she explained to me. She's from my profession. She's much junior to me. She has a problem again now, something similar to that particular experience that we talked earlier. She has a real bad hatred with her mother-in-law. Actually, there is no sort of solid ground for that hatred also, because the mother-in-law likes her, she loves her. But from the very first, from the beginning of the marriage, this hatred has been building up. I tried to explain the things from the Dhamma perspective, but I mean, she understands, but she is still unable to take it up fully. So the thing is, her husband is very much, he's the eldest
in the family, so he's having a very close affection towards the mother. And I don't think this mother has any particular sort of, she's not a person who is going to, she's not having any kind of that particular type of behavior anyway. She's has a kind of childish behavior. මෝඩ කතා කියලා කියන්නේ ඒ වගේ that sort of things I think she tells. That is the only weakness I could find from the way that it was explained. But this hatred is ongoing, and it's very sad to see. I mean, even staying together for a short while, she doesn't like. So I tried to explain it from the Dhamma perspective in all the possible ways that how this Abhisankarana is occurring and how everything is created in the mind right now. I mean, that thought is becoming stronger and stronger, and more stronger means it's occurring more and more. So that I have tried to explain, but doesn't seem to be very successful. Anything that you can advise on that, Tirvasan?
That's actually a female, very common thing for the females, I think. The most important aspect is sharing of the husband. This is kind of a sexual thing too. I'm not talking about her specifically, but in this whole world, there is always the sharing of the partner has become the very strong, thing that people hate, and people can kill for this. And
actually,
as
this is
soon
not coming from the mother-in-law's side. It's coming from her
it
side.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It is because she must have felt immediately, or even when they were girlfriends and boyfriends, she must have felt that the partner likes mother, partner worships mother, partners. This is what Aranahan says. Dhamma comes so beautiful that love can't be shared. This love is actually a vibration, like another frequency that we go into. And that frequency is not similar to the frequency that's shared between. So if you have a dog, and the frequency that is shared with the dog can't be shared with the person at home, and can't be shared with the child, can't be shared with another person at work, can't be shared with anything else, because there are it's like H2O again, like oxygen and hydrogen bond. You can't really build it with the carbon, like the carbon. You can't. It's different. So these bonds are different, the vibrations are different, and the power is different. And until she comes to understand that this is just a vibration, actually she will never ever lose this power. She has to feel this, and if she can't, she will never win this game. Because if you really, 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 really understand Dhamma, and if you understand that this self-vibration is the culprit for this whole thing, and this vibration, how this calamity happens, how this whirlpool thing happens, how this power gaining momentum, how this happens, because we take it as a person, but actually what happens is this power change, right? The power maintaining more power and gaining more power. That's what happens. But this power, when it is with the daughter, it is different situation. When it is with the son, it's a different situation. And these are just bonds. That's nothing else. And if you come to that understanding, and if you kind of understand that this aversion is actually maybe her whole reason for, the reason for avoiding the Nibbana. So there's so much lacking of Dhamma there. And you can't really help that person unless she try to understand this Dhamma fully. And I don't think we have understood it fully either. Unless you are an Arahant, you can't really understand this fully. But at least partly if you understand that this is kind of vibratory nature and this power around that, how it works and how it it keep maintaining this momentum like a whirlpool, then only you will calm down. Then only you will actually will not care about the aversion, because you know definitely it is not going to do anything else. Just imagine Lord Buddha talking with fully knowing that that Thero is angry with him, Thero is trying to kill him, that Thero is actually against him for the whole life. In this situation, even if it is one-sided, it's a problem because her power is going up. And you can't really blame her because this world never knew these things. This world is full of ignorance. This world has people. This world has animals. This world has gods. This world has Brahmas. This world has rivers, trees. This world has so many things, but actually there's nothing like that. It's just a creation. And in that creation, there is power balances and power changes. And then this power, the keep gaining momentum and you will end up burning. That's all what is going to happen, right? Yeah, I don't know exactly how you will gain into her mind. How you will enter her mind is actually another thing that has to come from your going to her heart. Dr. Sakuntala, you have to become her and then try to correct her.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's quite valuable. I am actually trying in my best. I know of another of our Dhamma
We'll
friends
ask
actually who
Maheshi
is.
also. Is
Oh
there
yes,
anything,
yes,
Maheshi?
Maheshi. Yes.
Hello, Sarana. I just had a question, Doctor. Do we know how the mother responds to her? I mean, if is she overtly aggressive when the
No,
mother?
not
No,
at all.
she's actually she's kind of neutral. She's still sort of she doesn't have any form of hard feelings towards this girl.
I see.
She indicates her sort of closeness, but this one is distancing.
Yeah, it sounds a very difficult situation, but
I
my
know, I know.
experience is that usually, like if it's like a positive, negative charge, I think I had a similar experience in my personal life, but it was the other way around. But if the other side is persistently like water, over time, I feel that it also dissolves because I mean the
You
energy or
can't
the
really
power.
say because that Thero never understood that.
Yeah, you can't really say. I'm saying in some situations, it also depends on the other side again.
Yeah, Lord
Yeah,
Buddha actually was neutral, right? But
yeah, that's true. That's true.
I can't
Yeah,
even remember his name.
yeah, yeah. You can't really say that as well, but that is one way of, I suppose, trying. That is, But then you don't have access to the other side. You have only access to this side. So it is. You have to work with what we have. Yes.
And she's the one going in the
Yes.
path, not the mother, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah. This
Anyway,
is a
thank you
It's
to both of you.
mainly
Maybe.
about having this understanding that it can become problems with children also. Parents
Mm.
can have an idea about one child, and other children might feel it and hate parents,
Mm.
and feel that the parents like the youngest or eldest or whatever. There are so many things which is misunderstood in this whole life because of this so-called Sattvaputkala Sanya. So-called...
Yeah, as you said, I think he's having sort of empathy and sympathy towards the mother because the younger brother is sort of kind of a very carefree type of a person, I think. As you said, that also must be contributing.
I think, I don't know whether it's only from this life, but yeah, I think it is important that she relaxes. If she doesn't, then it's her problem, not that mother's problem.
I mean, if she has children, eventually she will also be like that mother-in-law eventually, perhaps one day. So, I mean, perhaps not so. I mean, sometimes Dharma alone might not be enough. She might need to be, like Dr. Kavinda said, might need to be exposed to the practical realities of how her behavior will eventually have repercussions on her family life and everything, on children and their behavior and all of that as well.
Yeah, still she has no children.
Oh, so she must be very young. So immaturity
Yeah,
also.
yeah. Yes.
That can be very immature thing then.
Yeah, it could be just immaturity, if it's early stage of...
Love carries a big thing here.
Yes.
No one wants to share husband.
I think then in that case, it also could be a very sexual sort of undertone. It might not be very self-evident or not. It might not be evident,
Yeah,
but
that's what I started with.
Yeah. It could be of that nature. That also subsides over time.
Attention, attention.
I think the husband also has a role to play there, perhaps.
Usually,
I think he has,
men are
yes.
very irrelevant in the sense they don't really go into details like this. They are in their la la land. They love mother, they love wife.
Yeah, men tend to be very dumb about things like this until it's too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, and they attain Nibbana also sooner and faster.
Than females.
Yeah, because less fatigue.
Yeah, they just,
Yeah, we have too many hormones running.
100%. What about you, Champa?
Doctor, that is actually the jealousy, no, doctor? That lady doctor is having jealousy upon his husband and his husband's mother. That is a kind of a jealousiness. She has to understand this Dhamma properly.
She's very open, so she will get through this because she's open. That's why she has told Dr. Sakuntala, so it will get better. Because once you realize that there is a problem, always the problem solves. At least she has realized that there is a problem like that, then she will, Dr. Sakuntala also will get some kind of insight into break her that trance, because it's a kind of a trance. But sometimes you go into denial, that Canada, if you can remember, Dr. Sakuntala, your Canada friend who hated her mother.
Yes.
Similar thing, isn't it? Her own
mother, yes.
Yeah, they are the things that will bind you down and completely destroy the life. I mean, we never know whether we can actually melt it down, because if Devadatta could do that, Devadatta could have been better than Buddha. Aranansa always says, but he couldn't get rid of that particular mind at all. So, and this thing, understanding Dhamma, understanding this vibratory nature, understanding this energy, understanding that there's no self or there's no person here, then there's just this nature. nature of vibrations and how this works, should settle down. Anything else? What was the other one you wanted to ask? Do we have time? We have 10 minutes, maybe.
No, actually, that's not the question as such, because I know of another Dhamma friend who is in this Buddothpado group. She also had the same problem. She had lots of problems with her mother-in-law. Again, there were lots of issues among them because of this mother-in-law, because mother-in-law was so demanding. Unlike this lady, actually, she was very sort of she was so much demanding. So she was undergoing such a stress, but actually now with this Dhamma, she has been listening, and she has completely neutralized herself. So she is now up to anything. She's having this all kinds of maitri towards the mother-in-law also, and she's getting on well, and anything, basically she feels that she can let go, and she has calmed down so much. It's so nice to hear actually how the Dhamma has helped her. So it is actually the opposite of what I said earlier, how the Dhamma has helped this one, because she has willingly, with open arms, she has taken up the Dhamma.
Yeah, that's the more feelers. That's the thing. When the mind gets more powerful, it's difficult to let the Dhamma wash the system, because the mind bubble is so thick. Otherwise, Dhamma can actually do a great job. Imagine about being the good person. That's another self. So you have to be careful. There are so many aspects to self. So many phases of delusional self. So good self is also a self, but this is nothing about being good or bad. This is about understanding there's no self here. And there's no person here. There's no thing here. Anything else? Champa?
Doctor, actually, you will laugh at me. The 40 years
Yeah, 40
experience.
years. Yeah, 40 years. Yeah, I know.
So this type of things are happening to each and every human being during the lifetime, doctor. It's coming in different ways. That is the only difference. Right?
Yeah, yeah. It is difficult when you are the sufferer.
Yes.
It is very different. The one we heard from Dr. Sakuntala is a different angle, because she's not actually suffering there.
Yes.
It just feels like wanting to go on war with someone, but the war is not actually happening because the other side is kind of sleeping.
Calm. Yes.
So war can't happen. She would like a war, but there's no war.
Yes.
But the thing is, in the other way around, when the person becomes a sufferer, or the batalua sheep in between wolves, then it becomes a complete different scenario. So these are really the difficult areas that the personal experiences are molded by these experiences. Just imagine there's a sheep and there's 1,000 wolves to eat the sheep. So how would that sheep feel? That kind of similar feelings can be there in a human, where, I mean, olden days we have so many experiences like slavery age and all that. How humanity had those situations. Nowadays, we can't hear that much, but still, there are instances that things can happen, right?
Yes.
Like 500 people coming in trying to hit one person, Mugalan Hamdaro.
Yes.
Just imagine that kind of a situation. So similarly, so many things that can happen, but only one with Dhamma will actually have more aversion in that situation. Otherwise, if there is a self, definitely there would be a suffering.
Yes, doctor.
This is not as easy as we think.
Yes.
Even though we can talk about that so lightly, once you become the sheep, it becomes so problematic. That's why Aranwansi says you have to get this when you are able to.
Yes.
And become the non-vibration. Then whether you are in between, in the middle of sheep or in the middle of wolves, it doesn't necessarily matter.
Yes.
Because you have become the elements. You don't mind whether you are inside a wolf's mouth or whether you are eating grass. It doesn't necessarily matter.
Yes.
But until you are in the mind, until your duality is there, until you haven't become an arahant, the self, there is fear of death and problems are there.
Yes, doctor.
Aversion will come down slowly anyway in the path.
Yes.
But if you have the chance to listen to this Dhamma and you hear this Dhamma by any chance, by most random thing for you to hear is no self Dhamma. And I invite everyone actually, if you hear this no self anger, don't miss it. It might actually dissolve all your suffering for your samsaric journey and for this moment as well. Because it's useless about samsaric journey, because if you don't understand this moment.
Yes.
Yes, 100%, Doctor. There is no other relief and no other redemption. I mean, all of these problems we're talking about becomes nothing when when you hear this Dhamma and then you go through this journey. Actually, it's the most beautiful experience ever. There's nothing like it.
Yeah. I think we have come to the end of our session today. Thank you so much for bringing up beautiful discussions and, the chance one day someone will hear this Dhamma and actually even think about their situation. We invite everyone to come and discuss with us so that
Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai.
we will come to
Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends.
Teruvan Saranai, Arun Mahansi. Thank you, everything.